Ask it if it has seen any humans with long ears. After Wolf relayed the message, the little wolf expressed its meaning with a howl that Ethan couldn't distinguish at all. Young master, it says it saw 2 long-eared humans locked in a cage. Ethan pulled his wife into his arms, rubbing her furry ears as he asked, do you think we should tell those elves? Wolf's first reaction wasn't to analyze the pros and cons, but to ask directly, what do you mean by a group? Her deep red eyes flashed with a dangerous light. She might have too many competitors. Fortunately, Ethan flicked her head, instantly clearing her eyes. What are you thinking about? She pouted unhappily. It's all because my young master doesn't let me rest easy. All he thinks about are indecent things all day long. Ethan decided to end the conversation. Anyway, let's think about how to handle this. After all, those elves have some connection with us. The wolf girl, whose IQ wasn't particularly high, thought about it very seriously, and from the bottom of her heart, she also felt a little sorry for these guys. After all, he ended up in such a dangerous situation while saving his companions. She said with slight hesitation, I think we should still tell them. Even if the difference in strength between the 2 sides is huge, the decision should be in their hands. In that case, I'll write a letter and have your men deliver it to them. Steppenwolves roam a wide area, making it easy to find the elves' tracks. Wolf took the letter and left, glancing at it furtively before placing it on the little wolf to make sure there were no flirtatious words exchanged. Then a collar was put on the wolf cub, signifying that it had been accepted by Wolf. This black collar can be perfectly concealed by thick hair, making it completely undetectable to outsiders. The letter was fastened tightly around the neck by a collar. Wolf stroked its head and warned, you must find those long-eared elves. Whatever you do, don't bite anyone. If you don't deliver this letter, you're not coming back, understand? The little wolf whimpered and then ran out of Logtown. The Wolf King's words had a natural power of control over it, and it instinctively obeyed Wolf's commands. The Wild Bull tribe is the largest orc tribe in the vicinity of the Northwind region, with over 1,000 warriors and more than a dozen great warriors, including 5 heroic warriors, not even counting their leader. This power was enough to easily suppress Viscount Northwind, not to mention that the smaller tribes under the Wild Bull tribe were also obedient to them. For this reason, Viscount Northwind had no choice but to back down when facing the Minotaur tribe. Although a deal had been struck with the Viscount, Bull, as the tribe's chief, was in no hurry to execute it immediately. He only said he was going to send troops, but he didn't say he was going right now. Even if things don't go well, we can still drag it out until this winter. As for whether they will rush the work, that depends on the Viscount's sincerity. He planned to delay for 6 months to gather information about the knight and the Viscount's attitude. That way they can easily raise prices on the spot. It must be said that the gift Viscount Northwind gave him was quite satisfactory, and he has recently become completely obsessed with it. He patted the armrest of the chair, and an elven slave, wearing leather chains, crawled over on his knees, licking his calves with a fawning smile. The bull comfortably loosened his clothes, his pent-up weapon eagerly anticipating the warmth. He looked at the slaves already showing belly and planned to let the other brothers in the tribe play with her after she gave birth to the child. The painful cries echoed through the chaotic camp, making the faces of the rangers lurking there even more somber. After the slaves were all dealt with, the bull walked to a cage in the corner, where he had specially kept a healthy slave. Looking at the elf, who was in great pain and had tears streaming down his face, he smiled wickedly. Don't worry, after I've completely ruined your companions, I'll come and pamper you. We haven't found any clues these past few days. These guys are so lazy, they won't even budge an inch. Someone couldn't help but speak up. They had been watching the tribe's camp for 3 days. The higher UPS of this group of Minotaurs don't even lift a finger. The first-tier ones are a bit better, occasionally going hunting. The second-tier individuals all lived together, forming a naturally tight defense. They didn't even dare to test the waters, fearing they'd be trapped there and never get out. Out of a sense of responsibility, they continued to wander around the tribe, waiting for an opportunity to arise. At this moment, Alice wished she could summon the mages of her tribe and use a spell to turn these thousands of scum into nutrients for the trees. But now, she flipped through the crumpled letter out of boredom. They got this information from a wolf, but thankfully they held back and didn't kill the wolf outright. The letter was most likely written by Ethan. They were the only noble family in the vicinity who knew of their existence. Suddenly, the letter could no longer withstand the crumpling and tore in two. There seems to be another piece of paper inside. Alice pulled it out. There wasn't much written on it, just a few sentences. If you encounter any difficulties that you cannot handle, feel free to seek my help, but everything comes at a price. Cost. Alice muttered in shame and indignation, that persistent pervert. He deserves to be unable to find a wife. All this talk is just because he's lusting after her body. She angrily crumpled the note into a ball, intending to throw it directly into the fire. After a final hesitation, I ultimately decided not to give it up. The beastmen have never engaged in production. They only know how to take from nature. Where do they get so much food to keep them lying around for so long? Let's go find Baron Ethan first. Seeing their leader, who had been silent for a long time, finally speak, his companions began to ask questions. Why go looking for that Baron? Are we just going to abandon this fellow countryman? In response to these questions, Alice explained, as the orcs' old adversaries, the border nobles often have more detailed information about them. That's the first point. Secondly, we might be able to ask him for help. From a human's perspective, every orc corpse is a valuable military achievement. They value them highly. After a brief silence, everyone agreed to the proposal. There was no other way. If they were to launch a surprise attack and face 5 second-tier and a dozen first-tier beastmen, none of them would be confident of escaping unscathed. Next, they were to search for Baron Ethan's supposed territory in a log forest. More than a month has passed since Viscount Northwind's last attack, and the days have flowed by uneventfully. Thanks to the diligent labor of the serfs, Logtown finally began to resemble a small town. Ethan treated them quite well, at least they were far from starving to death, and the relatively transparent promotion system made them feel secure. As long as they work honestly, the Lord won't suddenly kill a few serfs for amusement. Rather, it would be more accurate to say that Ethan strictly disciplined his knights, soldiers, and other free men. No one is allowed to lay a hand on serfs. This is Lao-Tzu's property. The river that flowed through Logtown, now renamed Log River, has become a river of wood. The area was littered with driftwood, which floated downstream, carrying sturdy logs to Howling Territory and other places. In return, Ethan's food reserves were also partially replenished. Although it's just a drop in the bucket, since people's demand for wood is still very limited until winter. Ethan was eager to develop his business. Only trade could turn money into more money. But even the most skilled cook can't cook without rice. This land lacks the conditions for trade. At least Logtown needs to be developed into a small city in order to consistently attract caravans. Occasionally, small caravans would pass through this area, replenishing their supplies and doing small business with the wealthy soldiers and artisans. Everything new here is worth pursuing, since the Lord doesn't collect taxes from them anyway. At that moment, a small caravan from Northwind City, whose destination was Howling Territory, arrived in Logtown. The young town had a few children who were the families of the knights and squires who had initially accompanied Ethan. Ethan was very kind to them, occasionally buying them candy and snacks. He hated brats, but these little guys, who had been loyal to the Joel family for generations and were now loyal to him and his descendants, were someone Ethan was happy to cultivate their loyalty. Vendors also love making money from this. Candies and snacks that are inexpensive but have high profit margins are very popular. Secondly, there's practical furniture. The artisans in the territory often only serve the Lord, and their prices are much lower. To outsiders, the merchant's cart was like a treasure chest, containing everything they needed. Even though the knights of this territory had told the merchants that there would be no tax, the sensible ones still sent some things over. Business is all about taking it slow and steady. Wolf also has a sweet tooth. As word spread among merchants, the news that a tax-free town had appeared in the log forest quickly reached the entire Northwind region. The leisurely life of a landlord, who knows how long it will last. Ethan guessed that the orcs would make a move soon, and hoped that the elves would accept his offer and join him in fighting the orcs. He wasn't simply lusting after Alice's body. He didn't demand the complete annihilation of the orcs, but at the very least, he wanted to inflict a heavy blow on the Minotaur tribe, so that they would abandon their plans to fight him. Otherwise, caught between two sides, his only option would be to flee with his people, becoming homeless vagrants wandering the borderlands. At that time, he truly became someone that everyone hated, someone that anyone could spit on and leave. His soldiers were already well trained. All that was needed was a battle to test their skills. In the war against the orcs, what he lacked was high-end combat power, that is, extraordinary beings. If the rangers are willing to join them, they won't be at a disadvantage in this area. His observations were very accurate. Of the 7 rangers, 4 were at the 2nd rank and 3 at the 1st rank. In that case, they will have enough strength to gain an advantage on the battlefield. Rangers are quite useful in low-quality warfare. Their short bows can shoot at least 500 meters away. Short swords and nature magic are also very useful. It's just that the parents of the elves are carefree, letting this group of 3rd-tier seedlings roam all over the continent. However, for elves, this is also one of the few ways they learn about the outside world. Long-lived species with lifespans exceeding 500 years are easily detached from reality. In this respect, even a 5th-tier archmage is somewhat inferior to them. The Grand Master only lived to be a little over 200 years old, and he still had to endure the hardship of attending academic conferences regularly. Ethan, who was staring blankly at the vendors, spotted several dark figures in the distance. The wandering knights have arrived. Their timing was perfect. The vendors were still there, allowing them to replenish their supplies. If these guys who drink dew and eat nature can afford to spend money. Alice turned her head, blushing as she accepted the silver coins from Ethan's hand. I will pay you back. It's okay if you can't pay it back, you can use other things to settle the debt. She let out a soft hum and took the money to buy what everyone needed. The most important thing is to buy candy. This sweet little gadget can quickly replenish the body's energy and restore strength. These are strategic resources on the battlefield. After arranging food and lodging for the weary travelers, Ethan told them to discuss everything else tomorrow. Who cares? Let's build up our goodwill first. Apart from Alice, the other rangers could only be said to be unafraid of him, but trust was far from being a given. The rangers were unaware that the orcs intended to attack Ethan, so they were naturally at a disadvantage in the negotiations. With their common enemy transformed into a one-sided demand, Ethan was naturally able to ask for a higher price. Letting them rest for the night was also based on this consideration. Being naturally suspicious, they certainly wouldn't feel comfortable spending the night in Logtown, fearing the consequences after a night of worry. Not only did she feel a pang of guilt towards Ethan, but her mind also wasn't very.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Sharp. The kind elves were unaware that Ethan had completely outmaneuvered them. The next day, they successfully held a meeting. Apart from Ethan, who brought a military commander named Russo, no one else from the territory was able to attend this secret meeting, except for Wolf, who was eavesdropping at the door. With Ethan's years of training under the Sword Saint, he could naturally tell that she was openly eavesdropping by the door. But there's nothing he can do, she's his wife, so he can only spoil her a little. Ethan glanced at the Rangers and had to admit they were really young, probably only a few years older than him. With their talent, advancing to the 3rd tier is almost a certainty. Alice spoke first. We want to rescue our companions in the Bull tribe, but we can't do it alone, so. She was interrupted by Ethan before she could finish speaking. Don't even mention you guys, even if Viscount Northwind came, he wouldn't be a match for the wild bull. I think you should just go to bed. Despite her dissatisfaction, Alice patiently said, while the Bull tribe is indeed well equipped, we have seen the knights and soldiers in your territory, they are more than capable of handling their small force. As long as we can lure them out in batches, they won't be a match for us. Ethan nodded. That's a good idea, but the problem is, why should I help you? If the Bull tribe suffers a major blow, then his smaller tribes will no longer be under his command. At that point, the entire region will descend into chaos. And those who benefit the most from this situation are the border nobles. This winter will be much easier for them. Ethan's response was swift and resolute. I can easily defend against winter attacks even without you. On their way, the wandering knights saw an army undergoing drills, whose numbers and quality far surpassed those of the minor nobles. You nobles always love beating around the bush. Just tell me straight, what do you want us to do? Clearly, the straightforward elves didn't have that much patience, so they immediately handed the initiative over to Ethan. Ethan took a sip of tea and said slowly, I believe you elves also abide by the principle of equivalent exchange. Since you want me to send troops to help you, you should help me in return. Is that all right? The knights errant did not object. After all, they were the ones who needed his help, and his conditions didn't sound so bad. Alice replied, how do you want us to help you? Ethan shifted into a more comfortable sitting position. Since you are going to continue searching for your companions here anyway, why don't you temporarily join my territory? And I'll follow your orders, by the way. If you don't object, I think this is also part of mutual help. Faced with these seemingly reasonable conditions, they agreed to the cooperation. With food and lodging provided, plus the assistance of Ethan's army, it was a good thing for them. The negotiations ended, and Alice pushed open the door. Standing before her was a dignified and elegant Wolf. Alice wondered to herself, how come there are beastmen here? Wolf smiled gently and extended her hand to her. Alice, puzzled, grasped it. Hello, I'm Ethan's wife. Has something unpleasant happened between you two? She emphasized the word wife. No, it's more like we're the ones causing Ethan trouble. In Logtown, you are truly honored guests. After Wolf finished speaking, she released her grip. Alice watched her leave, her impression of Ethan already at its worst. Ha, what a pervert! He even dared to lay a hand on a teenage beastman. However, judging from their affectionate manner, perhaps they really are a harmonious couple. Wrong. Alice shook her head. If this guy were truly a good husband who cared for his wife, why would he even be eyeing me? Her gaze turned cold. She truly was a beast in human form. Just then, a sound outside caught her attention. This is the cry for help from the great deer. She looked outside and saw a dozen or so desert wolves surrounding their mounts, howling incessantly. Ethan, how come there are wolves in your territory? Ethan sat there, watching Wolf and Alice interact. He was completely numb. Wolf was determined not to let the elf steal her husband, giving her no chance whatsoever. Seeing Ethan's gaze, she gave a sly smile. She then whistled, and the wolves outside dispersed on their own. I'm so sorry, my little pets mistook your friend for food. Please be careful. Alice glanced at her warily, then went down to check on her companions. The hall finally quieted down, now only the two of them remained. Ethan looked at her intently. You've been a little naughty today. I told you I wouldn't let anyone take you away from me. There's really nothing between us, we're just friends at most. Does the young master really just want to be friends with her? Ethan stroked her head. He felt Wolf was being a bit too permissive. Don't you understand our relationship? Wolf let out a whimper and knelt down, leaving only her tail wagging in front of Ethan. Wah, please punish me, master. They've even resorted to this tactic. Ethan couldn't very well tell her to put her hair up in a bun. In the end, I managed to coax her for a while. Afterwards, Wolf watched his departing figure, pondering something in her mind. It seems the plan to monopolize the young master has failed. The young master is indeed very fond of that elf. She quickly regrouped. Failure wasn't scary. What was scary was that the young master valued that elf more than himself. Since that's the case, there's nothing I can do to stop the young master, so I should try to show more of myself. As long as I'm still the most important person in the young master's heart, then it doesn't matter. She could be a little reluctant to part with some, she's not a stingy person. The wandering knights rested here for a few days. After enduring wind and rain and sleeping in the open, they finally had a place to stay and naturally made sure to get into top condition. They even grew to like their time here, except for the great elk that were chased by steppe wolves for half the day every day. Ethan kept refusing their request to set off, giving reasons that they found utterly baffling. What do you mean by saying the orcs will still attack even though it's spring? They didn't understand, but Ethan assured them that the bull tribe would send people over in a few days. Even their leader would personally participate. That will be the time for the wandering knights to make their appearance. The bull tribe didn't keep them waiting long. After the Viscount urged them a second time, they finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Wolf's wolf pack knew of their location from hundreds of miles away. Before the fight even started, their situation was completely clear to everyone. Who would suspect a wolf by the roadside? The orcs have always been arrogant and complacent. Even though their previous forces and Viscount Northwind's men suffered a major defeat at Ethan's hands, they still believed they could easily conquer this land. They also possessed a formidable force, with at least 500 elite soldiers from the Minotaur tribe, plus thousands of warriors from other tribes. There were 20 great warriors among them, and 4 heroic spirit warriors. It's impossible for such a force not to expand. Ethan had 500 soldiers at his disposal, half of whom could only be considered militia. The equipment is so-so, but the weapons are decent. Listening to Ethan's explanation, even the usually carefree ranger became serious. A direct confrontation with this level of power is impossible. The bull himself has come, which means he's confidently left his home to the remaining members of his tribe. Thanks to the Steppenwolf's reconnaissance abilities, they had plenty of time to deal with the attack. Moreover, large armies often move slowly, especially disorganized orc forces. Looking at the map, Ethan immediately said, in that case, let's raid their house first. I'll add 2 second-tier knights for you. Let's try to bring them back in one go. What if they launch a direct attack? They'll definitely be furious when they hear their house was burgled, so I have to hold them off for now. Throughout history, raiding enemy bases has been a timeless and effective tactic. While the only lesson humanity can learn from history is that it learns nothing, it's clear that everyone is taking precautions against it. The problem is that orcs are generally not considered human. The border nobles have never launched a counterattack against the orcish territory. How much is a military merit worth? And how much does it cost to train an armed soldier? The orcish territory has neither food nor special products. Playing this is a complete money loser. Not to mention that they are unlikely to win. Fighting the orcs in the wild would be suicide. Therefore, the bull never imagined that someone would come to steal its home. The men he left behind in the tribe were only there to guard against other smaller tribes, nothing more. The bull looked at the town in front of him. This small town, which did not occupy an area, had a wall 4 meters high. Thanks to the massive reserves of logs, these walls were not only built quickly, but also of the highest quality. Quality in the literal sense. The specially treated logs are not only incredibly hard, but also have an extremely smooth surface, making them excellent for protecting against orcs. This town is difficult to conquer. This was the first conclusion that the bull drew. Their scouts are very cunning. This is the second conclusion. Before they knew it, the wall was covered with archers, as if they could unleash a barrage of arrows at any moment. Although he didn't know when his offensive intentions would be exposed, the bull had his own way of dealing with it. He ordered the troops to remain in place, and then went over there with a few attendants. The distance was perfectly controlled. Human archers simply couldn't reach it. Fortunately, Ethan hadn't planned to shoot any arrows in the first place. Are you kidding me? If archery were so easy to train, then knights wouldn't need to study it. He was just putting on an act, trying to intimidate the other party. It now appears to have been very effective. The bull raised his voice and shouted in a not-so-standard Mandarin. You daring little devils, you've been blind for so long, coming here to run a noodle stall. This was exactly what Ethan wanted. His plan was to stall for time, and having the opportunity to negotiate with this somewhat intelligent but not very bright guy was perfect. With a little tugging and a couple of days' wait, the bull's home base will naturally explode. However, judging from the bull's imposing presence, he's a bit of a handful. Orcs disdain the weak, they only respect the strong. The wild bull is about to advance to the 3rd tier, at which time the wild bull tribe's status among the beastmen will be further enhanced, and they will no longer need to stay on the border. Yes, like the border nobles, most of the people who bordered human territory were driven over there because they were too weak. Half step to the 3rd tier, this is going to be difficult, Ethan muttered to himself. He jumped down from the city wall step by step, and as the distance between them closed, his eyes grew colder and his aura more powerful. Unfortunately, I am only at the 3rd stage of the great perfection of the 9th heaven. He muttered a remark, saying that his mere presence overwhelmed the 4 second-tier opponents. If his teacher hadn't told him not to advance to the 3rd rank before comprehending that so-called sword intent, he would have broken through long ago. To this day, he still doesn't understand what this thing is, and consequently, his control over the sword isn't very good either. But he was a genius renowned throughout the Central Empire. It's a pity my sword saint teacher is dead, otherwise he wouldn't have been exiled to the border to watch you guys bare your teeth. His voice was very soft, but the people opposite him heard it clearly. Immediately, a heroic warrior rushed forward. A second later, his attack froze in midair, a gleaming silver sword pressed against his throat. I said. Do you even deserve to rush up here and die? He watched as the sword tip moved closer to his face, then Ethan slapped him aside with a little force. The bull's face turned pale, even he couldn't withstand sword skills of this level. His fate won't be much better than the guy's just now, but seeing that the other party doesn't seem to have any murderous intent, it seems we can still have a proper talk. Ethan's face turned deathly pale. He probably had less than half his strength left. If he were to receive another sword strike, he would immediately collapse from exhaustion. Ugh, I'm feeling weaker and weaker lately. Am I really going to be completely drained by Wolf? Although this didn't have much of an impact, he was only at the level of swinging his sword twice at the beginning. Ethan stopped in front of the bull. What are you doing here with your orc army? Trying to cause trouble? The bull shuddered and stood up straight like a student whose name had been called by the homeroom teacher, even speaking the common language correctly. It's a misunderstanding. How could I possibly start a fight without warning a knight as skilled as you, a newcomer? Ethan's sharp eyes were fixed on him, making him feel uneasy. We're just passing through this time. Yes, just passing through. Purpose. The purpose is to go and replenish food supplies, maybe go hunting or something. Ethan put his hand on his shoulder and joked, since we're going hunting, let me recommend a good place. Northwind City, it's a resource-rich place, and the Collin family is very wealthy. A cold sweat broke out on the bull's forehead. Knowing the answer already, he asked, do you have a grudge against Viscount Northwind? Ethan asked directly, how much did Viscount Northwind pay you? This. Ethan waved his hand, interrupting him. If you leave with your men now, I will let bygones be bygones. Then, Ethan turned around directly, seemingly unafraid of his sneak attack, and slowly walked towards the door. The bull saw the open gate, and its desire to attack rose within it, but then subsided. This guy could actually kill me with a single sword strike. Having been humiliated for no reason, the bull returned to camp with his followers. He needed to think carefully about how to handle this situation. Despite being called a minotaur, he wasn't a complete idiot who couldn't think straight. Is this newcomer to the border bluffing, or is Viscount Northwind deliberately trying to trap me? We have enough rations for the march to last a few more days, let's test the waters slowly. Meanwhile, Ellie and her rangers were almost at their destination. Throughout the journey, she kept replaying the scene of saying goodbye in her mind. She privately approached Ethan and asked him about the feasibility of the plan. What if you don't stall for enough time and the bulls attack directly? Ethan replied with a smile, then let's bump into each other. What if I can't hold on any longer? His smile faded slightly. I can handle it. Alice noticed a hint of insecurity in his eyes. What if you can't hold out then? Ethan brazenly patted the top of her head. All right, Jin Huang, I'll hold on until you get back. Don't worry about me. Anyway, your mission is to rescue your comrades, right? I'll prioritize helping you. Alice slapped his groping hand away, but her heart skipped a beat. Why are you being so good to her? Looking at the minotaurs living leisurely in the wild valley, Alice felt a growing sense of urgency. Perhaps it was to save their companions, or perhaps it was to get back to Ethan as soon as possible. That BD is willing to risk his own safety to trust her, she will never let him down. The ranger behind him nudged his companion with his elbow. Do you think something's wrong with Alice's condition? Yes, it's quite something to see you so murderous, eldest sister, those minotaurs really deserve to die. He turned to Cain and said, Sir Cain, I'll need your help from now on. Cain nodded in agreement. That was the only thing he needed to do with this exceptionally high-caliber team. The ranger is indeed a superior scout, but no matter how excellent their eyesight, it can't compare to what a wolf sees with its own eyes. He hasn't been idle these days. Although he still can't understand what the other wolves are saying, he can now vaguely distinguish his lone wolf. The lone wolf under his command completely trusted him and obeyed his orders without question. The group stopped at the top of the valley. As Lone Wolf went down alone to scout the situation, Alice began assigning tasks to each person. The four of us, along with Afen and Joe, 2 second-tier knights, will be the main force of the raid. The goal of this battle is not to inflict casualties, but simply to rescue the people as quickly as possible. Afterwards, the remaining members of the first tier will act as backup. It gets dark very quickly at the border. Before long, the twilight sun, emitting a pale orange glow, descended below the horizon, leaving only a faint yellow ring to indicate its presence. At night, the Tauren's vigilance is at its lowest, but this also foreshadows chaos. This makes the operation even more dangerous. The lone wolf had thoroughly tested the Minotaur's plans. As expected, their defenses were lax, and the 2 remaining heroic warriors were engaged in a life-or-death struggle. However, only one elf was seen, and fortunately, she had not yet met her demise. What Cain didn't tell them was that the lone wolf was fed a few leftover bones by the Minotaurs. The proud wolf naturally wouldn't accept food offered in contempt, but the shape of the bone was intriguing. The operation went smoothly. The sentries who were merely pretending to be sentries on the perimeter were easily dealt with by the ranger's silent shortbow and sharp blade. Meanwhile, in their camp, the patrol guards, with their leader absent, chose to slack off, lying in their tents to sleep. To make things easier, the 2 knights removed their heavy armor and joined the rangers in the silent darkness. Lightness, a basic spell for rangers, makes the body lighter, so that even 2 burly knights can move as quietly as cats. The elf, filled with worry and fear, was in a daze in her cage when she seemed to see her companions. It wasn't until the elf in front of her started picking the lock on the cage that she realized her companions had come to rescue her. Calm down, we'll get you out of here soon. Alice whispered words of comfort as she picked the lock. The elf's lips trembled, the trembling eventually widening, and she said in a tearful voice, Tess, they ate her. Alice stopped prying the chains, her face expressionless, and silently uttered a single word through biting her lip. They didn't have much time left. Their mission, besides rescuing their companions, also included creating chaos. Otherwise, they won't be able to attract the bulls back to reinforce them. Still basking in the euphoric rush of hormones, the guard's neck was silently severed. The elf's dagger never misses. The assassination attempt continued for a long time until a roar awakened the entire slumbering camp. Alice wiped the blood-stained and greasy dagger from her hand. These men were not enough to quell the hatred in her heart. But there will be other opportunities later. Perhaps assimilated by this rugged land, she became increasingly paranoid. Since stepping out of the elf forest, she has gone from being reluctant to attack people to decisively dealing with bandits, and now all she wants is to kill to her heart's content. These beasts, worse than animals, are unworthy of being called an intelligent race. Ultimately, cannibalism is unacceptable to any intelligent being, and if you dare to do it, you should be prepared for retaliation. On this land, the roles of hunter and prey have never been fixed. The 6 Tier 2 warriors were like war gods in front of a group of unarmored units. After their leader was assassinated, they also managed to organize themselves into an effective formation to stop the massacre. Fortunately, the Tauren's warlike nature saved them. They quickly brought the chaos to an end and gradually regrouped under the guidance of others. Seeing this, the wandering knights did not covet the place and left the bull tribe's camp in an instant. Before leaving, they left them dozens of rockets as a great gift. After the operation was over, Alice didn't linger and headed straight for Logtown. She didn't want to lose her companions again. That jerk, you have to hold on. I'm waiting to go back and save you. Ethan's image flashed through her mind. She certainly didn't want to see his corpse on the Minotaur's dinner table. Meanwhile, the bull, who had made contact with Viscount Northwind, finally understood the situation. The Viscount frankly stated his situation. Once Ethan is dead, he can move his family away from the border. In return, the entire Northwind region will become the backyard of the bull tribe, and with ample resources, they will quickly grow up. Their status among the orcs will be further elevated. He originally thought that Ethan was a third-order being or even higher. But given the Viscount's promise, which he vehemently agreed to, he reluctantly believed it was a special second-tier rank. So special that it can instantly kill opponents of the same level. No matter how strong it is, a second-order weapon is still a second-order weapon. If you keep piling up human lives, you can eventually kill him. The bull was also curious about the secret to Ethan's strength, and hoped to find out more. Even if I can't train it myself, I can raise a few human slaves to train it. The strength of the bull tribe will only increase. He has given the order to begin the attack first thing tomorrow morning, and to make sure that the tall walls of Logtown collapse and are breached. As the saying goes, a population of over 1,000 is boundless. When they saw the massive horde of orcs rushing towards them from afar, even the veterans gripped their weapons tightly. Logtown lacked ranged weapons, so the hastily trained archers could only manage a few haphazard attempts, which naturally yielded minimal results. As a large tribe, they had extensive experience in siege warfare, and had even built several siege engines. Before long, under the cover of numerous beastmen, several siege ladders were erected on the city wall. Meanwhile, the city gates were constantly being battered by battering rams. It was a tough day. The number of cannon fodder that the wild bull tribe had transferred from smaller tribes was rapidly decreasing. The boulders and logs stored in Logtown also became materials for them to build the gentle slope. 1,000 people doesn't sound like a lot. In historical records, battles of this magnitude are roughly equivalent to village skirmishes. Some larger countries don't even bother to record these small scenes. But even in this small, unremembered battlefield, the pile of corpses had reached more than half the height of the 4-meter-high city wall. With the superior physical abilities of the orcs, even a minotaur could climb over this meter-high wall. Various orcs charged forward, trampling over a pile of mangled flesh and blood, mixed with logs and boulders dropped by the defenders. Some recruits with poor mental fortitude couldn't help but vomit, and some even collapsed to the ground, losing their ability to fight. Ethan couldn't really blame them. Some people are just naturally less resilient, but they simply couldn't expect to stay in the army. In theory, the combat effectiveness of a qualified orc soldier is almost the same as that of an armed soldier, but the difference in their understanding of combat leads to the gap in their performance on the battlefield. In the culture of the orcs, dying on the battlefield is an honorable thing, meaning that they will be rewarded by the tribal spirits after death, and may even become spirits themselves. In contrast, the orc tribes, known for their chaos and bloodshed, show considerable respect and offer assistance to the families of their fallen warriors. After all, no one can say for sure which fallen warrior will become a spirit watching over them from heaven. In contrast, consider the aristocrats who pride themselves on civilization. Their modus operandi is generally, it's an honor to serve the master, and as for the promised compensation, you're lucky if they don't wipe out your family's fortune. Although Ethan did his best in this regard, personally receiving the families of every fallen soldier and giving them all the treatment they deserved. But loyalty to the Lord ultimately pales in comparison to the fear of death. Logtown is, after all, a newly established territory, and it's unrealistic to expect people to be completely devoted to you in less than a year. It's simply impossible to expect everyone to be like that. he still had quite a few loyal subordinates. The attack lasted into the night. Bull's command was simple, but it was highly effective despite heavy losses. Since the entire town is surrounded by city walls, he can only concentrate his forces to attack one side of the wall. He can even pile up corpses to get to the top. Moreover, in just one day, the gates of Log Town were breached 3 times, and each time it took Ruthless's command of his soldiers, who made huge sacrifices, to push them back. However, the tribal chiefs beside him looked grim, their men were nearly wiped out, and the bull still refused to send his men into battle. The bull glanced at their small group of people and said, "Tell them to go up." The battle was nearing its end. Sending these few men up would only serve to deliver their own casualties, further increasing the mountain of corpses below the city walls. The bull knew this perfectly well, but that was exactly what he wanted. He snapped the necks of those who were dissatisfied. In his eyes, these people were nothing more than cannon fodder. As for whether they carried out their orders, their entire family was ruled by the bull tribe. The soldiers, their eyes glazed over, were rotated out, grateful to have survived the day. Fortunately, they were defending their homeland, so their meals were plentiful, filling, and of excellent taste and quality. A bowl of warm meat soup was enough to dispel their emptiness and fatigue, allowing them to fall asleep peacefully and await the second handover. Ethan, who was overwhelmed by the defense, finally saw Alice return, and he forced a smile. "How is the operation going?" Alice's usually gentle eyes were now filled with hatred. "Those damned bastards, I'll fight them to the death." Ethan didn't ask how her fellow elven slaves were doing. Elven slaves who fell into the hands of others rarely fared well, let alone orcs. Judging from their appearance, they must have caused considerable damage to the bull tribe. "I wonder when those guys will send word over. How's the situation in Log Town?" Alice asked worriedly. After all, Ethan chose to send people to rescue Elpha first in order to help her, and it would be a shame if Log Town suffered heavy losses as a result. Ethan shook his head with a wry smile. "The situation is not optimistic. They've only sent some small fry so far, the elites haven't even made a move yet, let alone the extraordinary ones. My troops suffered 182 dead, and countless others were seriously wounded or lightly wounded. If they go all out tomorrow..." He paused for a moment, then said, "Then you should prepare to run away. We can't hold out." Alice hadn't expected this outcome. She asked, "If I leave, what about you?" The question was met with silence. Defending the territory was the duty of the nobles, and it was also their fundamental duty. "If you're not leaving, then I'm not leaving either," Alice said defiantly. Ethan looked up. "No, my duty is to protect the people of my territory. Since you've temporarily joined my territory, I will protect you. Then I choose to join the battle. The elves will not abandon any of their companions." After saying that, Alice turned around and made to leave, etc. She didn't turn around, but simply asked, "Is there anything else?" A large hand stroked the top of her head. "Let me touch it one more time, it feels so good." Snort. Alice expressed her dissatisfaction, but obediently stood still and waited for him to put his hand down. Ethan watched her departing figure and sighed. The best way to deal with a tsundere is definitely through a self-inflicted injury. A plaintive voice came from behind. "Young master, I want to touch it too." "Young master, things haven't really gotten to that point yet, have they?" Wolf rubbed against his back, using massage to soothe Ethan's still recovering body. "Well, theoretically speaking, that's true. After all, our army's weakness lies in its lack of mid-level combat power. As things stand, we don't even have a unit that can match heavy infantry. But things changed after the elves joined. Including you and me, we now have 8 Tier 2 and 4 Tier 1 members, giving us a slight advantage in high-level combat. My only worry is the Bull Demon King. That guy won't be easy to stop without at least 3 opponents of the same level." In Ethan's perception, this guy was just 1 step away from the 3rd tier, otherwise, he wouldn't have called him a half-step 3rd tier. Ethan patted Wolf's head. "You might need to play in tomorrow's siege. We need high-end combat power to directly join the battle to reduce losses on the main battlefield, and to force the bull and his men to attack. The town of Log cannot be held out any longer. If they are given more time to wear down the defending forces, they will be unable to hold out at all. Even 8 Tier 2 minions would be crushed by hundreds of elite Minotaurs." The bull, who was resting with its eyes closed, was awakened by a commotion. The heavy footsteps outside revealed the panic and helplessness of the people. He easily barged into the tent. It was clear this guy was one of their own, and held a high position within the tribe. Instead of asking him what had happened, the bull went over and closed the tent tightly. "What happened in the tribe that made you rush over here?" The warrior before them was somewhat incoherent. He was a Tier 1 warrior who had been deliberately left behind by the rangers. He had witnessed firsthand how his tribe had been turned upside down by a few rangers. Boss, our tribe was attacked by several elves, and suffered heavy losses." "Speak properly, I'm still here." Perhaps it was the presence of the chief that made him realize that the tribe could still be saved and that there was still hope. He finally calmed down and recounted the tribe's plight. "So, that means our tribe's hundreds of elite warriors were attacked by a group of only about 10 people." The bull exuded an imposing aura without being angry, its heavy presence causing the surrounding air to fall silent. "Boss, it's not that the brothers didn't try their best, it's just that they launched a sneak attack, and there were several Tier 2 experts among them." The bull's face darkened. What nonsense about 2nd tier. These were no excuses for these guys to be so careless. Of those who remained, all the second-tier survivors were killed, and only a few first-tier survivors remained. If other tribes find out, like Viscount Northwind, the Minotaur tribe was also viewed with hostility by other major tribes. If one of their small tribes becomes a guide, their homeland will be completely destroyed. Thinking of this, Man Niu immediately ordered the entire army to set off, preferring to cease hostilities and recuperate rather than cause trouble again, in order to ensure the survival of the tribe. Outside the tent, a dozen or so tribal chiefs gathered around, clearly wanting to know what had happened. Anything that could cause a Tauran warrior to panic must be no small matter. Faced with numerous questions from his subordinates, Man Niu knew he couldn't show weakness at this moment. It's just a few human traces on our territory, nothing to worry about. He waved his hand, refusing to discuss the elves. However, he shouldn't even think about continuing the attack right now. He only has this many men, and he can't accept any significant losses. Especially that lord, his swordsmanship, capable of killing with a single strike, is still too terrifying. Heaven knows if he has enough men to kill him. He said casually, "Isn't Viscount Northwind's scouts always watching us? Let him go and inform the Viscount that we want to see him. As for the next few days, we will postpone our attack. Although we don't know what got into him, not bleeding is ultimately a good thing for the people of the small tribe. As for the reason, perhaps this guy felt sorry for his soldiers." His move gave Logtown a precious respite, but it wasn't good news for Ethan either. Within a day, the pile of corpses beneath the city wall emitted a terrible stench, with countless bacteria and viruses spreading within it. In this region with scarce medical resources, even a simple flu can easily destroy a territory and several tribes. Originally, there were no doctors in Logtown. Such individuals were extremely rare, even among slaves. Fortunately, this problem has been temporarily resolved. "Tell me about your years of medical experience and my natural magic." The presence of the rangers greatly reduced the soldiers' chances of infection, significantly increasing their survival rate. If it weren't for the fact that it could be cured, the disease alone could have destroyed this newly born territory. The good news is that the weather hasn't reached its peak heat yet, and the orcs don't have enough food. Based on experience, the orcs carry no more than 5 days' worth of rations, the rest they rely on plunder or cannibalism. They couldn't possibly steal corpses right under the guards' noses. Even without bows and arrows, such an act would be tantamount to suicide. Before the Minotaur's gazes toward the other beastmen grew increasingly hostile, the bull and the Viscount finally met. "You brute, you're not trying to blackmail me with an attack again, are you? Let me tell you, the assistance I've given you is all I can offer." Viscount Northwind's tone was very unfriendly. This guy had extorted him many times before, and each time he had reluctantly agreed. "This time I need you to work with me, lest things get complicated," the bull said in a deep voice. Viscount Northwind's expression turned serious, and he said, word by word, earnestly, "You know, this is impossible." This was the bottom line he had to adhere to. If anyone were to spread this news, not only would he be out of a promotion, but he would also lose his title. Then our cooperation is doomed. The Viscount was disgusted by his nonchalant attitude, which was clearly just a ploy to annoy him. He asked patiently, "What trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? Don't tell me your mother died and you're going back for her funeral." The bull was completely unaffected by his ineffective attack. After all, its hide was incredibly thick. But this time, things really went wrong. The elves got together with this guy and attacked my tribe when I wasn't looking. Although he has no evidence, exaggeration is always good. So I'm short-handed and need your help." The bull spread his hands and told the Viscount about his difficulties. "This is a matter of principle. Once word gets out, even the king himself couldn't save me. In that case, there's nothing to discuss." The two looked at each other, each with their own reasons for not backing down. In this situation, it's time for someone to take the lead and express their sincerity. Viscount Northwind was used to being the weaker party, but surprisingly, it was the bull who spoke first. "After this is accomplished, I require that you remain within 3 years and help our tribe consolidate its position. 3 years is enough time for the beastmen, who reproduce at an astonishing rate, to recover their strength, at which point the Minotaur tribe can maintain its status." Since he had yielded first, the Viscount didn't intend to make things difficult for him, but he had something to mention. "After this war ends, the soldiers under my command who participated will all know the truth, as will my several knights. I'll need your help then." The bull nodded slightly, and the transaction was considered complete. For the sake of the Collin family's future, these loyal subordinates, who had served them for generations, could only become insignificant sacrifices. The Viscount's behavior was nothing short of madness. If even a single word of it reached the ears of a nobleman, he would be doomed. In fact, if he had just taken his time, he would have found a reason to declare war on Logtown sooner or later, but he couldn't wait any longer. Ethan's growth rate has exceeded his expectations. One of his elite troops and 2 second-tier knights have already fallen to Ethan. Although he still had troops that could theoretically overwhelm Logtown, he wanted to eliminate them completely, having absolute certainty. P.S. I'm not feeling well today, so there will only be one update. I'm so sorry to all my readers. Many thanks to How Should I Choose a Nickname for the update reminder X1. Once the Viscount made up his mind, his execution was terrifyingly efficient. Despite the reluctance of his men and the constant dissuasion from his knights, a rapidly marching army arrived in Logtown just 2 days later. Many other lords along the way discovered their movements and were eventually killed by them. They were just passing bandits. The Viscount's orders to them were simple: rush into the town at all costs and cut off the Lord's head to show him. For the first time in a century, beastmen and humans have joined forces on this ancient land. The objective is to deal with the other human race. This event is also recorded in the history books of the Bateson Empire. Legend has it that King Baterson VII once joined forces with the orcs to suppress a rebellion by local lords. The orcs, as allies, met a less than ideal fate. They were simply confined to the borders for generations, never to enter the empire again. Without any pause, thousands of elite armed soldiers and Minotaur warriors launched a clear-cut charge towards the city walls. Unlike the barbaric and backward beastmen, the Collin family, as descendants of military nobility, still retains the skills and equipment of warfare. Instead of charging headlong into the orcs, they used their equipment to encircle and trap Log Town within. With its already limited military strength, the town of Log was simply unable to defend against such an offensive. So after the final wave of falling rocks and giant trees, Risu ordered everyone to abandon the city walls and gather together to rely on the last line of defense. Fortunately, they had anticipated this situation. Viscount Northwind had always been one of their hypothetical enemies. Centered around Ethan's Lord's stone house, a relatively small defensive line was constructed. Although the wooden barricades would eventually be breached by new equipment, they were their last resort. On the small, sprawling battlefields, the Rangers displayed their dominance, each arrow easily claiming the life of an enemy, which only intensified Viscount Northwind's urgency. Without waiting for new equipment, they charged towards the defensive line, not caring about the spikes, pouring their lives into it, thinking that stepping on corpses would make them forget the pain. The serfs were placed in the middle of the parade ground and given weapons. If the soldiers in front of them could not hold them off, they would have to fight for their lives. If we have to talk about their combat strength, the fact that they are always well-fed and constantly working gives them a bit more strength than ordinary conscripts, but that's all. Ethan never arranged training for the militia, and he had too few junior officers under his command, so that perhaps only a few would emerge after the war ended. That is, if they can survive. All available forces had been deployed, leaving only Ethan to bid Wolf a final farewell. Theoretically, they had a slight chance of survival, since the opposing coalition forces, without proper coordination, were prone to infighting. Moreover, their morale is low. However, Ethan wasn't entirely confident that he would survive the war. If his body can fully recover, he can still take a gamble and temporarily break through to the third tier. But now, the opportunity is gone. He stroked Wolf's head and said in a deep voice, "If you really can't hold on any longer, just pretend you're a wolf passing by. You said wolves have a high status among the beastmen. They won't harm you." Wolf reached out and took his hands in hers, placing them against her chest. "I won't leave. The wolves and I will always protect you." Ethan covered her mouth with his hand. "Listen to me, I've already wronged you. This is Master's order." For the first time, she openly defied Ethan's words. Using the strength of her wolf pack, she broke free from his grasp and said, word by word, "You said it yourself. We are husband and wife." After saying this, she turned and left, and the wolf pack would carry out the Wolf King's orders. On this cruel land, Ethan was her only support and attachment, and she would never allow herself to live alone. Wolf's favorability has increased to 100, unwavering loyalty, and the loyal wolf guard skill has gained a new trait, fight to the death. Fight to the death. When a territory enters a state of war, the morale of all members of the territory remains at full value until the Lord dies. Morale provides numerous benefits, not only preventing troop collapse but also significantly boosting combat effectiveness. The chance of survival has increased from less than 10% to at least 15%. Ethan was never afraid of death. In his view, every year he lived in this world was a bonus, and he should have died long ago. That's why he's always been very bold in his actions. He'd rather give them his worthless life at worst. But at that moment, he suddenly felt that the world still had hope for him. So many people are risking their lives for me. I shouldn't, and can't, just sit here and wait to die. Risu rushed in, dragging his blood-soaked, tattered armor. His sword was broken and covered in yellow and red fat and blood. "Master, we're about to fall. Let me lead you out." Ethan met his bloodshot eyes and chuckled softly. "What about the others? We'll cover for you, sir. With your abilities, we believe you'll avenge us sooner or later. AFK your mother." Ethan uttered a curse word. "They're just a bunch of orcs and soldiers, watch me push them back." He drew a snow-white silver sword, a gift from his teacher. Only by comprehending the essence of swordsmanship can one unleash the full power of this sword. His teacher had said those words to him personally, and even now he still doesn't understand what sword intent is. But now, he seems to understand a little bit. Ethan, clad in armor, pushed open the door and focused all his fighting spirit into the sword. What was this sword called again? It seems to be called Silver Dragon. Let's call this sword strike the roar of the Silver Dragon. With a single sword strike, the allied forces that had advanced to the gate were cleared out within a 20-meter radius, with limbs and severed bodies flying everywhere. Exhausted, Alice collapsed to the ground, watching Ethan walk past her. "In the name of the Lord of Logtown, I will protect everyone within my territory." A clear voice echoed across the silent battlefield. Finally, he added quietly, "Including you, Jins Huang. You bastards of the Bull Tribe and Viscount Northwind, face me." None of the allied forces dared to step forward. Ethan's sword strike had exceeded their expectations. While extraordinary abilities were an important asset on the battlefield, they had never seen a single person decide the course of a war. Although Ethan was nearing exhaustion, his very presence was the best proof of that. The raging bulls stirred up the battlefield once again. Men, kill this knight. The leader's word is absolute. Viscount Northwind's orders were also relayed by his knights. Whoever obtains the corpse of the opposing lord will be rewarded with 100 gold coins and a knighthood. The second wave has begun. Russo raised a longsword he had just picked up and shouted, "For Logtown." Having just gained a respite, the soldiers rallied together, determined to fight to the death and regroup. When they form small squads, they can unleash a fighting force equivalent to 2 to 3 times the number of people, enough to create small meat grinders on the battlefield. The Allied forces poured in through countless gaps in the defensive line and engaged them in battle. Faced with an overwhelming numerical disadvantage, the defending forces suffered repeated defeats. But they weren't without anything behind them. They were soldiers, but also citizens of Logtown, and family, friends, and relatives to others. "We shouldn't just sit here and wait to die." One of the group leaders raised his pitchfork and loudly urged everyone to take action and fight the orcs to the death. In the face of disaster, fear is a biological instinct. But the innate courage of humankind led the first person to step forward. He wanted to protect his children and wife, even though he had nothing. It was better than having nothing at all. The herd mentality isn't entirely a bad thing. At least, led by a few individuals, the able-bodied men began to shield the weak and take up what weren't really weapons to fight the orcs. As long as they don't wear armor, orcs are no different from ordinary humans. They feel pain just like everyone else, and they die just like everyone else. Wild Bull and Viscount Northwind personally stepped onto the battlefield, their gaze fixed on the only open space amidst the chaos. Within 10 meters of where Ethan stood, not a single man dared to challenge his authority. The bull roared, its muscles bulging, and it grew to over 3 meters tall, becoming a true monster. At this point, he was already very close to reaching the Third Order. As for Viscount Northwind, although he was of a slender build among the border nobles, he was still a seasoned second-tier knight, having inherited the position of family head. Faced with the approaching bull wielding a giant axe, Ethan remained standing still, his hands braced against the silver dragon, unmoving. He is doing his best to recover his strength. The bull roared at the sky once more, and all the high-ranking warriors of the beastmen gathered around. He maintained the necessary caution. He swung his axe forward. "Kill him." Several orc warriors immediately pounced on them. Just as the attack was about to pounce on the unmoved Ethan, several dark figures appeared and blocked it. A large pack of desert wolves pounced. Even though their individual combat strength was weaker than that of the extraordinary, their numerical advantage still caught the orcs off guard. The Viscount could wait no longer. He led the last few first-rank knights of the Colin family and charged straight past the wolf pack toward Ethan. "Do not harm my lord." He was stopped by Risso, while the other knights were blocked by Afen and Joe. Seeing Risso's armor twisted and deformed, his body dripping with blood, the Viscount couldn't help but ask, "Do you really intend to come up here to your death?" Bei Feng saw it clearly. This guy's strength was among the bottom of the second tier. Not to mention his current state, even in his prime, he wouldn't be a match for him. Risso remained silent, only breathing heavily. His life wasn't given to him by the master, but he had completely entrusted it to him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "A scum of humanity like you wouldn't understand." These words thoroughly enraged the Viscount. He could accept any insults, but he absolutely could not accept being excommunicated. Because he truly colluded with the orcs. "You wretched dog, you have no idea about the Colin family's centuries of hard work and dedication." He used the swordsmanship passed down in the Colin family, and within a few rounds, he forced Risso into a retreat. Ethan's face was grim, and the power in his hands was steadily building up. Almost there. The consumption of sword intent was greater than he had imagined. It truly lived up to its reputation as a skill that required reaching the third rank to be fully utilized. He only has enough strength left to swing his sword once. The second sword strike requires a short recovery period before it can be unleashed, and finally, the user is completely exhausted. But even this short period of time felt as long as an insurmountable chasm. He watched as the wolf pack fell, Risso coughed up blood from the beating, and the warriors were felled one after another. A giant axe swung towards him. After confirming that Ethan was unable to move, Bull finally decided to take matters into his own hands. Ethan was forced to take a few steps back, and he could barely hold on to the silver dragon in his hands. Then he suddenly remembered a reference to the story of bullets and medals, and pocket watches. The wolves and Risso have already each shielded themselves from one attack. Will there be another? Although he could fight the bull to a standstill even without unleashing his sword intent. But this obviously doesn't help on the battlefield. Alice fired her last arrow, the sharp bolt lodging itself in the bull's neck, unable to penetrate further. You said you'd protect me? I think I'm the one protecting you." Ethan gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you very much, Miss Elf." Alice stared at the enormous minotaur before her, her anger flaring. This was the man who had murdered her companions, and she would never forgive him. Even though her recent attack had already drained the little strength she had just recovered. But fueled by her anger, she fought the bull to a standstill with just a short knife. His size became a hindrance to the bull, making it difficult for the agile ranger to hit him. Even if she were dancing on the edge of a knife, Alice was still absolutely confident that she could bleed him to death. Having dodged another attack, Alice was about to seize the opportunity to counterattack. The bull surprisingly released the axe and gripped the short knife tightly with its hands. With just a casual tug, Alice fell to the ground. She tried to get up, but her body, which had been constantly exploited, refused to move and she couldn't get up at all. The bull let out a savage laugh. This elf was about to be crushed into fresh mincemeat, which would allow him to properly replenish his strength. Right in front of her lord. Ethan, standing not far away, gritted his teeth. Damn it, just a little bit more, just a tiny bit more. But, he saw that the bull had already reached out its hand. He didn't want to regret it. Swish. A silver sword flashed, and one of the bull's arms shot into the sky. Ethan struggled to keep his legs from collapsing, and he closed his eyes. If only, we could do it again. A fine head flew up. A jet of blood spurted out, the steaming blood staining the ground red. Ethan stood there, too weak to even open his eyes, his whole body racked with pain. Alice stared at him blankly. The man before her was unbelievably strong. Ethan tore open his dry, cracked lips. I said, I would protect. Before he could finish speaking, Ethan's body collapsed, lying flat in Alice's arms. Wolf, who had just dispatched all the Steppenwolves, arrived to find Ethan collapsed. Young master, she called out, but the young lord was unable to respond to her for the time being. Ethan. She stood there, stunned, unable to believe that the young master who had always been so confident and composed had actually collapsed. Her bloodshot eyes widened. She had seen this scene before. 2 years ago, I watched my companions and their mounts fall in the same way. The wolf she had raised for many years shielded her from a fatal blow, lying on the ground whimpering as it let her escape. The noisy battlefield was silenced. At this moment, her eyes were only on that one person she could rely on. Her heart pounded suddenly as she saw an enemy attempting to attack the fallen Ethan. No, she absolutely wouldn't allow it. Before anyone knew it, the wood-chopping knife in her hand had pierced through the beastman in front of her. She didn't want to run away. She didn't want to lose anything more. Behind Wolf, a massive silver wolf figure gradually materialized. The orcs take pride in their ancestors and hold totems as their symbol of faith. They worship animals, though this did not prevent them from evolving towards human form. Wolf's eyes turned ice blue in an instant, and her aura surged dramatically. Under the influence of this aura, Little Grey's body also underwent a drastic change. With a painful howl, its size instantly increased to over 2.5 meters tall. At this moment, it was stronger than an ordinary dire wolf, becoming a true magical beast. But it managed to suppress the urge to howl. Its owner was eerily calm, so it was best not to disturb her. In the orcish system, the third tier should be called a totem warrior. According to the wolf tribe's classification, it is called a silver wolf. Wolf leaped lightly onto the back of her mount. I won't lose it again, she murmured, while Ethan, lying behind her, remained unmoved. He then gave Alice a warning look. Protect the young master. Wolf squeezed her legs together, and Little Grey carried her into the still chaotic battlefield. Just as Viscount Northwind was about to finish off the defenseless Russo in front of him, a flash of silver light streaked past, and his entire body was now hanging on Wolf's blade, swaying violently. A piercing pain shot through him as his body was repeatedly slashed by the sharp blade. The Viscount was flung to the ground by Wolf like a kite with a broken string. Blood spilled from the Northwind's mouth. The gruesome wound on his chest had only one possible outcome in this era. The massive blood loss left his body powerless in a short time. He lay on top of several beastmen corpses, his pupils somewhat dilated. He couldn't believe he had died so easily. He uttered a few words here and there, which together formed the phrase third-tier elite. Elite ranks are pillars of strength across the entire continent, and even among the strongest forces, they are considered a core force. A high status implies rarity, talent, and the inability to be mass-produced. A third-tier being had never been born on this small piece of land before, and a bleak smile appeared on the Viscount's face. However, he wondered, when did the Collin family offend the Joel family? So much so that they went so far as to send a third-rank official, promising him the title of Earl. Yes, that young man. I should have realized it sooner. The son of a noble family came here only to covet a large and prosperous estate. The only thing they would even consider in this area is themselves. I can only blame my bad luck. They became pointless victims. His retainers remained absolutely loyal, risking death to try and reclaim the Viscount's body. Wolf's weapon, resembling a woodcutter's axe, moved like a ghost around them, and within minutes, his confidants, including several first-tier knights, were all dead. Northwind remained lying in the same spot, listening to the familiar voices all around him, their roars of charge and their screams of impending death, his expression unchanged. These are all perfectly reasonable. As retainers, this was what they were supposed to do. As losers, this was the price they had to pay. He tried to say something, but he had no strength left. All he could manage were muffled sounds. After admiring all of this, Wolf chopped off his head with her machete. At this point, both of the enemy's leaders had perished. Logically, the enemy should have surrendered at this point, since without their leader, they were merely waging a pointless war. They want to do that too. But they saw a girl riding a giant wolf, wielding a weapon and relentlessly slaughtering soldiers on the battlefield. The terrifying power chilled the soldiers to the bone, while the orcish race's identity made the Minotaurs hesitate. Finally, Viscount Northwind's soldiers all deserted, abandoning their weapons as they fled in panic. The slaughtered Minotaurs chose to kneel, awaiting judgment from those in power. This tedious slaughter eventually disgusted the bloodthirsty wolf, and she had no interest in submissive followers who only knelt and waited for death. These guys chose to submit to you. After thinking for a moment, she told the Minotaurs to stay behind and clean up the battlefield before returning to await her arrival. Although she really wanted to kill all the guys who were attacking her territory, she should consider her young master's thoughts first. Knowing Ethan as she did, she believed in making the most of resources. Oh, right, young master. She looked at Alice, who was using her newly recovered magic to heal Ethan. Her gaze grew even colder. If anything happens to the young master, I'll hold you responsible. After saying that, she ignored Alice, since the ranger was more authoritative than her in the field of healing. Besides, with the young master absent, the territory needs another person to take charge. Alice pursed her lips and tightened her spell. She wasn't going to pay for this frivolous guy's life. Wolf displayed extraordinary leadership skills, the knights respected her status, and the soldiers witnessed her abilities firsthand. With the added title of mistress, Wolf became the true mistress of the land. She is very good at handling the aftermath of battles, which was her main job as a newcomer to the tribe. She ordered the orc corpses to be completely burned, and not even their heads were left. With Viscount Northwind dead, Ethan will have no rivals for the time being, and he won't be short of military merit. Most importantly, we must not leave any source of disease transmission, which is something that is difficult for any territory to deal with. She had personally witnessed how one of her tribes had unfortunately contracted the plague, and how the wolf tribe had burned them all to death. Truly, reduced to ashes. Therefore, she showed no respect not only to the dead but also to the living, forcing them to take a thorough bath. The battle in Log Town was extremely devastating. The soldiers' courage in fighting to the death rather than retreating was indeed commendable, but it also resulted in a higher mortality rate. Of the soldiers who survived in Log Town, only 200 remained. Half of the serfs in the territory had sacrificed themselves for them. The population of Log Town has plummeted again, but that's not a problem. Ethan sensed a glimmer of light in the long darkness, which forced him to open his eyes. The moment he woke up, he felt an excruciating pain, as if his body was being shattered. The after-effects of overworking his body are still too much for him to bear at present. He opened his mouth, and a thin, sticky membrane tore open, revealing streaks of blood. Ugh, cough cough. Alice, who was dozing off by his bedside, was startled awake, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. You're awake. Ethan turned his head and asked weakly, where's Wolf? Alice's smile vanished. I'll go call her for you. After saying that, she got up to leave the place where she had stayed for 3 days. Ethan grabbed her hand. Heh, I was just kidding. I'm really happy to see you. Snort. She turned back, pouting to express her dissatisfaction. But the expression on her face betrayed her true feelings. I'll get you some water. Unbeknownst to her, Wolf nodded in satisfaction before leaving the room. You can have the young master for now, she's very generous. Ethan licked his lips, which had just been wet with water. He felt weak all over, and this state might last a long time, as punishment for his willfulness. However, this gave him a plausible identity, a frail patient. Alice is indeed a kind child, she has been worried about him constantly during the days he was in a coma. As for how I knew, her favorability rating had risen to 62 in the past few days. Well, theoretically speaking, it's about liking it. Would you like something to eat? Alice asked with concern. I don't have the energy right now, I want to sleep a little longer. Alice stretched. In that case, I'll go take a nap too. These past few days, ugh. Ethan grabbed her hand and forcefully pulled her onto the bed. Sleep with me, Ethan said with his eyes closed. Alice's face turned completely red, but Ethan's hands held her tightly, making it difficult for her to move. Looking at Ethan, who remained unmoved with his eyes closed, she hesitated for a long time before whispering, if you lay a hand on me, I won't forgive you. Ethan consciously refrained from doing anything excessive. These things are best done slowly, forcing himself on someone is not his choice. It's more enjoyable to gently guide the other person to say things that are embarrassing. The key issue is that he hasn't fully recovered yet. Amidst vigilance and caution, Alice gradually gave up resisting, yawned, and fell asleep with Ethan. The elf, who had finally had a good night's sleep, decided to stay in bed a little longer than usual, but Ethan wasn't about to let her off easily. She felt an itch in her sleep, and when she woke up, she found Ethan pinching her cheek. Pervert. She uttered the 2 words, but her body didn't move at all. Ethan then pinched it again. Really? You seem to be enjoying it. The ashamed and indignant elf slapped his hand away, jumped up from the bed, and made as if to leave. Are you leaving so soon? These words enraged Alice even more. You BD. I've already stayed with you, what more do you want? Ethan replied innocently, I had no choice. I ended up like this because I was saving someone. Are you going to abandon me so soon? Then what else do you want? What happened yesterday is absolutely unacceptable. Take care of me until I'm fully recovered. It sounded like a very reasonable request, and to repay his life-saving grace, Alice agreed without hesitation. However, the situation was not quite what she had expected. Dressed in a black and white maid outfit, she stood before Ethan, asking with a mixture of shame and indignation, I can accept wearing this, but why do I have to wear these white stockings too? Ethan glanced at her with obvious enjoyment, then teased, don't you think you look great dressed like this? Alice snorted and ignored the pervert. As for why you wear it even if you don't like it, it's best not to ask. Now, come and massage my shoulders. Alice couldn't help but snap, how can I massage you while you're lying down? There's no way I can sit up right now. If you don't want to, I won't force you. The elven maid took a deep breath, knelt on the bed, and warned, don't try anything funny. Then he began to gently massage Ethan's shoulders. Ethan lay there motionless, his eyes blindfolded. I didn't realize it before, but now I suddenly realize, this guy is indeed very well off. Judging from its appearance, it seems a little bigger than usual. Considering that she often needs to shoot arrows as a wandering knight, it makes sense for her to wear a chest binder. After all, what if the bowstring is accidentally snapped? Belatedly realizing what was happening, Alice pinched his shoulder hard and then stopped serving him. As time went by, Alice gradually became indifferent to this blatant covetousness. When she occasionally saw that kind of look, she simply ignored it silently. She had gotten used to looking at that pervert with the eyes of someone looking at trash. But Ethan was enjoying it. Anyway, Alice has completely accepted the fact that he's a scumbag. Regardless of the process, his feelings for Alice steadily grew stronger when no one was around to disturb them. I said, you're almost fully recovered, are you going to keep lying down? Alice, completely ignoring Ethan playing with her little hand, said with a serious expression. Ethan gently massaged her small hands, replying cheerfully, almost there, almost there. I think I'll be fully recovered by tomorrow. After saying that, he teased in a sarcastic tone, then you'll be able to take these clothes off. Alice turned her head away. You ungrateful wretch, you're always pushing your luck. Ethan placed her hand in front of his nose and took a careful breath under her murderous gaze. These are all facts, you don't need to keep praising me. He stood up, a rare occurrence for him. Now I'm giving you my final order. Give me a hug, Jin Huang. Looking at the handsome young man with a sunny smile, Alice hesitated for a moment, then gently hugged him. She then tried to extricate herself, but to no avail. Ethan hugged her tightly, just as he had expected from the touch. Jin Shuang's body was much softer than Wolf's. Perhaps it's innate, or it could be due to Wolf's years of training. Her slight struggles revealed her resistance, but the unmoving hands held her firmly in place, unable to move. After a long while, she leaned against Ethan's chest and said in a slightly pleading tone, it's time to let go. Not yet? Ethan took her back to bed. Stay with me one more night. Ugh. Alice muttered something, making an indistinct sound. What's wrong? A soft voice drifted over, you're stepping on my hair. I had no choice but to let go, it would be rather impolite to keep hugging her. Alice sat up and fiddled with her messy hair, while Ethan waited awkwardly for her to leave. As is customary, she would mutter BD under her breath and then leave. However, the plot rarely unfolds as expected. In the darkness, Ethan couldn't see her face clearly, but from her movements, the shy elf's face flushed again. At least, let me take off my shoes. The weather wasn't so cold anymore, and the two of them, still fully clothed, were embracing each other, inevitably feeling a bit hot. What made Alice even more uneasy was her fear that Ethan might do something when she wasn't looking. After all, he had previously asked her to wear stockings while he massaged her back. He was a complete pervert. Although I did step on it for him. This time, she rested her head on Ethan's arm, not worried about her hair being pinned down. However, looking at Ethan so close by, her thoughts drifted elsewhere. What is her relationship with him now? Her emerald green eyes revealed confusion. Companions? They don't seem that close. Master and servant? That's even more impossible, she's just temporarily taking care of him. A large hand pinched her cheek. What are you thinking about? No, it's nothing. She didn't even realize that she was tightening her grip on Ethan's arm. If you're all right, I have something to tell you. Go ahead and say it. Her gaze darted around, trying to avoid Ethan's eyes. She could sense that Ethan's face was getting closer. Finally, their foreheads touched, and Alice's gaze had nowhere to escape. I like you. The naive elf was stunned. She hadn't expected Ethan's attack to be so sudden, swift, and deadly. She wanted to say something, but after a brief hesitation, she couldn't utter a word because Ethan had already pressed his lips against hers. Alice's body suddenly lost all strength, and she could only let Ethan continue to take what he wanted. After a long while, Ethan reluctantly separated, the two of them leaving behind a silvery thread. Wolf's wolf ears twitched. She heard something she shouldn't have. Despite being prepared, she couldn't help but feel sullen. Having eavesdropped at the door for 2 hours, she stomped her foot angrily and turned to leave. Alas, my incompetent wife. To avoid Ethan's next attack, Alice buried her head against his chest. He was muttering curses under his breath, calling the BD a jerk. This guy is so unreasonable, how could he just do that? This was not quite what she had expected. Ethan teased Alice's pointed ears. He had no intention of letting this tender, juicy elf go so easily. Alice's body trembled with each tease. No, don't continue, she pleaded. Weren't you very arrogant before, calling me ABD all the time? Why aren't you continuing now? I'm sorry, Ethan. Ethan pinched her earlobe hard. Call me young master. Young master. Alice finished speaking with considerable embarrassment, then lay motionless in his arms. Ethan assumed she was done flirting and was ready to sleep with her. A warm current emanated from her stockings. The heat, clearly higher than body temperature, immediately alerted Ethan, who was sitting right next to her. This was the first time he had ever seen anything like it. It's so juicy. Thanks to you, we were able to survive. You've worked so hard these past few days. Wolf enjoyed Ethan's caresses, and even the slight resentment that had arisen in the past few days vanished. So what if the young master is a glutton? He still loves himself. What reward would you like? Wolf hesitated for a moment, then hugged Ethan and tentatively expressed her wish. I want to do something big. I can't agree to that. The wolf girl visibly wilted. She hadn't expected the young master to still prefer the elf who looked so much bigger. What I mean is, you're already the big one, you deserve a different reward. Wolf regained her usual liveliness. Then I want the young master to stay with me forever. Ethan cupped her cheeks in his hands. You saved my life. You can do whatever you want with me. Upon hearing this, Wolf's tail wagged rapidly with excitement. She used her overwhelming strength to grab Ethan's hands and successfully pushed him down. Today will be a very rigorous squatting practice. She breathed hot air into Ethan's ear. Then today, young master is my prey all to come. Since a second-tier unit can't defeat a third-tier unit, it can only be manipulated by others, which makes perfect sense, right? Afterwards, Ethan, who had a week's worth of supplies, successfully fed a hungry wolf cub. This is a battle against a higher level. After successfully comforting his lonely wife, Ethan needed to properly handle the affairs of the territory. Although Wolf carried out his ideas well during the week he was bedridden, there were still many things that needed his personal supervision. At the border, the transmission of messages is always slow, but the disappearance of Viscount Northwind within a week is enough to raise suspicions. However, the Collin family maintained absolute control over Northwind City on the surface, which prevented other nobles from harboring any dissenting thoughts. After all, perhaps the Viscount is just suffering from a minor cold and is temporarily ill? At least in this region, no one has dared to challenge the Viscount's authority. Unbeknownst to them, all the key members of the Collin family had secretly fled without their knowledge. Viscount Northwind was smart enough not to gamble everything on the alliance with the orcs. The remaining elite force will escort the main family members and young bloodlines to the heart of the empire. Although they will lose their noble status, they will still have no worries about their future life thanks to the wealth they have accumulated over the years. There will be opportunities in the future to reclaim the glory that belongs to the nobility. That's what they think. The long, winding convoy was protected by a group of elite soldiers armed to the teeth. The worst among them were seasoned veterans. There were over 100 heavily armored infantrymen, and even 30 cavalrymen. Father, why do we suddenly want to go to the central part of the empire? The middle-aged man, referred to as father, forced a smile. This is a family trip arranged together. Then why doesn't Grandpa go? The innocent child asked, naive as he had never considered what death and conquest were. Grandpa, he has to stay and oversee things. Your uncle is sick, and he wants to help him with these tasks. Oh. The child blinked his clear eyes, and he began to look forward to what lay ahead. He just wondered why the procession was moving so slowly. He really wanted it to move faster. Just then, the group suddenly stopped, and a loud shout came from ahead. There are enemies. The soldiers at the front immediately formed a defensive line, while the heavy infantry behind them were rapidly donning their armor. The cavalry, in addition to relaying the message, also planned to assess the strength of this group. Before they even got close, several arrows claimed their lives, leaving only a few horses galloping alone ahead. Wolf, combing her little gray, glossy fur, said seemingly casually, let's settle this with these guys. Whoever loses has to call the other older sister. Alice looked at the wolf girl who was half a head shorter than her, and a competitive spirit rose spontaneously within her. She didn't want to call this guy, who was even younger than her, older sister. Even if Ethan acknowledges it, it's not acceptable. Behind them stood several swordsmen, poised to attack. Faced with the imposing aura emanating from the two powerful women, none of them intended to intervene. On one side is the Lord's legal wife, and on the other is his own elder sister. He can't afford to offend either of them. It's just hateful that the young lord, having one wife wasn't enough, he actually managed to win the favor of his own elder sister. They still couldn't persuade them. Whether it was her best friend or her childhood friend, all attempts at persuasion ultimately resulted in the response, I've made up my mind. An elf will only have one mate for its entire life. They had no choice but to accept this decision, which meant that if they didn't intend to part ways with Alice, they would probably have to work for Ethan indefinitely. The knight commander protecting the convoy had already noticed something amiss. These guys in front of me all seem to be quite strong. He had never heard of any archers in this area capable of killing cavalry, so only fleeing elves remained. I've heard that there are quite a few second-tier beings among them. The knight gripped the reins tightly and ordered his troops to advance in a defensive formation. When facing archers, forming a tortoise formation is the best strategy. The heavily armored soldiers formed 3 rows, raising their shields to create an impenetrable human wall, and slowly advanced. The knight's idea was simple. He didn't want to wipe them out completely. Scaring them away first was the best course of action. Having received the Viscount's will, he had no intention of jeopardizing the future of the entire Collin family. This was the people to whom he and his ancestors had served for generations, and he would risk his life to ensure their safe arrival at their destination. Wolf glanced smugly at the elf beside her, then squeezed her legs together, and Little Grey on her steed galloped away. The knight, who was on high alert, could only see a black dot rushing towards them in the distance. As it got closer, he gradually became able to make out the true appearance of the figure. A wolf rider. Even though there was only one, the impact etched deep in his memory still made his heart skip a beat for a moment. As a child, he witnessed how a pack of wolf riders slaughtered the entire city of Northwind. Stand still and defend. The sound had barely reached them when Wolf easily broke through the heavily armored infantry who hadn't even had a chance to form ranks. The knight's heart was in his throat. Even wolf riders could only suffer defeat when surrounded by heavily armored infantry. But things didn't turn out as he hoped. Soon after, a figure carrying a silver wolf broke out of the encirclement, followed by countless fallen warriors. Blood stained little Grey's fur, and it was driven to charge the convoy. Wherever she went, even the most elite warriors could not stop Wolf for a moment. The machete in his hand was more efficient than the Grim Reaper's scythe, and the fear was far greater. In contrast, even if an arrow hits its mark every time, it is not necessarily fatal. With the fall of their most loyal guards, the remaining troops quickly collapsed under the shock of heavy casualties. As for the remaining protected nobles and their families, Wolf was never one to hold back. The final result was that Wolfsburg led by a huge margin with a total of 86 players. She stood with her hands on her hips, smugly waiting for Alice to give in. Alice lowered her head and reluctantly uttered the words Sister Wolf. Wolf raised her hand and patted her head. Sweetie, your sister won't make things difficult for you. Despite her deep reluctance, Alice accepted this sister who was not related to her by blood. On one hand, they were inferior in strength. On the other hand, Wolf did indeed arrive first. Deep down, she still felt guilty towards Wolf, if one disregarded the fact that Ethan had taken a liking to her first. With the destruction of this caravan, the core of the Collin family also perished. The remaining garrison in Northwind City is nothing but a bunch of weaklings. The wandering knights could easily take them down. What Ethan needs to do is to take over Northwind City before the other nobles in the Northwind region figure out his strength. With the advantage of his location, no one would dare to attack him, giving him time to develop his strength. Although he suffered heavy losses, he could still use the troops he had on hand as a show of force. Ethan stroked the white fur with his left hand. Wolf did a great job. Now Northwind City is ours. Alice pushed open the door. Ethan. She looked at the two figures pressed together, then silently retreated. Perhaps I came at the wrong time. Ethan called out to her. No, you've come at just the right time. Alice paused, then slowly leaned on Ethan's shoulder. You are all my wings. A rare moment of harmony appeared, but Ethan had no idea how much suffering he would suffer later beneath this peaceful facade. When a group of over 100 people appeared at the gates of Northwind City, the city, which had stood for centuries, opened its doors to them. It wasn't that the defenders were no longer loyal to the Collin family, but rather that their commander had resigned himself to his fate. Continuing the fight would not end well. What they need is to keep their families alive. In any case, the money the Viscount gave him was enough to repay the loyalty of 2 generations of his ancestors. How many silver coins a month? You're working yourself to the bone like that. Seeing the enemy attacking, instead of immediately surrendering and begging for mercy, are you really going to keep fighting? He had personally witnessed the Viscount's troops, those elite forces wiped out without a single survivor. To let them walk right up to him, especially since he hadn't seen the Viscount in a long time. Ethan took Northwind City without lifting a finger. As for those unfortunate members of the Collin family who were pushed out and willingly sacrificed themselves, their fate is self-evident. Ethan dismissed all the surrendered troops and used them as free laborers. Of course, he also made a promise as usual. As long as he worked for 3 years, he could return to his freedom. Although the soldiers were dissatisfied, they were all compromisers. If you turn them into laborers, they naturally won't want to. But if you say you'll sell them to slave traders, they'll agree to serve the Great Lord. The flag representing the Collin family was taken down, and the emblem belonging to Ethan was raised. Here, the change of flags is more significant than anything else. The Collin family's once arrogant soldiers have vanished, replaced by unfamiliar faces. Ethan's party entered Northwind City with impunity, venturing into the most fertile land in this region. Although panic among the citizens was inevitable, Ethan assured them that there would be no burning, killing, or looting of the residents. In the end, they ran away. There was no other way. No one dared to entrust their life to a lord of unknown origin. Ethan understood this, since many wealthy businessmen and powerful figures had the ability to flee. Their possessions and servants left in Northwind City were ruthlessly confiscated by Ethan. Regardless of their social class, let the master work the land for a few months first, and then arrange for them to join the army based on their performance. Of course, to encourage the sheep to return and produce wool for him, he announced a 50% reduction in taxes for the city this year. In addition, there was the takeover of the governance system of Northwind City. The bureaucrats, who were originally loyal to Viscount Northwind, defected even faster than the defending troops. When the defending commander hesitated, they heard the commotion and directly advised him to surrender. If you anger a ruthless person capable of destroying a Viscount, the entire Northwind City will be doomed. Ethan was very kind to them, not only refraining from harming them but also allowing them to continue their original jobs. It was simply a change of the highest-ranking official. It was a win-win situation for everyone. The only one who was somewhat unhappy was Marcus, since Northwind City already had a governor, and now he had become his assistant. Apart from the governor, Ethan placed trusted people in almost every position. It was ostensibly to relieve the pressure on officials. In reality, these veterans who have just completed their studies will completely replace them. The officials were well aware that this was the unspoken rule, and that not directly targeting them was already a good outcome. I just hope that old man won't discard me after he served his purpose. Madly, the imperial scribe in charge of registering military merits, wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he asked Ethan a question he already knew the answer to. Although everyone with eyes could see what was going on, he needed to report the correct information to the Empire truthfully. Baron Ethan, what's going on? How dare you occupy a city that belongs to the Cullen family without authorization? Ethan sat in the seat that originally belonged to the Viscount and poured himself a cup of tea. What did you just call me? Baron Ethan. Ethan shook his head. Back in Northwind City, I didn't mind you calling me Baron, but now that we're in the Cullen family mansion, what do you think I should be called? Madly hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, Viscount Ethan. Ethan patted him on the shoulder. Hey, you're the scribe representing the Empire, how can you spout such nonsense? Even if I had the decree of expansion, I would still need to possess the territory of a small town to automatically be promoted to the rank of Viscount. I see. Madly replied that he already knew how to report to the Empire. Ethan added, my men seem to have seen the Viscount's men making contact with the orcs. Madly's face turned deathly pale. If that were the case, then as the scribe representing the Empire, he would certainly not escape responsibility. He turned back and forced a smile. Don't worry, Viscount, the Ethan family will take over from the Cullen family. I hope our cooperation will continue. After all, we're friends, mutual help is the most important thing. Madly closed the study door, and in the blink of an eye, he had figured out how to write a decent document and how to deal with the inspection from his superiors. Next, he would ask Marcus for specific details about the Ethan family. The system in the Bade Sun Empire has always been like this. In order to weaken the nobility, all independent noble branches are not allowed to use the name of the previous family. Even surnames are the same. In Ethan's full name, there are 4 surnames between Ethan and Joel. His descendants will also change their surname to Ethan, placing it after Joel. Does Viscount Ethan have any children or other elders living with him? These are important components of the Ethan family, don't you? Madly erased the notes from the paper and started a new line, then Viscount Ethan must be married. May I ask his wife's name? What do you mean by already married, but not sure how to say it? Madly looked at the experienced butler in front of him. Logically speaking, such an experienced person would not say such ambiguous things. I've heard that the Viscount has a beastman wife. What else? Marcus gave a slight bow. I apologize, but I must consult with the master on this matter. Please wait a day or two, scribe. Confused, Madly silently withdrew. It was best not to push too hard when it came to other people's private matters. After reporting the situation to Ethan, Marcus left, leaving the master to ponder the problem himself. After all, theoretically Ethan and the elf did not actually have a wedding, and whether 2 people of different races are qualified to have their names written in the family tree as wives is also a question. Ethan bit the tip of his pen. According to the laws of the Empire, a nobleman could only have 1 principal wife. All others could only be called concubines. There is indeed a solution to this problem, but he cannot do it yet. It's very simple. As long as the monarchy is overthrown, he can naturally change this minor law. Okay, let's assume Ethan decides to ignore any strange looks and comments and add the 2 outsiders to the family tree. Therefore, even a concubine needed to be witnessed to have a recognized status. Forget about having a wedding, he and Alice didn't even take the final step. She would rather call herself master than compromise her last line of defense. Her reason was perfectly valid, a wedding was absolutely necessary. It wasn't that Ethan didn't want to do it, the problem lay in the word witness. As the name suggests, the presence of both sets of elders is required for the marriage to be considered complete and accepted by both families. Okay, let's take a look at the family structure of 3 people. Alice, her elders will most likely try to stop this marriage. Wolf, her entire family was wiped out. Ethan, the most outrageous one, planned to kill his entire family. There seems to be no need for further discussion, as neither side has any witnesses. Hold. Ethan cursed under his breath, deciding to ignore these outdated customs. It's already bizarre enough that they included someone of a different ethnicity in their family tree, so it's probably normal that no one witnessed their wedding. In short, let's get the wedding done first. Before that, let Madly report the situation. Ethan set the wedding date for 3 months later, in the summer. For now, let's make do with Ethan for a while. He didn't mean anything by it, he just wanted to cultivate the relationship first, so that when the day came that he wouldn't have to distinguish between the first and second halves of the night, he wouldn't want to run between the 2 places. Alice and Wolf aren't exactly attracted to each other yet. He has become a product that is used in rotation, and he has to stay in a different room every day. Marriage is something that should naturally be announced to the world. Even though Ethan hadn't met all the nobles in the Northwind region in just 6 months, that didn't stop him from sending them invitations. The wedding was just a small part of this party. What really matters is getting them to acknowledge their place. This might be a bit too hasty. After all, the barons are not easy to deal with, and if they join forces, they can muster an army of over 1,000. But Ethan couldn't wait to absorb the resources of the entire region and expand his own power. All the beatings and losses he suffered before were worthwhile. His several brushes with danger were all for this step. Only by gaining control of the Northwind region did he have the resources to confront the Joel family's attack head-on. All members of the Cullen family were executed, leaving behind vast fertile lands, estates, and most importantly, their population. After that battle, Ethan's soldiers were greatly trained, and many of them were promoted to veterans. Heavy infantry, on the other hand, still need time to train. Natural warriors can save time on training, but cannot be given an overly robust physique. Currently, the territory suffers from a severe shortage of mid-level forces, with heavy infantry and night squire units being extremely rare. In small-scale battles, Ethan can win by virtue of his superior rank, but real wars are never small-scale brawls. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, both sides play a decisive role on the battlefield. While there are indeed large corporations that use transcendent level troops as ordinary soldiers, the costs are simply too high. The cost of training a Tier 1 soldier is at least 10 times that of a heavy infantryman. The former may only be twice as effective on the battlefield as the latter. The royal family of the Bade Sun Empire trains several extraordinary legions, in which, whether first tier or second tier, individuals can only become ordinary members of the army. However, the returns from this huge investment were also remarkable. Compared to ordinary soldiers, their superior physical qualities often enable them to achieve unexpected results. That was too far off for Ethan. What he needed to do now was feed his army, and skills couldn't magically give them superhuman muscles. In addition, the development of wolf riders should be put on the agenda. Cain and his lone wolf performed exceptionally well on the battlefield, and Wolf believed they were very close to becoming qualified wolf riders. After Wolf was promoted, more and more Steppenwolves came to join her, sometimes even 2 or 3 a day. They appeared docile under the intimidation of the third-tier Wolf King, but they still maintained their sharpness and wildness when facing soldiers who tried to tame them. Through repeated attempts, they discovered a pattern: only a night squire had the power to tame a wolf. Some veterans are quite talented and can gain the wolves' trust and recognition. Under Cain's guidance, these people are gradually taming this pack of wild wolves. Once the first batch of wolf riders succeeded, subsequent developments proceeded rapidly. With the Wolf King above them keeping things under control, nothing bad will happen. While Ethan recuperated and absorbed the Viscount's legacy, the other nobles in the Northwind region began to murmur amongst themselves. The Collin family, which had swaggered over them for over a century, was wiped out in a short time, all because of a newcomer. This made them hesitant to act rashly, and in their minds, Ethan had already been labeled as a highly valued heir of the Earl's family. The gap between the great nobles and the lesser nobles was so vast that it was despairing. They had already made their decision, to yield to this unknown newcomer first. Saving face was unimportant, survival was the most important thing. In order to preserve their family business, they set out to offer a substantial sum of money to the new owners of Northwind City. In addition to the Viscount, the Northwind region has 4 barons and 26 knights. Together, they form a formidable force. The area of the Northwind region is not small, it is at least equivalent to the jurisdiction of a city in my previous life. Apart from the manors and towns built by nobles that dotted this desolate land, the rest of the land was deserted. This results in extremely limited productivity across the entire region. The reason is simple: the annual orc invasions are enough to kill everyone who isn't protected by defensive structures. This is the key reason why the border nobles were unable to resist the central nobles' years-long exploitation and exploitation. Although the fiefdoms of border nobles were often more than twice that of their central counterparts, the lands available for sustainable development were pitifully small. At the same time, due to the orc invasion, many newly developed areas will be utterly destroyed. The beastmen are almost 99% responsible for the poverty of the border nobles. However, thanks to the trials of the beastmen, the nobles who survived their attacks were often incredibly powerful and possessed a simple and honest character. The way they gathered together speaks volumes. At the former residence of Viscount Northwind, tall, muscular men, some with broad, fleshy muscles, gathered together, quietly awaiting the arrival of Northwind City's new master. Ethan appeared, a stark contrast to the stereotypical image of this group of scoundrels. His elegant demeanor perfectly matched their expectations. A frail son of a high-ranking nobleman. This group of roughnecks displayed a patience and politeness that belied their appearance, even though Ethan looked too young and his methods for taking over Northwind City were not so clear. The desolate border taught them a lesson: respect all living beings. To show his sincerity, Ethan allowed them to enter the hall with their entourages, most of whom were also knights, though without titles. Fortunately, the hall was very large, so even with dozens of people scattered around, it didn't feel crowded. I've invited you all here for 2 reasons. The first is to witness a notarized event. Ethan paused, and the nobles below immediately asked, "What are we here to witness?" Regarding the matter of Viscount Northwind colluding with the beastmen to attack the nobles within his own jurisdiction. After he finished speaking, several trembling minotaurs were pushed in, bound hand and foot. Before the nobles could recover from the explosive news, Ethan spoke directly. "Speak. Explain in detail how your chief interacted with Viscount Northwind. Make sure you gentlemen understand everything clearly." Soon, the orcs began to recount in broken common how much food and weapons Viscount Northwind had sent to the Minotaur tribe, all in an effort to eliminate a new knight. Moreover, Ethan could produce considerable evidence to prove it. The words in the letter were enough for the Empire to sentence the Viscount to death, and even the Viscount's supporters dared not speak up in his defense. After all, they never imagined that the orcs would obey Ethan. Although they were not of the same race, the innate sense of oppression led the remaining members of the Minotaur tribe to obey the superiors from the Wolf tribe. Strangely, despite never having seen wolves before, they inexplicably felt a desire to submit to the girl before them. Perhaps this is the suppressive force deep within one's bloodline. This is also Ethan's next goal, to unify the nearby orcs in exchange for the full development of the Northwind region. After hearing the orcs' account and having the evidence circulated, all the nobles fell silent. With such actions, it would be virtually impossible for the Viscount to fail if he wanted to target any nobleman. Fortunately, he encountered Ethan, they thought. Seeing that the atmosphere had built up sufficiently, Ethan stated directly, now that the Collin family is destroyed, as the victor, I should rightfully inherit all of the Collin family's assets. Does anyone have any objections? Baron Saul was the first to jump to Ethan's defense, saying, the victor is king, the loser is villain. That's always been the rule on the border. We have no objection. The other barons glanced at him, giving this sycophant a cold shoulder. They were all hoping to get a share of the profits. Ethan took out a token from his pocket. As you can see, I am a pioneering nobleman. According to imperial law, owning a city that meets certain conditions automatically grants me the rank of Viscount, so. He remained silent, waiting for the others' reactions. The nobles below began to discuss among themselves. To be fair, no one wanted a guy whose background and personality were unknown to them to be parachuted into their position as leader. Moreover, Ethan is too young, and youth means inexperience and a tendency to be reckless. Who knows, they might suddenly have a brilliant idea to launch a counterattack against the orcs. They didn't want to die. Even Thor, who had always supported Ethan, seemed somewhat conservative. We agree that you should become a recognized noble Viscount, but the command of the Northwind region. Let's give everyone some time to consider. Saul believed that Ethan should not be too eager for quick success. Unification requires great prestige and strength, and so far no nobleman has been convinced by Ethan. If this provokes public outrage, it won't be a good outcome for anyone. Nobles are known for holding grudges, and this matter will likely be passed down to their grandchildren, becoming a topic of conversation over tea. Hey, you know what? Your grandfather back then. If Ethan doesn't have any means to intimidate the others, then this gathering will ultimately end badly. Ethan waited until they quieted down, then said calmly, I know you're all not convinced, and I understand. After all, gaining the respect of the masses requires some kind of leverage. Please be patient, everyone. I will give you a satisfactory answer after this year is over. Next year? It's only spring now. Please explain what your so-called reply is. I think you're trying to buy time to seize the Viscount's fortune. Ethan sneered, the orcs only dare to invade in winter, that's why I can't prove it now. This proves I am capable of protecting the Northwind region. Upon hearing this, the nobles below fell silent instantly, followed by a fierce outcry of questioning and arguing. Throughout history, no Viscount has ever been able to completely defend against the beastmen, let alone prevent them from setting foot on the border. Finally, the barons reached a consensus, and on behalf of the other nobles, they raised a common question to Ethan. What proof do you have that you have that ability, so that we can believe in you? You don't understand what the heritage of an earl's family is. These words choked them. Indeed, those who have lived here for generations could not possibly imagine how powerful a long-established and deeply rooted earl family in the central region could be. This also explains how Ethan thwarted the Viscount's combined attack with the orcs. From a darker perspective, why would a Viscount abandon his position and risk disgrace to ally with the orcs? The reason is obvious, the Viscount is no match for the Earl's son. Regardless of how he managed to gain the Earl's support, the outcome proved everything. Finally, they swallowed their pride and agreed to Ethan's terms, giving him a year's grace period. Guarding the border isn't something you do for nothing. Since you profit from it, you must pay the corresponding price. I want to be the leader of the North Wind. It was nothing more than the rights that the Viscounts used to have, and they reluctantly agreed. Having temporarily persuaded the nobles, Ethan knew that time was running out. Although he had been given a year, if he didn't produce some achievements soon, they might become disloyal. Despite having witnessed the orcs bar their teeth many times, this was Ethan's first time setting foot on this ancient and heavy land. In the language of the beastmen, they call this land where they live Eye Valley, meaning the land that nurtures all living things. Crossing the border between the frontier and the orcish territory, a vibrant atmosphere, completely different from that of the frontier, immediately greets you. Ancient and simple, with a long history. Contrary to expectations of desolation, the Eye Valley is far more vibrant than the border region, with animals running freely and tall, ancient trees everywhere. Only in such a vibrant place could the world-renowned wolf riders be cultivated. Even extraordinary beings must abide by the law of conservation of energy. Putting everything else aside, just a few dire wolves are enough to drain the entire output of a knightly territory. As far as Ethan knew, his swordsman teacher could eat a whole tier 2 horned bull a day. Ethan lost at least 10 gold coins in Log Town over 6 months in order to support his knights and the few elven rangers who worked for him for free. This is why minor nobles cannot compare to major nobles. Even if your territory is lucky enough to produce a few exceptionally talented individuals, you still won't be able to afford to support them. The best outcome would be for them to be recruited by other noble families, leaving behind only a lingering sense of kinship. Scouts from several tribes in the distance had spotted the group, but the scent of the wolf riders prevented them from launching an attack rashly. The imposing aura of the wolf tribe is etched into the blood of all beastmen, which makes Ethan even more curious about wolf's origins. However powerful they may be, they will eventually perish in the long river of history. Wolf reprimanded them harshly, and their attitude became even more respectful. Finally, they put away their weapons, knelt down, and led the way for Ethan and his men. Cain, who was also a wolf rider, did not receive the same treatment. Although Wolf was not much different from ordinary people in appearance, Cain was shot by arrows from the shadows more than once. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and Ethan's interest in them was not particularly great. He changes his mind very quickly. Someone who was an enemy before may not be so in the future. However, the number of guides they brought was increasing, including hyenas, jackals, goats, and others. It seemed they truly harbored resentment towards the Minotaur tribe. The wolf riders who came to cause trouble also became their hope for advancement. The sound of the group moving was quickly discovered by the bull tribe, who began to discuss countermeasures. Boss, we're doomed? The other tribes are coming after us? What should we do? Seated in the main seat was a young Minotaur. His name was Bull, inherited from his father, but his strength was hardly impressive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. He was the youngest son of the previous generation of wild bulls, but now he has to take on the responsibility of revitalizing the tribe. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, they didn't bother to come to me when they were enjoying their good fortune, but now that the tribe is in trouble, they're dragging me into it. A bunch of worthless bastards. Thinking of this, his last sense of belonging to the tribe vanished, and he immediately wanted to pick up his bucket and run away. With its current population, the tribe is only slightly stronger than a typical small tribe. The wild bull tribe has offended at least 80, if not 100, tribes in the past, so what's the point of playing this game? Just as the bull was about to get up, an arrow pierced his head and embedded itself deeply in the wooden wall. He forced a smile. Please, everyone, let's talk this out. Please, don't resort to violence. Surprisingly, the one leading the group was a human, while the second was a wolf exuding an aura of authority. The bull was overcome by a strong will to survive, and he knelt down with a thud. Everyone, those things were all instigated by Bull, it has nothing to do with me. The other cattle in the tribe were also surprised that this guy was so spineless, kneeling down even faster than them. So, to show their sincerity, they also knelt down and begged for mercy. Get up? Weren't you beastmen so arrogant in front of humans before? How come you're so pathetic now that you've wet your pants? Ethan sat down in Bull's seat without any hesitation. The shameless Bull replied, Sir, if you wish, I can urinate in front of you. Wolf threw her dagger. If you PS yourself, I'll chop you up and feed you to the wolves. These words startled the bull. For some reason, even though he had never seen one before, an image of a dire wolf eating a man suddenly flashed into his mind. In desperation, he knelt down again. My lord, please don't feed me to the wolves. My flesh is sour. It wouldn't be good if it hurts your precious teeth. Ethan laughed, exasperated by the spineless fellow. Ha, you're so pathetic. You couldn't even come up with a better way to beg for mercy. You deserve to be killed. Wolf obediently picked up the machete. The bull was so excited he was incoherent, and finally he burst into tears. Mommy, I don't want to die. Wah. Finally, he even started calling Wolf Mom. Mom, please, don't kill me. Wah. Wolf's expression had changed from contempt to slight anger. She couldn't wait to chop this idiot to pieces. This will to survive finally piqued Ethan's interest. He'd seen deadly things, but never anything this deadly. He stood up and watched the burly orc, who was 2 heads taller than him, wail helplessly. All right, stop pretending. If you cry again, you'll be going to see your great-grandmother. The bull slowly stopped crying. How old are you this year? 8 years old. Ethan looked around at the bewildered crowd. This guy's 8. At 8 years old, this guy is surprisingly talented, aside from being mentally immature. No wonder we hadn't seen this guy in the previous attacks. Young master, should we keep this guy? Wolf asked. Ethan tilted his head and thought for a moment. Although this guy was young, being young had its advantages. For example, they have a high capacity for reinvention and learning. If he develops disloyal intentions, it's not too late to kill him then. He placed his hand on the bull's head. Do you know what to call me? The bull hesitated for a moment, then found a word from the common language of humans in its not-so-bright brain. Master, he called out respectfully. Ethan shook his head. He wasn't satisfied with the answer. He thought that if this guy were a little more sensible and called him master or something, he would appreciate him more. However, they were ultimately just dim-wit beastmen. He was about to dangle some more carrots in front of this guy when, to save his own life, the bull blurted out, Dad. You're my real dad. Ethan smiled and looked around. Hey, this kid's not stupid. Even the rangers, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for the orcs, couldn't help but burst into laughter at this comical scene. If I kill your own father, will you still consider me your father? Ethan couldn't help but ask. The bull rolled its eyes, which were no smaller than those of an ordinary cow, and then said, My father was called Bull, and I'm called Bull now too. Slightly embarrassed, Ethan patted him on the shoulder. You're not very brave. When your father died, you didn't even blink. He definitely didn't blink, because he died so quickly that there wasn't time for him to blink. Since you've already acknowledged me as your father, I'll spare your life and allow you to remain the leader of the wild bull tribe. How about that? The bull's head bowed deeply, touching the ground. Please rest assured, Father, I will definitely lead the tribe well and strive to restore it to its former status as a major tribe as soon as possible. Whether he has ulterior motives is unknown to Ethan, but in any case, his system has already shown that the bull has joined. If he dared to have any other thoughts, Ethan would notice immediately. Ethan's decision to let the bull tribe go disgruntled the smaller tribes, who needed to divide up this once mighty tribe to make their own lives better. The small tribe lost many young men due to the previous conscription by the bull, which will affect whether their tribe can continue to survive. Before the various excited tribes, Ethan first calmed them down. The oppressive atmosphere of the wolf pack, or perhaps the losses suffered by the tribe, made them willing to listen to Ethan's words for the time being. Faced with the difficulties of survival, people are always willing to believe in the strong. I see that the Valley of Aya is rich in resources, and your population is not large, so why do you often suffer from hunger? Upon his question, the beastmen immediately began to offer their accounts in unison. I've said a lot, but it all boils down to just a few sentences. First, none of the beastmen know how to farm. This seems to be an innate flaw. Whether they are lower beastmen who retain animal characteristics or higher beastmen like wolf who only have ears and tails, they have no problem with intelligence, yet they are incapable of working. From massive beastmen like the rhinoceros man to tiny, agile creatures like the cat man, no beastman has ever been able to complete farming. Secondly, not an inch of land in the Valley of Aya is arable. In the past, it wasn't that beastmen had captured human serfs to cultivate the land, but even the most fertile soil could not produce a single sprout. It's practically a curse from the gods. Therefore, all the orc tribes are nomadic peoples. This term represents instability, poor resilience, and other disadvantages. Furthermore, there is the beastman's stubborn belief that all things possess a spirit and that they are forbidden from actively attacking or killing any wild animals. Only the cattle and sheep they raise themselves, the wild fruits they pick, and the small fish from the river are allowed to be eaten. Those who violate this rule will never be able to become heroic spirits after death. In addition, although each orc tribe has a small number of people, the sheer number of tribes makes up for it. This area, roughly the same size as the Northwind region, is home to 42 tribes. It's understandable that they invade the border every year, whether it's to deplete the population or to seize food, it's a necessary part of it. Ethan listened attentively to their story, then analyzed it before slowly asking, compared to last year, how much has your population decreased, and how much less food have you received? It is obvious that the orcs do not conduct a census, but after estimations by their wiser members, in the orcs, being able to do addition and subtraction is considered a sign of high intelligence, they came up with a rather vague number. On average, each tribe lost 50% of its population, all of whom were able-bodied young men, and grain production decreased by at least 30%. The food shortage will roughly double the amount of food produced that year. To be honest, it wasn't much, but this amount of food was enough to crush the remaining small tribes. Lacking sufficient manpower, they were simply unable to plunder enough food from the border unless the nobles handed it over to them. I wonder how many people will starve to death then. In order to survive, the internal struggles among them will certainly be numerous and absolutely brutal. Ethan spoke calmly, I can give you enough food to survive, but on the condition that you remain loyal to the wolves before you? Wolf pointed to herself. Me? She was just accompanying Ethan and also acting as a translator. Despite her doubts, Wolf understood why Ethan was displaying his powerful third-tier aura. The intense air pressure completely overwhelmed all the beastmen present, and they were all willing to submit to the superiors from the wolf tribe. Most importantly, we won't starve to death anymore. They can accept going hungry, but they absolutely cannot starve to death. Moreover, following a powerful wolf clan would ultimately be much better than before, so they agreed without much thought. This news will spread throughout the region, and many tribes will know that a human noble will send them food, and that they now have a wolf clan above them. Their reaction was surprisingly unanimous. They agreed for now, just in case the other party went back on their word. That evening, Ethan, who had spent the day trekking through the wilderness, lay comfortably on his soft, large bed. Alice, dressed in a light nightgown, had been waiting for a long time. As soon as she entered, she snuggled into his arms to avoid Ethan's usual attacks. However, the once haughty and aloof elf seemed rather sullen. Ethan stroked her soft blonde hair and asked, "What's wrong, Jin Huang? You seem unhappy." Alice raised her head, revealing her snow-white neck and delicate collarbone. "Why did you let those beastmen go?" In her eyes, those who had harmed her people deserved to die. Ethan pinched her cheek. "Aren't you elves supposed to be all good people? How come you're more murderous than me?" Alice said earnestly, "Our ancestors taught us that the type of land shapes the type of person. Well, it seems that leaving the elf forest has indeed made the kind elves more mature." Ethan said seriously, "They deserve to die, but what good will it do you to kill them? Your own kind will still fall into the hands of other beastmen and suffer torture. Under our command, however, your companions will never suffer any mistreatment. On the contrary, they will treat you with the utmost respect. As our power expands, the likelihood of you elves being sold here will only decrease, until it disappears altogether." Alice muttered, "So keeping them around is helping me, right?" Indeed, they rescued all their fallen kin in the Northwind region during this period, which makes sense. Ethan hooked his arm around her chin. "So tell me, did I leave them behind to help you?" Alice turned her head. "I guess so." Ethan whispered in her ear, "Shouldn't you give me a reward?" No, before we get married, that kind of thing." Alice's face was so red it could drip water. "Is there any other way?" Alice whispered, "Didn't I use a snake head before?" "Not enough." Ethan grinned mischievously. You're not wearing a bra binder right now, are you? Before dawn, a faint light shone through the gaps in the curtains onto the floor. A soft sound came from outside spring rain. Ethan usually wakes up very early, but he woke up exceptionally early today. Last night was indeed a novel experience. He had tried similar things before, but Wolf was ultimately a bit poor. While generous, it certainly can't compare to Alice's generosity. Alice was still clinging to his arm, which was deeply embedded in a crease, unable to free itself. It wasn't time to get up and start working yet, so Ethan decided to take a break and relax for a while. In the darkness, Ethan heard the faint sound of the door opening, and a stealthy figure crept in silently. She carefully lifted the covers, then slid in, and hugged Ethan tightly, refusing to let go. That familiar touch, the origin of the visitor, was no longer a question. Seemingly not satisfied with just hugging her, she lifted her head and snuggled closer to Ethan's head. Finally, their eyes, glowing red, met Ethan's, and they remained locked in a stalemate in midair. After a long silence, Wolf, feeling somewhat aggrieved and guilty, called out, "Young master." Ethan remained silent, simply pressing her head down and kissing her repeatedly. Satisfied, Wolf breathed out warm air and finally settled down, lying comfortably next to Ethan. Ethan was certain that this wasn't the first time Wolf had done something like this. Her methods were very skillful. "No wonder I've had a few wolf hairs on me several times when I woke up. It wasn't her last night." Ethan's hand went through her waist, grasped the fluffy tail, and gently pressed it, causing Wolf's face to flush red. Another head popped out. "What are you doing?" "Oops, I got caught." Wolf hid her head in Ethan's arms, playing a self-deceiving trick. Alice pouted in displeasure. "How could you steal food?" Wolf blushed and jumped up as if she'd been stepped on. "How could the young master and I be considered to have stolen food?" Alice rested her head on Ethan's shoulder. "You were the one who said it back then." "Call me sister?" Alice's momentum weakened, and she shook Ethan's arm. "Ethan, look at Sister Wolf. Goodness, she's even learned to act cute." Ethan was caught in the middle, with his docile and considerate first wife on one side and his newly acquired arrogant second wife on the other. The beginnings of a chaotic battleground have already emerged. It can no longer be ignored. This is no longer just a simple case of jealousy. We must take decisive action. I said, it doesn't necessarily have to be separate. You can. No, absolutely impossible. The two women rejected the suggestion in unison, finding it too shameful to do so. All right. Ethan's vision fell through. He had originally wanted to try something new, but now it seems that's out of the question for now. Seeing the two locked in another argument, he chuckled and said, "It's already dawn. Aren't you two planning to get up?" Snort. Wolf got up and fled back to her room. Alice covered herself with the blanket. "Do you want to watch me change?" Ethan had no choice but to silently accept the fact that he had been kicked out. It's really difficult to handle things on both sides right now. Ethan had just sat down in his seat in the study when he heard a loud commotion outside. He looked up out the window and saw that Wolf's dire wolf and Alice's great stag were fighting on the playground next door. The two owners watched them fight with their arms crossed, seemingly determined to determine a winner. Ethan leaned against the window, watching this unique animal fight. The great elk and the dire wolf are natural rivals in their natural habitat, which is quite interesting. Since magical beasts are distinguished from ordinary wild animals, they naturally have their own unique characteristics. Their larger size, increased strength, and speed are secondary. What's more important is their use of energy. No scholar knows how this innate ability is formed, but the only commonality is that every monster possesses an energy essence. This is the engine of every monster, and also the key to testing a monster's strength. In the blink of an eye, the dire wolf named Little Grey clashed with the stag named Little Yellow more than 10 times. If it were an ordinary wild animal, it would have been injured in the collision, but these animals were unharmed. This is the application of energy. It's a very basic method, but it's simple and effective. The two monsters have common attributes, wind and nature, respectively, and they inherited the characteristics of their respective masters. After a fierce foreplay, the two giant beasts, panting heavily, began to gather their strength, realizing that their opponent was not an easy adversary to defeat. Having witnessed many beast fights before, Ethan knew the show was about to begin. These two magical beasts already had owners and were far superior to those self-taught individuals. Their shared heritage will teach them how to unleash the potential of their mounts. In the blink of an eye, several visible emerald green wind blades were unleashed by Little Grey as he ran, and at the same time, an armored weapon condensed on his claws. Ahead of it, towering tree trunks blocked the wind blades and slowed its speed. Little Grey leaped into the air, reaching an astonishing height, and his sharp claws, gleaming with a cold light, descended from the sky. Not to be outdone, the giant deer unleashed its natural resilience in advance, preparing itself for its upcoming assault. The two collided violently once again, a primal and brutal struggle. This attack exceeded their energy tolerance limits, and both sides were instantly covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. A wolf and a deer lay panting on the ground, recovering their strength. The two beasts looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. There's no other reason than that, although they were enemies on the wasteland, they never fought under the master's restraint, and over time they gradually developed feelings for each other. These two good friends are now forced to fight to the death under their master's orders. Moreover, with their master watching, they couldn't afford to go easy on him, nor could they afford to lose and embarrass their master. Alas, what a tragic couple. Wolf's emotionless voice rang out, "Stand up, Little Gray." Little Gray let out a helpless growl. Its owner had discovered it was slacking off, and if it didn't take it seriously soon, it would suffer the consequences. The little yellow dog opposite it also received its master's command, but the elf's authority was clearly not as strong as the wolf girl's. Then the great stag stood up, shook its body, and let out a cry. It doesn't want to fight anymore. After saying that, it stood in front of Little Gray without making any move. Little Gray hesitated for a moment, then sat down directly. It didn't want to fight anymore, no matter what. "You heartless BD, all that money I've put up with for nothing." Wolf cursed angrily, then prepared to take action himself. Alice, not to be outdone, immediately charged forward. "Hold." Ethan, who was eating sunflower seeds on the balcony, cursed and then fell from the sky. "In any case, these two absolutely cannot fight. If they do, they're doomed. I said stop." The two women sandwiched Ethan in the middle, giving the impression that they were about to fight at any moment. They didn't act immediately because of Ethan. Ethan sighed and said, "I mean, does everything have to be decided by fighting? Anyway, let's talk about it tomorrow. Just to save me face." Snort. The two parted on bad terms, leaving Ethan alone and troubled. "I used to think it was a good thing to have women fighting over me, but when it actually happened, I realized it was a complete disaster." That night, after soaking in the bathtub for an hour, Ethan finally managed to come up with a solution, or rather, a way of speaking. "In short, we must persuade them." He didn't want to manage his territory while simultaneously preventing his harem from turning on him at any moment. Pushing open the door, Wolf didn't rush over as usual, but instead sat alone on the edge of the bed, sulking. Ethan went over and popped her favorite candy into her mouth. She chewed mercilessly, muttering, "Why don't you go to Alice's?" Her feelings for Ethan never changed, but they would occasionally have little disagreements. Ethan thought to himself, "You'll be unhappy if I really go." "Women." He put his arm around Wolf's slender waist. "She already calls you sister, why are you arguing with her over something so small?" "That's not the issue." Wolf snuggled closer to him. "How could she say I stole food? I clearly gave her a little bit of the young master." Her words were full of grievance. After all, she had indeed arrived first. Ethan touched her cheek. The smooth, soft texture felt wonderful. "Then you should be more generous and just give her half. Besides, you were the one who suggested this agreement." Wolf pouted. It was indeed wrong of her, but she wasn't going to admit it. She was still unconvinced. "I just wanted to spend more time with the young master. She's been very busy lately, keeping up with the wolf riders the young master ordered. After all, Kane isn't exactly a competent guy. That's why she always longed to spend more time with Ethan." Once the needs were understood, things became much simpler. It was simply that they hadn't received the rewards they deserved, Ethan's companionship, while they were busy. Ethan could easily fulfill this simple request, and he immediately said, "How about this? I'll reduce the time I spend on official business and spend more time with you, so you won't compete with her for her favor. After all, you're the eldest." This sincere plea finally moved the wolf girl, who reluctantly said, "In that case, I won't hold it against her." Ethan stuck his thumb into her mouth and pulled her lips open. "Well then, as the price for being willful, you'd better behave from now on." Wah! In the darkness, Ethan pushed open Alice's door again. "If I don't manage to get them both to sleep with me today, they're bound to start arguing again tomorrow." He could tell at a glance that Alice was pretending to be asleep. Ethan groped around in the dark without any hesitation, making the pretending sleeping elf unbearably itchy. Finally, she couldn't help but open her eyes and asked coldly, "What are you doing here? It's not nice to talk to your husband like that." As he spoke, Ethan rubbed her pointed ears. Alice's body went limp instantly, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. "No, don't. Jin Shuang, this is something I promised Wolf to make up for the time we had together this morning." The devil whispered in her ear, "Are you going to drive me away?" Alice remained silent, only moving closer to him. She, too, longed to be with Ethan. However, she could tell that she was still not as important as the wolf who had always been by Ethan's side. What if a new guy comes along someday? Will Ethan give up on himself? She couldn't help but worry. After all, this guy had been lusting after her body from the very beginning. It was hard not to be suspicious. "What are you thinking about?" The question interrupted her thoughts, and she shook her head, indicating that she wasn't thinking about anything. Unfortunately, Ethan immediately guessed her condition. "Don't worry, I promised I'd marry you. I've even sent out invitations." After a brief kiss, Alice looked into Ethan's eyes. After much deliberation, she decided to trust the man she had chosen. Her voice trembled slightly. You'll take me." This sentence failed. This sentence also failed. This sentence still didn't pass. Alice, unusually, lingered in bed, and Catherine eventually woke her up and changed the sheets. Looking at the elf with her hair in braids and the messy sheets, Catherine sighed. She thought to herself, "I wonder when the young master will finally come to his senses and marry a virtuous and talented noblewoman." She glanced at Alice. "While the elves are all right, is there really no young lady here that the young master would find appealing?" His deep blue eyes were filled with worry. There were already 2 mistresses in the family. If they delayed any longer, the young lady he was to marry might not be able to integrate into this large family. Moreover, having too many mistresses is also a problem. These 2 alone have caused quite a bit of trouble in the past few days. Hopefully, they can behave themselves. If the young master can't bring himself to do it, then he'll have to play the bad guy himself. As someone who watched Ethan grow up, she has the right to do so. Although she was only 12 years old when she was assigned to take care of Ethan, at the age of 32, she still maintained a good figure and beauty, although she never cared about them. Instead of wasting time on this, we might as well nag the young master and make him care about his marriage. If all else fails, having a child first is fine too. A family with only one generation, that's ridiculous. I wonder if the first baby born was a half-elf or a wolf cub. She figured the two ladies would argue about it again. But you never know, it's possible that several women will end up arguing together. Ethan always lacks consideration in this regard. I need to come up with a strategy for him. Catherine only snapped out of her thoughts when a maid came over and asked if she wanted to wash the sheets in her hands. I'll wash it myself. After Alice went from being a girl to a young wife, her temperament suddenly became much gentler. Especially her braids that she always wore in front of her, a hairstyle that looked dangerous. In other words, they've matured. Now her relationship with Wolf has suddenly become very good, and she calls her sister all the time, just like two good sisters. The two were inseparable, and their rapid change of attitude surprised even Ethan. It turns out that women can become good friends as long as they have a common topic to talk about. The topic they were discussing was strange. They kept avoiding Ethan, and as soon as they heard him make a sound, they immediately fell silent, as if nothing had happened. Driven by curiosity, Ethan secretly took many opportunities to eavesdrop. Persistence pays off, and he finally managed to overhear some fragmented information. Just one sentence filled him with fear for the future. This sentence will not pass the review. Ethan suspected they were driving, but he had no proof. Not approved. But he sensed something was amiss. Now that their relationship was so good, what would their next target be? Ethan felt a chill run down his spine. He sighed and then went back to work. Nature's blessing, a territory skill provided to him by Alice. The effect is simple, it increases the territory's food production. It's also quite brutal, because the skill's stats are incredibly high, with a bonus that's more than doubled. This is just the basic effect. The two additional entries are Nature Guardian and Scholar. The former effect is that the territory can begin training longbowmen and sword dancers, both of which are highly valuable advanced units. Longbowmen trained to be like elves are absolute ranged masters on the battlefield. Except for mages. Sword dancers are at a higher level, since this profession demands physical qualities far exceeding those of ordinary soldiers. Swordsmen who wield dual swords can dance with their swordsmanship on the chaotic battlefield, ruthlessly reaping the lives of their enemies. The only drawback is that they are easily damaged, since they are unarmored or lightly armored units, and they are easily killed by concentrated fire from heavy infantry or ranged units. Even though they are fragile, their ability to ignore these weaknesses and continue training is enough to prove their strength. Given the level of development on the border, a squadron of sword dancers could easily wipe out an enemy force 2 to 3 times their size. The swordsman's high burst damage only becomes apparent when everyone is wearing light armor. Even against extraordinary units like knights, sword dancers are often more effective. After all, heavy infantry moves too slowly. While a knight might be overwhelmed and killed by 6 or 7 such elite units, he could easily deal with only 2 or 3. Sword dancers, on the other hand, often only need 4 or 5 to take down one knight, or even one person can delay a knight. As for the scholar, they are even more terrifying monsters. Their effect is to slightly increase the probability of the people in the territory awakening magic, and to increase the learning speed and comprehension speed of all people by 100%. These skills perfectly align with Ethan's current strategy: develop his territory slowly after securing it, and then make his move against others once he has sufficient power. The training of the knight squires also yielded gratifying results during this period, with the number of squires reaching 87 in just 3 months. Although their training is intensive in order to quickly build up combat capability, their overall abilities are slightly inferior compared to traditional attendants. After all, they have been trained since childhood and can be said to be proficient in everything. Ethan's requirements weren't high. He figured quantity would always be enough, especially since his training comrades always had good teamwork and discipline, which was especially important on the battlefield. Ethan threw all these men to tend to the wolves, while the losers donned the captured heavy armor and became heavy infantrymen. Once they prove themselves and break through to the first tier, they will naturally rise to prominence. These less-than-traditional wolf riders still fulfilled their intended role. Horse production on the border is low, but there are plenty of wolves. As light cavalry, with their skills enhanced, they were barely qualified and could be sent out for a spin. I believe these more agile fellows, who are on par with heavy infantry, will be able to successfully intimidate those nobles with ulterior motives. Ethan was ready for his next move. 3 months of rest and recuperation would be enough for him to train a capable force. More importantly, we need to show those guys some tangible results. Bandits must be suppressed at all times, it's unavoidable. However, the supplies needed for the march could not be provided by him alone. After all, this is for the purpose of protecting border security, and it's always fine if everyone contributes a little. I should have posted this earlier, but the author passed out from screwing in screws yesterday. Sorry. Sir, we're out of money again. As usual, Marcus complained to Ethan. Ethan scratched the back of his head and sighed. Really out of money. Sir, this time it's really over. This is the 6th time I've mentioned it. Seemingly afraid he wouldn't believe him, Marcus began listing the items that had cost money, like a menu. We took over a total of 8,973 serfs from the Collin family, 13 farms, a horse ranch, a blacksmith's workshop, and, get to the point, we just raided a viscount's house. How come we've used it all up so quickly? Marcus pondered for a moment, then pointed out the major expense. Sir, the training you've organized is incredibly expensive. Whether it's heavy infantry, sword dancers, longbowmen, or wolf riders, the cost of meat for one person is 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary soldier, not to mention there are thousands of soldiers training simultaneously. He hesitated for a moment, then said, Sir, we could have gotten a large sum of money and supplies for free when we entered the city. This has always been the practice. Those merchants won't be grateful either. Even if you reduce their taxes, their prices won't decrease much. Finally, he added, a significant amount of the Collin family's wealth has clearly been hidden. I suspect that apart from Viscount Northwind, no one else knows about it. Ethan propped his head up with his hand and said calmly, I don't want my city to become a deserted place, otherwise those who ran away won't dare to come back. I need to find a way to make money. Marcus's eyes lit up. This old man who only knew how to spend money was finally willing to spend some effort to help his balding butler. However, money is hard to earn these days. With many merchants leaving, the remaining residents and merchants were not well off. Sir, how do you plan to make money? I'll work for whoever has money. But, sir, you announced a 50% reduction in taxes for residents and merchants as soon as you arrived. Damn it, is this all the population of the Northwind area? Marcus's heart skipped a beat. Was his master about to take action against the other nobles? Sir, now is the time for you to establish your prestige. It would be inappropriate to tarnish your image in this way. Ethan shook his head. To make money, you need to find clever ways to do it, not through violence. Do you understand? Creating pretexts? Do you have some way of getting the nobles to willingly give you money? Send a message to Baron Saul, telling him to come over discreetly and that there's a way to make a fortune. In a small room, Ethan and his old acquaintance Thor enjoyed a small feast. Viscount Ethan, you've been living the high life since taking over Northwind City. I saw quite a few serfs working the fields for you on the way here. Thor praised it as he ate his roasted lamb with gusto. He was quite pleased with himself for supporting Ethan's decision, and with this connection, he felt much more at ease in the future. Come on, let's drink. Marcus poured him a glass of strong liquor. There were only the three of them at the table, not even any other servants. As the deputy city lord of Northwind City, he was certainly entitled to sit with the other nobles. Halfway through the drinks, Saul finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Viscount, what exactly is this so-called path to wealth you're talking about? Ethan didn't answer his question directly, but sighed and said, everyone thinks that life has become much better since I became this wretched Viscount and have the power to command everyone. But who knows the hardships involved? Those beastmen are not easy to deal with. Lately, I've been worrying myself sick trying to find a way to resist them. Saul put down his glass and asked hesitantly, didn't your master provide you with any support in this regard? Ethan remained silent for a long time before speaking. The support from the Earl's family is also limited, especially for an ancient family. They often have to consider things carefully before taking action. But, seeing that you were able to defeat the Viscount, you must have a strong and well-equipped army. Defending against the orcs shouldn't be a problem, right? Marcus said, manpower is naturally not a problem. It's just that, as the saying goes, an army marches on its stomach. We're lacking in that area. Moreover, defending against the orcs isn't just Ethan's responsibility alone. Saul quickly replied, I am willing to donate supplies to the Viscount free of charge, as a way of repaying Ethan's kindness in protecting him. Lord Thor, there's no need for such politeness. You've provided considerable support to Logtown before, and besides, your help alone wouldn't amount to much. Well, he doesn't care about that at all. What he wants are all 30 nobles from the North Wind, big and small. Marcus filled everyone's glasses, raised his glass, and said again, although it's said that one shouldn't accept rewards without merit, we do indeed need this money as provisions for our campaign against the orcs. Thor slapped his thigh. 1,800,000 copper coins, right away. Then he whispered, we'll have to wait until you return victorious, only then will our actions be justified and legitimate. With me taking the lead, they have no choice but to pay. Marcus added, not only do they have to pay, but they have to pay the same amount as you. I'll convince Hoffman, then we'll have a better chance. You'll get your money back in full, and we'll split the profits 30/70. Ethan glanced at Marcus. Only 30%? They've been working so hard for us, shouldn't it be at least 50/50? But, can those lesser knights and nobles really come up with 1.8 million? Thor chuckled and replied, perhaps those small manors don't even produce a few gold coins a year after expenses, but Ethan, don't underestimate them. Having been rooted in this land for decades, their family background was undeniably wealthy, not to mention the additional wealth derived from their military achievements. With their accumulated military merits and family wealth, they could easily come up with 3.6 million, let alone 1.8 million. He leaned closer and said mysteriously, besides, this is an opportunity you gave them. Having a pretext to offer sacrifices makes them feel more at ease. Ethan said, so, is that settled then? Saul donned his large bearskin coat. There's no time to lose, I'm off now. As he stepped out the door, he turned back and said, I don't need a share of the money. 1,800,000 copper coins, which is equivalent to 18 gold coins. 30 nobles would cost over 500 gold coins. This money is enough for Ethan to support those money-devouring beasts for another 6 months. By then, the army's fighting strength will be sufficient for his needs. Unifying the Northwind region was just his starting point, a small goal. Send a message to the bull demon and tell him to give me the list of those disobedient small tribes. Next, a man-made accident and massacre will be staged. He also took the opportunity to test his brand new wolf riders and heavy infantry. He didn't want to waste the troops he had trained over a long period of time just to deal with these trash. Orcish weapons cannot penetrate refined steel, nor can they strike swift, wind-like cavalry. Once things settle down, I'll have time to hold the wedding for you too. Wolf rode on his back, blinking her eyes. Am I included too? Ethan held her tail in his hand, preventing her from shaking it. Ethan pulled her off him and held her in his arms. I never considered that a real wedding. He thought to himself, if I hadn't brought you along, you two would probably have been arguing for days. Wolf was pleased with the answer and nuzzled against his arm. I'll take care of those guys for you. Not all beastmen are willing to submit, they have their own plans. Whether it's delay or excuses, Ethan sees no sincerity in them. It's just picking some people from your tribe to die, yet you're still hesitating. You insist on delivering a heavy blow. Seeing that it was almost time, Wolf started tugging at Ethan's clothes again. I don't want this. Wolf pouted and withdrew her hand somewhat sullenly. Ethan turned and met her gaze. What I need right now is a kiss from a lover. Ugh. Sleep. The news swept across the entire northerly region like a summer breeze, bringing not only movement but also restlessness. Ethan's decision to send troops to suppress the bandits, no, the news of his counterattack against the orcs has already reached the ears of the various nobles. People didn't really care about this matter, since every 10 or 20 years they would hear some arrogant viscount spouting such nonsense. In the end, didn't they still slink back home in disgrace? But why are you asking everyone for money? Dances and parties come and go. There was only one person who wasn't invited. Can you guess who it was? They knew Saul supported Ethan, but that didn't mean he would just give Ethan money for nothing. The nobles gleaned a vague idea from his words. Viscount Ethan believed the money could wait until he returned victorious. The decline of the orcs is indeed beneficial to all the nobles. What do you think? Hoffman chimed in. This is indeed a good thing that benefits everyone, even future generations. I'm willing to pay a bloodless price for it, provided Viscount Ethan can truly defeat the orcs. This statement is tantamount to acknowledging the suggestion. 2 barons, that's a significant stance. Others will have to reconsider. The others exchanged glances. They knew very little about this new Viscount. What if he targets me if I don't give it to him? Since becoming a Viscount, this fellow has not held any events, nor has he met with any nobles. Nobody knows what he's thinking. And returned in triumph. Someone timidly raised their hand and asked, what is the Viscount's preference regarding the appropriate allocation for military expenditures? It's just the money for food needed for the march and to comfort the troops, Saul reminded him. Hoffman sat up straight and replied in a domineering tone, damn it, my farm gets robbed of countless grains by orcs every year. If Ethan can actually produce some results to prove he has the ability to defend the entire North Wind, I'm willing to pay 200,000? 2 million copper coins are enough to fill 10 carriages. Even if it's just 20 gold coins, that's the wealth many people have accumulated over half a lifetime. However, this is only theoretical. Of all those present, who doesn't have military merit? The skills passed down from generation to generation are simply not enough to qualify for promotion. Sometimes, you can't get promoted just because you have enough military merits. Every spring, so many nobles seek out Maidley, and it's not for the sake of promotion. But, this is all wealth accumulated little by little. If Ethan were to take it all away with just a few words, that would be too disrespectful to our ancestors. At this moment, a naive knight began to fantasize. If the orcs don't invade this year, can we continue cultivating the land? Someone wanted to tell him to stop dreaming, but suddenly held back. Every nobleman who settled on the border with anger and defiance had dreamed of such a life. What prevented them from developing wasn't some terrible environment. In this vast border region, their territory and freedom far exceeded those of other nobles. However, this fantasy was ultimately shattered by the beastmen year after year, leaving behind nothing but a mess. What's the use of cultivating more fields or reclaiming more estates if you can't protect them? In the end, you're just doing the work for someone else. Putting everything else aside, if they are given 2 years to clear the land, their income will at least triple. He was no longer the country bumpkin the central nobles spoke of. He's at least a rich country bumpkin. Eventually, they'll become wealthy nouveau riche, and then become distant, seemingly friendly relatives. Even though they were a group of poor people, they still retained the long-term vision unique to the nobility in this world. When their descendants. When they were young, they watched as their elders were driven into their houses by the beastmen year after year, and then the beastmen would take away their year's harvest. A roar suddenly erupted from the silent crowd. If Viscount Ethan can truly launch a direct attack into the orcish territory, then I'm willing to send troops to help, not just money. He was another young knight, who had only inherited his deceased father's territory less than 2 years ago. Characteristics of young people, impulsive and easily angered. Thor said, 2 million is nothing. Besides, we can let Ethan handle it first, and once the situation is clear, we'll know what to do. To be honest, he wasn't sure if the deal would actually go through, but he was definitely holding on to a grudge. I hope Ethan won't make fun of this old man. Losing face a little is nothing, but if I incur public wrath because of this, things will get complicated. With no one objecting, everyone tacitly agreed to the consensus, giving the Viscount a chance to prove himself. Upon receiving the news, Ethan immediately began preparations for the attack. It's just a small achievement, the thousands of heads should be enough to make them realize this is a harbinger of something. A harbinger of a counterattack by border nobles. At least since they wanted to help me, I couldn't let them down. Fortunately, the Bull Demon King has a list of orcs that are relatively easy to bully. They were not within his territory, they were subordinates of other large tribes. Attacking them would require passing through the Minotaur tribe, something that was impossible in the past. Now, under the guidance of the mole, their good days are over. Although Bull isn't the smartest guy, he's definitely very talented. In terms of force and physics, he successfully subdued all the disobedient tribal elders. Given the orcish race's inherent respect for the strong, he had become a true leader. Moreover, he was quite obedient, knowing he couldn't defy Ethan, and wisely refrained from contacting other major tribes. Cain, you won't let me down, will you? The young knight, standing tall and straight, eagerly awaited his chance to make a name for himself. In previous wars, his predecessors had always distinguished themselves with superior strength. This was the first time he had led a team on his own. Rest assured, Viscount, I will not let you down. Behind him, a group of neatly arranged wolf riders were already eager to fight, ready to engage at any moment. Unlike the machetes used by wolf, their weapons differed from those of the wolf tribe, favoring instead long knives that were more comfortable to handle. It has a wider attack range and is also sharper, but the downside is that it can easily injure your own people, since it is a double-edged sword. These wolf riders, who were converted from veterans and knights squires, have become quite adept at hit-and-run archery under the tutelage of the rangers. Light cavalry charges are usually rare, unless it's a case of superior beings overwhelming ordinary soldiers. Even the orthodox wolf riders of the wolf clan dared not charge into a square formation of heavily armored infantry. If they can't break through, it means sending everyone to their deaths. Given the orcs' equipment level, having a few pieces of leather armor was already considered extremely good. Given the resources Ethan allocated to the wolf riders, it's quite normal for each soldier to have a high-quality leather armor and a soft inner lining. In real warfare, equipment superiority is far more significant than in games. A more robust suit of armor can mean the difference between life and death. That's why Ethan decided to let these guys go and fight the orcs. Even though their combat experience was limited, the high training costs resulted in extremely high initial combat effectiveness. After a few battles, they will undergo a transformation. Ethan looked at Rasu beside him. You'll lead the heavy infantry squadron to cover their retreat this time. If things get dangerous, just push in, don't worry about which side those orcs are on. One wolf rider squadron and one heavy infantry squadron. This was the strongest force he had at his disposal. As for the other armed soldiers, although their training was so-so, Ethan didn't plan to deploy them so quickly. To reiterate, the cost is too high. Each soldier costs almost half a gold coin. If he dies, wouldn't he have suffered a huge loss? His plan was to capture some orcs to give the new recruits practice on. Now was the time to conserve their strength and not be too conspicuous. As for the wolf riders and heavy infantry, they were necessary for him to demonstrate his military strength to the outside world. Imagine the despair you feel the next morning when you insulted Ethan last night and found your whole family tied up by wolf riders. A cavalry force with explosive mobility has always been a favorite among lords. Now is the time for them to repay Ethan for his mentorship. Ron led his wolf riders onto the land of Eye Valley, a strange land that, for the first time, welcomed imitators of her glorious offspring. To show how seriously he took the matter, Bull personally led several trusted men to meet with them. Looking at the clumsy, bowing and scraping Minotaur, Ron wondered if there was something else mixed in with the guy's blood. Sir Knight, this way please. Our tribe has prepared a feast and eagerly awaits your arrival. No need. Just give us the list of our targets, and then have a few people lead the way. The bull nodded and took out a map, on which all the targets were roughly marked. He leaned closer to Cain and whispered, some of these guys are unhappy with father's arrangements, while others are simply too powerful. Rasu glanced at him. This Minotaur really knew how to curry favor, acting like he was the master's son. Since that's the case, let's lighten the burden on their tribe for now. The bull watched them leave with the wolf pack, its eyes filled with worry and apprehension. A disciplined army looks like a tough opponent. Thankfully, it's on our side. The raid was launched at dawn, partly because the enemy was less alert, having just woken up, and partly because the nighttime was too chaotic and could easily result in casualties among their own forces. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with the terrain. Before setting off, the Viscount instructed Ron, you can let any escape, but you must minimize losses as much as possible. The target this time is a tribe of goat people. Don't be fooled by their name. Despite their seemingly docile appearance, they are a true warrior race. They often use their sharp horns to recklessly stab at their enemies in order to win. Proud and stubborn, they naturally wouldn't easily submit to arrangements. Even though most orcs chose to submit, they did not want to be lackeys of other races. Even when the Minotaur tribe was at its peak, it had a hard time commanding this herd of sheep hooves. However, their warlike nature led them to spontaneously choose to join the war, resulting in significant losses, and they have since become more low-key. A light drizzle began to fall from the misty sky, and I Valley was weeping for her children. The goatman leader, who had just gotten up and was squatting by the well washing up, listened intently. A thunderous roar, filled with shock, resounded through the air. He bent down and pressed his ear tightly to the ground. The sound grew louder and louder, until his eardrums started to hurt. In just a moment, his extensive experience allowed him to recognize what it was. Cavalry. He had heard the charge of human knights before. The sound was so loud that even the fear he faced still held him in high esteem. The sound was mixed, composed of many sounds, and carried a strange coordination, with a rhythm that tended to be uniform. Although the individual sounds were faint, they were definitely from cavalry. Just as he was about to shout, Cain, the leader, had already jumped over the fence on his lone wolf. The first wave of cavalry charge is the most deadly. In just one round trip, most of the tribe members outside the houses were dead, their bodies scattered all over the ground. The remaining people could only huddle inside the house, trembling with fear, gritting their teeth as they waited for the wolf riders to disperse. Cain did not linger in battle. He knew that wolf riders who had lost their momentum would be easily surrounded on flat ground. The wolf riders quickly left the area of the tribal camp. The goatmen grabbed their weapons and charged forward to fight them to the death. This reckless fighting style has always been something they admire and are proud of. Until they encountered cavalry volleys. What happens to unarmored and lightly armored units when they encounter concentrated fire from short bowmen? The answer is no one survived. The few survivors were relentlessly pursued by the galloping steppe wolves, who then fell dead with swift, deadly blows. Cain was at a loss as he looked at the children huddled together in the cellar. It's not that I can't bring myself to do it, but, Brother Russo, these kids don't really qualify for military merit. Russo, who was directing the troops to clean up the battlefield, came over upon hearing this, glanced at the scene, and said, "The larger ones should have been killed, Sai, I guess I'll keep them. In a few years, it will be another year of military merit." His words were filled with nothing but a yearning for military merit. By the way, do you guys prefer watching slice of life scenes or progressing through the main storyline? The Goat People tribe did try to escape, but when they fled their blood-soaked homeland, they were met with heavily armored infantry. In the era of cold weapons, this was a symbol of invincibility. Below the extraordinary, I am invincible. Above the extraordinary, I am one for one. It is difficult for a low-level transcendent being to get rid of a weight weighing several hundred kilograms that is wrapped around their body. This is a real tactic, as long as you're willing to risk your life. King Badesun VII, that ruthless emperor, once used this somewhat despicable yet effective tactic. A first-tier knight can theoretically handle at least 3 heavy infantrymen simultaneously. The Emperor's Majesty as the Emperor enveloped the entire empire, and everyone was devoted to him. Towards the end of his reign as Emperor, other races launched several counterattacks, the largest of which reached deep into the heart of the empire. It was around that time that Badesun VII announced this new military regulation, or perhaps a deal. Everyone who encounters a superhuman unit must sacrifice themselves to hold them off, thus buying time for their comrades to attack. In return, all those who died in battle received a lasting compensation. A knight will be born into their family. King Badesun VII's credibility was clearly enough to sweep away the shared bicycles. After the order was issued, all the officers responded within just a few days. "I'm willing to die for the empire." Soon, everyone was astonished to discover that the already fearless imperial soldiers had become even more reckless. It's not a matter of trading lives anymore, this is about going to their deaths. Ironically, this act of suicide was quite effective. No faction's extraordinary abilities are easy to obtain, even the trolls couldn't withstand such suicidal attacks and chose to leave the elves' ranks. Once the superhuman forces began to retreat, the coalition forces found it difficult to gain an advantage on the main battlefield. Even the dwarven boar riders dared not charge the arrayed heavy infantry, let alone anyone else. As the most comprehensively developed race in all aspects, the fact that humanity's elite forces are heavy infantry rather than organized mage units speaks volumes. In terms of military strength, only the demons are slightly stronger than them. Not many, roughly equivalent to humanity plus the entire continent. We've gotten a bit off topic. In short, given their reputation as heavy infantry, aside from the still dormant demon race, perhaps only the orc mammoths could easily handle them on the border. Being able to forge iron is truly remarkable. As for dwarves, perhaps they could jump high enough to hit a human's knee. In Eye Valley, the wolf riders are like the signal and scythe of death. The howl of the steppen wolf announces my arrival, and the longsword in my hand announces your death. Surrendering might save you from death, but if you want to escape, trying to escape. Ultimately, it was all in vain. Peace returned to the area ruled by the Minotaur tribe, preventing the orcs from mustering enough strength to launch a counterattack on the border. With a traitor within their ranks, almost all the tribes were unable to mount any decent resistance. Not to mention that the wolf riders will become even stronger after being baptized in blood. Thank you for risking your lives to train Ethan's troops. Now it's your turn to make your final contribution, offer up your heads. Cain continued to carry out Ethan's orders as always. In front of the bull, Russo led his men to drag away nearly 2,000 beastmen heads. Knight Cain is truly valiant, he defeated all the horde in just 1 week. That's remarkable. Riso shook hands with him in a friendly manner and declined their offer of a banquet. That's natural. Hopefully, the bull tribe won't become a target for the wolf riders. How could that be? I am father's most loyal son. Riso glanced at the obsequious minotaur with disdain, muttering to himself. Shameless orcs. He couldn't understand why the master would appoint this glib-tongued fellow who would even call someone mother just to save his own life. Just because he's strong? Riso glanced at him and couldn't deny that the guy was indeed quite talented. He seemed to be almost as strong as himself. Well, the master must have his reasons for doing this. Ethan generously rewarded the soldiers who had been working tirelessly outside. Their harvest even exceeded expectations. Not only were there no deaths or serious injuries, but the number of beastmen killed was several hundred more than expected. I believe that the heavily armored infantry and wolf riders, exuding a chilling aura, will make those nobles obediently hand over some supplies. The invitations have already been sent out. It served as both a celebration banquet and a wedding invitation. Marrying two people from different races, especially one of whom is a beastman, is clearly not a normal thing. However, Ethan believed that in the face of a mountain of over 1,000 orc heads and wolf riders, they wouldn't dare utter a single word. Objection? Someone who poses no threat has no right to say such things. Thor had more detailed information. At least he knew that the couple was marrying a pure-blooded elf and a werewolf. Given everyone's attitude towards the orcs, who knows what kind of trouble might arise? With a worried heart, he continued reading. Wow, awesome, there are even wolf riders. That's all right then. Do whatever you want on the border, nobody can beat you. With just 2 rows of wolf riders standing there, anyone who dared to utter a word of dissent would likely be thrown to the wolves on the spot. As for whether Ethan would dare to do such a thing, nobody's an idiot. To gamble your life on whether the other party will kill you is just too stupid. However, it would be too stingy to simply give money as a wedding gift. This was the first time he had considered gifts for the 2 viscountesses. He needed to think it over carefully. Ethan was explaining to Cain the possible scenarios at the wedding. If someone speaks rudely to your mistress, do you not know what to do? Cain shouted directly, on your command, lead the wolf cubs and crush them like a storm. Ethan nodded in satisfaction. A true cavalryman needs that kind of imposing, powerful presence. A single charge by a squadron of wolf riders is enough to destroy any knight's manor. He had already planned it out. They would simply line up in 2 rows. Upon entering, they would see a mountain of orc heads, with heavy infantry in front and wolf riders behind. I'm sure it will leave a deep impression on them. As for the remaining elven rangers, they were considered family members. Who told Ethan to marry their eldest sister? After securing the security, the next biggest headache was figuring out what to do with his 2 wives. Despite their current harmonious facade, tensions are building between them as the date approaches. Who knows who I'll kiss first? Ethan didn't even dare to ask. If he did, they would explode on the spot. We still need to come up with a comprehensive plan to cover all aspects of the wedding. Alice stared at herself in the bronze mirror, somewhat dazed. A wedding, a word that once seemed so distant to her, has now truly come to her. It's really hard to describe what a wonderful feeling it is. As she waved goodbye to her elders who had come to see them off in the elf forest, she smiled and said that she would bring all her kin who had been stranded on the mainland back with her. But now, she was about to become a nobleman's wife. She was momentarily lost. The maids dressed her up beautifully. Having been raised in the aristocracy, they knew exactly how to dress a bride. Even though the Viscount's territory couldn't compare to the Joel family's, the carefully adorned elves still radiated a light called beauty. With the wedding just 2 days away, she was filled with anxiety. Madam looks even more beautiful dressed like this. Master will surely love it, said the maid who was doing her makeup. Alice stared blankly at her reflection in front of her. A light layer of powder was evenly applied to her face, restoring the radiance to her skin, which she hadn't had time to take care of lately due to her busy schedule. The exquisite jewelry made her simple face appear even more refined, though it made her head feel a little heavy. She wasn't used to this kind of outfit. But will Ethan like it? The maidservant beside him had left at some point, and a tall figure was reflected in the bronze mirror in front of him. Ethan embraced the elf through his thin, long dress. How are you feeling? Do you like your head feeling heavy? Ethan rested his head on her shoulder and admired the beautiful work of art through the mirror. After a long pause, Ethan nodded to himself and said, it looks better than before. Was I not pretty before? That's not what I meant. As if remembering something, Alice sighed. It's a pity my family can't come. We're separated by half a continent, and it's very difficult to contact them. Do you think they'd mind if you married me? Alice gave him a disapproving look. Would you marry your daughter off to a greedy, lecherous nobleman as his second wife? Histash. Ethan gasped, and upon reflection, realized he really might be that kind of BD. If it were him, he probably wouldn't agree to this marriage either. How am I supposed to face my father-in-law and mother-in-law from now on? Alice chuckled softly, turning to comfort her. Don't worry, we elves are very open-minded. Everyone has the right to choose. Besides, unlike greedy fellows like you, we are loyal and steadfast. Alice leaned against his chest. I'm just worried that we might never see them again, and neither will my companions. Don't worry, you won't have to wait too long. I'll take you back eventually. Alice was thinking that by the time she could go back, she might already be having her child's child. Although she didn't know much, she still knew how difficult the journey home was, crossing half the continent from the border. Knowing Ethan as she did, her idea of going back probably meant fighting her way through. A man's ambition. I believe you, Ethan. She didn't doubt her lover's intentions, even though the goal was difficult, she firmly supported him. Ethan fiddled with her pointed ears. I mean, at this stage, can't we use a different name? The shy elf hesitated for a long time, torn between shame and affection. Finally, she managed to squeeze out a soft, choked voice, darling, darling. Seeing that the atmosphere was quite right, Ethan finally asked about his purpose. Jin Shuang, at the wedding in 2 days, do you think it would be more appropriate for the pastor to ask who is willing first? Alice's face immediately fell. Sure enough, this guy always had a purpose in everything he did. She said in a petulant tone, of course, Sister Wolf should go first in this kind of thing, after all, she's the eldest. It's hard to believe that this was a willing answer. Little Jin Huang, please don't throw a tantrum about this, okay? Alice forcefully pushed him out of the room. You should discuss this with your sister first. So, was young master sent here by Alice? Wolf looked at Ethan, who had appeared at the bedside, with a mocking gaze. Although she knew Ethan must have had some strange idea to get kicked out, she still showed him boundless tolerance and let him sleep with her. After taking a deep breath of Ethan's scent from her chest, she asked, what has happened, young master, that has upset Alice? Ethan repeated the question, then looked forward to her answer again. Wolf didn't disappoint him, replying directly, I don't care, it's fine if she goes first. After all, I've already married the young master once. She radiated the aura of an empress. Her serene smile exuded absolute confidence, her position was unshakable. Then it settled. Ethan extended his index finger and hooked it with hers, it was the simplest of promises. Wolf was clearly not satisfied yet. Since I've agreed to the young master's request, then the young master must listen to me this time. Please don't leave tonight, okay? It was her turn today, so there's no problem with that. Anything else? Wolf, a smug smile on her face, hugged Ethan tightly. She whispered in his ear, I want to have a little wolf cub for the young master. Her ear twitched, its fur brushing against Ethan's cheek. Ethan's struggles were countered by her immense strength, and Wolf was even able to free her hand to turn off the light. You won't stop until I beg for mercy. I'm just kidding, begging for mercy won't stop it. Wah, master, I was wrong. Ethan grabbed her hair from behind. Will you dare do it again? No, I wouldn't dare, master. After being released, Wolf was given a chance to catch her breath, but Ethan wasn't going to let her go so quickly. Don't you often go hungry? Now you have to finish it all. Wolf lowered her body, her wolf tail swaying behind her in a gesture of submission. Yes, master. Wolf placed her hand on her slightly protruding belly and asked expectantly, young master, do you think it will succeed this time? For someone at the transcendent level, getting pregnant is a very difficult thing. Although his and Wolf's ranks were not particularly high, they still reduced the probability of having children to an appalling degree. As long as you work hard, you will succeed eventually. Don't keep focusing on this. Ethan hugged his wife tightly. The first one is always different, Wolf argued, afraid of depriving her child of their rightful place. We're all still young, there's no need to think about the future. Ethan wasn't sure either, so he could only use this excuse to brush it off, since he didn't know what would happen after having a child. One can only try not to show favoritism. However, sometimes this situation cannot be changed by one person alone. Wolf looked up and asked earnestly, young master, will you still love me in the future? I have indeed said many things that weren't entirely certain in the past, but I can answer this question for you. The answer is yes. Ethan kissed her forehead. Good night. The wedding day arrived quickly. Heaven seemed to grant this new owner of the land all the favor. It was a sunny but not too hot summer day, with even the occasional gentle breeze. Guests arrived with valuable or rare gifts as congratulatory presents, and Marcus greeted them in a newly custom-made suit. At this point, he returned to his former identity as a butler, but a butler of a viscount. This made his back very straight. He has a son, a child born late in life, and he estimates that his son will take over his position and continue to assist the master or the master's son. There will never be another job as great, respectable, and honorable as this. This identity has completely offset the losses he suffered from breaking away from the Joel family. One could even say he is freer. Sometimes he even thought, perhaps the master could carry on the glory of the Joel family, to become another earldom. By then, they would be considered true nobles. But things are pretty good now. Even a baron has to be polite to him and give him face. The wedding was not held in Logtown, which Ethan had now turned into a relatively secretive military base. Moreover, the scale of the event is larger in Baifeng City, which can save some money. As a wedding, it should naturally be festive. Tens of thousands of people in the entire Northwind City received Lord Ethan's blessings, and everyone was able to eat white bread and salted meat, causing public morale to soar. Even the merchants appreciated the master's kindness, and for the next few days, they were exempt from taxes on their business. They spontaneously enlivened the entire city of Baifeng, showcasing extraordinary vitality. Both the luncheon and dinner were held at the Viscount's castle. This castle, which once witnessed the bloodshed of wolf riders, still stands strong after hundreds of years of wind and rain, with only its pitted and uneven stones bearing witness to its trials and tribulations. Therefore, it was no surprise that the nobles attending the banquet were startled when they saw 2 rows of wolf riders standing in front of the reception room. No one knows if this will be a repeat of the tragedy that happened many years ago. Fortunately, after Cain explained it to them, they were able to convince themselves that it was Ethan's doing. Wolf Riders. They couldn't help but turn around and glance at them. Is this the support the Joel family gave him? No. It shouldn't be like this, at least not Wolf Riders. Heavy infantry in front are the support the Earl should have. If the Joel family truly possessed the technology to tame steppenwolves, they couldn't possibly be just counts. Unique troop types have always been the most coveted goal of all nobles. So, this is Ethan Joel's own technique. Everyone's expressions turned serious. A cavalry unit was not someone to be dealt with easily. The high mobility of cavalry is unmatched by any other type of military unit, which is why any cavalry unit is at least a mid to high level military unit. What stands out is the sheer size and combat strength of each faction. I say, a few Wolf Riders have scared you like this. Thor walked ahead with his hands behind his back, speaking with the air of a seasoned veteran. Anyway, we're guests. Are you afraid these wolf cubs will eat you? Seeing him swagger in, the others no longer hesitated and followed him into the reception room. In truth, the deterrent power of these dozens of knights on the battlefield couldn't be matched by 10 Wolf Rider squadrons combined. However, sometimes they themselves forget that they and their ancestors rode horses. This place is familiar to them, only now it's decorated with beautiful colors representing a wedding. The young Viscount was unpretentious and extended a warm welcome and blessings to everyone. Saul thought that if so many people gave him money one day, he would be just as happy and easygoing. Marcus loudly announced the guests' gifts excluding the 20 gold coins for military expenses. Baron Marvin has sent a complete set of gold jewelry, 12 pieces in total. Baron Hoffman has sent over a set of mahogany furniture, 18 pieces in total. Sir Nice has delivered 4 oxen and 2 cows. Marcus's throat was a little hoarse, but he didn't care. This was a moment of glory. He witnessed the Ethan family's first wedding. This will be something you can brag about to your children in the future. As the guests gradually took their seats, the host began to speak. Ethan held up a wine glass. The clear, transparent liquid indicated it was a fine wine from the heart of the Empire. Gentlemen, welcome to this place to witness the history of the border. For the first time, the orcs have fallen beneath our blades, signifying a shift in the balance of power and a new chapter in history. The mountains of orc heads will stretch endlessly, serving as stepping stones for our advancement, and the benefits will extend far beyond military merit. This means that from now on we can keep our enemies beyond our borders, freely develop our territory, and ultimately, return to the Empire. Ethan paused, then said, "This glory doesn't belong to me alone, nor will I enjoy it all by myself. I also need everyone's support. Not much, you don't even need to contribute any manpower or resources, just some insignificant supplies." Ethan's idea is to continue this form of cooperation, with one party providing the money and the other providing the personnel. Cheers to us. Ethan raised his glass and clinked it with the others from a distance. I think this is something you can't worry about alone. We can join the fight if necessary, right? Someone made an untimely suggestion. Ethan readily accepted the proposal. They simply wanted to train their troops, which was acceptable. Today is his big day, and he doesn't want to resort to violence. Let's get rid of that person tomorrow. Just kidding, even he wouldn't just lay a hand on a knight. The nobility has always been very strict in this regard. Not to mention that these guys will be a great asset in the future, but getting them to willingly obey me will require some effort. Regardless, these nobles and their retinues could muster more than 40 extraordinary combatants. Moreover, they are of very high quality, with each person possessing exceptional combat skills and a good education, proficient in archery, horseback riding, and many other skills. In the Northwind region, where superhuman strength cannot yet be mass-produced, this is the strongest force. The reason the orcs didn't launch a large-scale invasion was that they didn't want to force this group of beasts to unite. Humans avoid cat attacks simply to avoid bloodshed, nothing more. When the time comes, organize a few orcish counterattacks for these delusional guys, and they will naturally back down. No nobleman would be willing to part with the elite troops they have painstakingly trained. According to border customs, the wedding is held in the evening. Although he didn't know why this strange custom existed, Ethan figured it was probably because the place was as bright as day on winter nights. The midday celebration banquet, as usual, turned into a dance. Fortunately, the noble ladies were sensible enough not to invite him to dance, otherwise, what would his 2 wives do? Taking this opportunity, Ethan finally got to know all the nobles in the Northwind region, as well as their various relatives and followers. The interpersonal relationships involved were extremely complex, as the various noble families had intricate connections built up over hundreds of years of intermarriage. Each nobleman addressed each other differently. You call me brother, I call you grandpa, let's each stick to our own way. Social interaction among nobles is more demanding than one might imagine. After the so-called celebration banquet, they only have a brief 2-hour break before they must pull themselves together and prepare for the start of the wedding in the manner befitting nobles. The constant social engagements were exhausting, but thankfully the new Viscount wasn't one to put people through the ringer. After the pastor's lengthy blessings and introductions, the bride finally made her entrance. This finally excited the guys who were barely keeping their eyes open. No matter where she is, the bride is always the most dazzling presence. Alice, dressed in a pure white wedding gown, was escorted by her clansmen to the red carpet. Her dazzling golden hair and emerald green eyes revealed her to be the purest of elves, and her stunning beauty aroused the envy of these nobles. This explains why Ethan had previously asked them not to harm the elves. It turns out they had the support of the elves. A small team of wandering knights is indeed a suitable candidate for marriage alliance. Even a marriage alliance between minor nobles could not garner the full support of an entire elite force. Someone muttered under their breath, "I wonder how Viscount Ethan managed to get his hands on that proud elf." The others nodded in agreement. Elves had always viewed other races as threats, let alone the nobles they were hostile to. To be able to win the heart of an elf and make her willingly marry him, this newly arrived Viscount must be quite capable. Someone said sourly, "Who told this guy to have such a handsome face? The nobility are just different." A nobleman sitting in front of him tilted his head and retorted, "Come on, this is a marriage. Look at those great nobles, how many of them can marry elves? If you ask me, he's already showing considerable courage by marrying a woman of another race. Or maybe he just enjoys this kind of thing. Those guys always have it even more extravagant than us. Indeed, I heard she was just his concubine." After saying this, they both fell silent. They were even more jealous. Why would this elf agree to marry a human as a concubine? Did Ethan save her life? After Alice gave Ethan a real boost, the second main character of the wedding appeared. At first glance, the nobles were captivated by Wolf's beauty. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to notice something was amiss. Then came a deathly silence. If it weren't for the small hill at the manor's entrance bearing witness to the feud between Ethan and the beastman, and given his high status as a viscount, they would have certainly questioned him. Why? How dare you marry a beastman? Hatred runs in their blood. They do not want to see a beastman appear before them so openly. Even a viscountess. I heard that Ethan was forced to marry an orc at the Ya family's house. At the time, we thought it was a joke. Saul continued. Afterwards, he was exiled to the border, and I thought he was just a pathetic loser in a family feud, but now it seems, how could that be? His words brought the others back to their senses, and they regained their composure and reflection. Judging from the bride's appearance, she seems to be a wolf with strong bloodlines. And these wolf riders. The nobles exchanged glances, and a sense of admiration for Ethan arose spontaneously within them. What a good child who is willing to endure humiliation and hardship for the sake of the family's prosperity? Given his attitude towards the beastman, the fact that he was willing to lower himself to marry a wolf shows a great deal of self-sacrifice. In an instant, they all understood Ethan, and their words became more complimentary. After all, they certainly wouldn't be willing to reluctantly marry a beastman. With the technology to train wolf riders in hand, Ethan could establish himself securely on that alone, and there was no need for further consideration. After the pastor asked all three parties for their opinions, he received affirmative answers from all of them. After the guests' applause came their blessings. Ethan accepted the money without hesitation and also made a promise to them. As long as he's alive, there won't be a single winter when the orcs dare to cross the border. Although it may only be empty words now, time will tell. As it happens, Ethan also needs time. Amidst the clinking of glasses and lively conversation, both host and guests enjoyed themselves immensely. After Ethan had drunk the last group of guests under the table and had his servants take them back to their rooms, he finally had time to rest. Perhaps it's a new battlefield. As agreed a few days ago, I was supposed to spend the first half of the night with Alice. Ethan pushed open the door. Why aren't the lights on? There was no response from the dark room, and he assumed Alice was shy. Ethan fumbled for the candle by the bedside and lit it. His heavy eye bags suddenly cleared up. How did you two get together? Wolf and Alice held hands, tilting their heads to look at him. At that moment, their pure white wedding dresses, symbolizing purity, became somewhat charming and alluring. Young master, haven't you always wanted the two of you to be together? This entire section failed, there's nothing I can do about it, I can't change it. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Dragging his groggy head, Ethan couldn't remember what happened afterward. His only impression was probably madness, or rather, the current situation of having a wolf girl in one hand and an elf in the other represents the events of yesterday. My life is complete, I have no regrets. Sir, our scouts have brought news regarding the border. Please take a look. The old butler carefully placed the wax-sealed letter on the desk and then withdrew. Oldman covered his face with his hands, trying to calm himself down. His heart was in turmoil. The usually decisive Count was now somewhat uneasy. He rubbed his old face and took a deep breath. Oldman finally deigned to open the letter. Viscount, he slowly uttered the two words, then a slight smile appeared on his lips. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, then he rang a bell to summon the butler. Tell Madam to stop causing trouble for Ethan. The Joel family doesn't have the energy to deal with a brand new Viscount family. The butler hesitated for a moment, then accepted the order and left. Oldman leaned back in his chair and lit his pipe, already picturing Ethan making a name for himself on the border. However, based on his understanding of Ethan, most of them are very unhappy with themselves. Well, whatever. Hate if you want to. After a few generations, when the two families meet again, they will ultimately find they share the same bloodline, and the ancestral grievances will be easily resolved. After all, descendants will always be generous on behalf of their ancestors. By then, with the help of the Joel family, the Ethan family will eventually be promoted to earldom. At that time, the two families will be able to cooperate in both offense and defense, and they will be virtually no threat to the empire. Madam, I have conveyed the master's message. You can consider the next steps yourself. In the bronze mirror, a beautiful noblewoman is applying bright red lipstick to herself. So that brat has split up the family. So what if you become a viscount? What if they come knocking on your door demanding the title? Madam, as you know, after the division of the family property, the independent heir automatically loses the right of inheritance, and the imperial court will not allow a viscount to inherit the title of earl, as that would harm their interests. Sophia glanced at her reflection in the mirror with satisfaction, then said, the earl still has over a decade to live. What if one day that brat's descendant suddenly appears and tries to claim the inheritance? This is indeed in accordance with the law and common sense. After all, young Master Ethan's children are considered direct descendants. Since Oldman won't get involved, I'll write a letter to my father. He's just a minor viscount, what can he possibly do? Sophia turned her head. By the way, what has Aesop been up to lately? Has he been listening to his father and training diligently? Young master, he's still the same. Sophia's gaze turned cold. This good-for-nothing son always disappointed her. Go, take all the birds and beasts in his yard, along with all the maids and slaves, away. Lock him up in solitary confinement for a week to reflect on his actions. The butler responded and obediently did as instructed. It's always the same, it's useless, but I'll still pretend to be polite. To be fair, Ethan is still much better than Aesop, but he has already chosen the right side, and the changes over the years have proven that this was the right decision. Since the house of Joel fell into decline and had to seek a patron, he had decided that the Duke of Kosake would become the leader of the house of Joel. The patriarch tacitly agreed to this, for in any case, ensuring the continuation of the family bloodline was the most important thing. This is also why Oldman agreed to exile Ethan. There might be a chance for growth on the border, but in the prison of the Joel family, the most likely outcome is death. Thinking of the suffering Ethan endured at the border, Oldman couldn't help but worry about whether he was eating and drinking well and how he was doing. The days of having two women on either side are over. The two good kids can't always act up just to make Ethan happy. Another reason is that Ethan is becoming increasingly busy. Life was uneventful, nothing unexpected happened throughout the summer. Aside from enjoying the luxurious lifestyle befitting an aristocrat, he had even more to deal with each day. Whether it was military training, governance of people's livelihood, or, most importantly, land reclamation, he had to make decisions and review many reports. Every month, his troops would openly attack the Ayarwadi Valley, and life became increasingly peaceful. Their private training sessions are even more numerous. For example, helping the bulls deal with threats from other large tribes. Upon seeing what appeared to be battlefield traces of wolf riders, the large tribes immediately cowered. No matter what, facing a single wolf rider was extremely unwise. During this time, Ethan's wolf riders expanded to 2 squadrons, having largely exhausted the benefits of the previous war. The remaining talents will need to be trained gradually. Even with the help of skills, the training of those servants is not fast. However, there are some good candidates among the squires. A few of the youngsters will have the opportunity to become knights in 2 years, which is already quite a talent. Having already secured a usable force, Ethan decided to assign them another challenging task. Get out of here and go clear the wasteland, sir. Under his orders, a significant number of serfs and ordinary soldiers were thrown into the vast plains, where they were used for farming and training in peacetime, and then pulled up there in wartime. Although their combat strength couldn't compare to the soldiers of the same year who had been training for a long time, Ethan really couldn't afford to support them anymore. I've been at the border for a year now, and life has always been tough. The biggest shortage is food. That's why, even if he slows down his expansion, Ethan needs to establish a solid foundation for himself. Food is always a hard currency. Except for elite units with veterans and above, the food standards for the remaining soldiers were reduced. The advantage was that when clearing land, they cultivated the fields themselves and took care of the livestock and game themselves. The soldiers were satisfied with the fact that they had the right to dispose of a portion of the livestock and most of the game. Another minor event occurred in the territory. Catherine awakened her magic. The status of monks has always been transcendent. The prerequisite is that the mage must know magic. However, Ethan had never understood anything about magic. He was a true successor of the Sword Saint. What mage? Aren't they just squishy characters who get one-shotted with a single sword strike? So when Catherine, who had served him for 20 years, made this small request to learn magic, he agreed without hesitation. This was the first time Catherine had ever made a request of him, and she was really not used to it. The usually expressionless personal maid finally revealed a faint smile and said, "Thank you, young master. The only real problem is how to get some books related to monks." Catherine awakened a very rare elemental magic power, characterized by its neutral nature and the ability to convert it into other elemental magic powers, meaning she can learn many spells. As for Alice, that half-baked one, Ethan doubted she even knew her meditation properly. As for the other nature spells, well, let's just say we'll learn them first. The Collin family's collection does contain many records and autobiographies about sorcerers, but none of them contain methods of cultivation. Perhaps it's because the Collin family has never produced a mage. Catherine, your daughter is so beautiful. Perhaps she'll be lucky enough to catch the eye of some important person someday. It's just family bloodline inheritance. She's not particularly beautiful, so how could she possibly catch the eye of nobles? Young Catherine hid behind her mother, looking at the tall knight in front of her with some fear. She has the same name as her mother, a name that has remained unchanged for generations. Before her mother left, she would be called Little Catherine to distinguish her from others. Their family had served the Joel family for 200 years, and as a result, they had earned a great deal of trust and good treatment. The Bateson people considered black hair the purest symbol of nobility, and to highlight their superior status, gray hair, which is closest in color to black hair, became one of their preferences when choosing servants. In their view, gray hair was the highest bloodline among free people, and it was perfectly fitting to use it to serve them. Little Catherine has perfectly inherited this trait. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she will likely serve the nobility on the manor until her death, just like her elders. This is quite credible. Even though nobles were often wicked and had dark personalities, they still took very good care of the elders who had served them for generations. After all, we've been together since childhood, so there's bound to be some emotional connection. Therefore, little Catherine's fate largely depended on whether she could find a good master. However, under her parents' protection, she grew up healthy and quickly learned everything that servants were supposed to know, until the day the optimistic and cheerful little Catherine was chosen. Logically speaking, at only 12 years old, she shouldn't be separated from her parents and forced to take on the duties of a servant. At least 2 more years. But sometimes people are destined to experience extraordinary things. The second son of the Joel family was born. After the city was filled with a festive atmosphere, the servants were summoned. Oldman looked with satisfaction at the orderly servants before him. These people had 2 distinctive characteristics. Firstly, they have been loyal to the family for many years and can be trusted. Secondly, they each had 1 or 2 young children with them. He wanted to choose one of them to be his second son's personal servant. This choice must be made carefully, as it concerns my son's future. But it's not a big deal. After all, his eldest son is already outstanding enough to shoulder the future of the family. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, his remaining sons can only assist him or go out on their own to start their own businesses. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to the servants who were standing at attention. As their gaze swept across the area, they spontaneously straightened their posture. "Catherine, bring your daughter up." Catherine paused for a moment, then replied, "Yes, sir." Unaware of what was happening, little Catherine was taken up there by her mother. This was the first time she had met the head of the Joel family, a dignified middle-aged man. At her mother's prompting, she called out in a clear, crisp voice, "Master." Oldman nodded in satisfaction. He had a good impression of the pretty little girl, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen her. "From this day forward, you will be Ethan Joel, the personal servant of the second young master of the Joel family. Are you willing?" "Master, if I may say a few words, my daughter isn't very good at serving people yet. I'm afraid the young master won't be satisfied." Oldman waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right, Catherine. I believe in your abilities. Besides, my son is still young. You have plenty of time to teach him." A touch of sadness crossed his eyes. The smaller the age gap between master and servant, the better. Otherwise, they would end up like him, watching the person he trusted most die. Oldman's personal servant was 20 years older than him and had died 5 years ago. Although this was normal, he still felt a pang of guilt. Little Catherine is only 10 years old, just the right age to take care of her second son. And so, the innocent and naive young Catherine became the maid of the new young master of the Joel family. This was a huge leap in their status. Overnight, they went from ordinary, senior servants to core servants, which was almost the pinnacle of their profession. Above that, there are the butlers, a position that has long been monopolized and passed down through generations. These things were not yet easily understood by young Catherine. She could only vaguely sense the change in her treatment. Not only has the food improved, but the clothes have also become more exquisite, and even the way they address each other. The servants who serve Ethan together have to call her head maid. Although it was said in a slightly joking tone, things are definitely different from before. And all of this was brought about by the baby who watched over him from his swaddling clothes. Unlike other children, Ethan was very well behaved and rarely cried, which put everyone at ease. "My daily work involves taking care of this obedient child, which has made things much easier for everyone." As the days went by, Ethan grew into a little boy, while Catherine blossomed into a beautiful young woman. Logically speaking, someone of this age should have been married long ago, but servants are different. They must obtain their master's permission before they can marry. This can be considered a blessing. Naturally, many people had ulterior motives about this. After all, they were just children. A few sweet words and they might be able to get their hands on the personal maid. The end result was that they brought shame upon themselves. Catherine always remembered to take good care of Ethan, and for this reason, she almost never had contact with other people in private. But it wasn't just the other servants who coveted her beauty. "Miss Catherine, if you don't get married soon, you'll never be able to get married." Catherine slapped away his hand, which was trying to touch her, with disgust. "Sir Ankara, marrying a servant will lower your status. It's all right, as long as I talk to young Master Ethan, we can get married tomorrow." Ankara grasped Catherine's hand and said, "Catherine, you know me. My love for you is unparalleled, as pure as jade. I think even others won't have any other thoughts about us. Please release your grip, Knight of Ankara." As the two remained locked in a stalemate, a loud footstep approached, and Ankara finally relented. He knelt on one knee. "Greetings, second young master." Catherine, feeling as if granted a pardon, walked up behind Ethan. "Young master." Ankara mustered his courage and stood up, wanting to take this opportunity to make his request directly. He opened his mouth to speak. Young Master Ethan, kneel down. This was the first time Ankara had ever seen the gentle second young master speak in such a tone. Although she didn't know what she had done to offend him, she still obediently complied and knelt down. He lowered his head and asked, "Young master, I don't know where I went wrong, please forgive me." In his view, a 12-year-old child might be more likely to agree after being moved by his sincere attitude. Swish. He heard the sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath, and then the sword plunged straight into his throat. "Young master, that's fast, the sword." Ethan turned his head. "He's trying to kill me. Call the guards." By the time Catherine arrived with her guards, the knight's body had already been repositioned. He held a long sword, his face still showing resentment. He looked just like a knight who had been defeated in battle. Well-trained guards quickly arrived and immediately cordoned off the area. "Are you all right, Master Ethan?" Ethan wiped his long sword. His swordsmanship was not yet up to par, and blood stained the blade. "If anything happens to me, you will see my corpse," he replied calmly. A layer of cold sweat began to bead on the soldiers' foreheads. "But what kind of work are you doing? Swords aren't allowed in the compound. Are you blind?" Their bodies began to tremble. "Theoretically, that's true, but the Ankara Knights have always acted this way, and none of the aforementioned figures have ever said so. But ultimately, it was their incompetence that caused the problem." There was no room for argument in the face of facts. It was only thanks to Ethan's unharmed that they were able to save their lives. Ethan waved his hand. All right. Clean up the scene, and that's it. I'll handle things with my dad myself." Throughout the entire process, Catherine, as one of the parties involved, remained exceptionally calm, a trait the young master had taught her. Always remain indifferent. From then on, it was difficult to see any expression on Catherine's face. She understood everything Ethan was going to do, but the two of them kept it unspoken. 3 days later, after pondering the report for a long time, Oldman finally decided to deal with the matter. Both sides needed a verdict. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. That kid has always acted very kind and polite. He couldn't help but think that when this kid was 8 years old, he threw a servant into the arena to fight monsters, to deliver food, and when he was 11, he killed a soldier at the drop of a hat. Every time, without warning. His large fingers traced across the parchment, finally stopping at Catherine's name. Catherine. She's always there. Oldman had already made up his mind. Everything happens for a reason. He admired his second son even more. This fiercely protective and ruthless personality is exactly what his brother needs. When the two brothers join forces, how can one man stand against the other? The house of Joel will grow stronger under their leadership. Thinking of this, he suddenly became interested in the maid who was being protected by Ethan, so he ordered her to be brought to him. "Greetings, sir." Catherine bowed slightly, her expressionless face. "Tell me what happened again." The Ankara Knight was moving about the compound as usual when he encountered young Master Ethan. He suddenly attacked, but was ultimately defeated by the young master in one move. "You're talking nonsense." Oldman slammed his hand on the desk in front of him. With the strength of a third-tier knight, the century-old redwood desk snapped in two with a loud bang. Catherine's black and white dress billowed in the gust of air, but she remained expressionless. "That is indeed the case, sir." The guard outside the study burst in, then was chased out by Oldman, looking completely bewildered. "I assure you in the name of the Earl that you and Ethan will not be punished in any way. Now I'll say it again, tell the truth." "I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, sir, you can ask the young master." "Why did you call me?" Ethan walked in from outside. He was barely old enough to be called a teenager, but he was developing very quickly and was already as tall as Catherine. Ethan stepped in front of Catherine, picking at his ear with his fingers, and replied nonchalantly, "Father, it's just the killing of an insignificant knight. Is it really necessary to get angry at my maid? And it caused such a commotion." Oldman's face flushed red, his facial muscles twitched, and he uttered, "Yours. Didn't you specify that she was the one who gave it to me back then? Are you going to deny it now?" After saying that, he grabbed Catherine's wrist. "If there's nothing else, we'll head back now." Oldman watched them leave, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I knew I hadn't made a mistake. He's a good kid," he muttered. Back in the room, as Catherine helped him change, she whispered in his ear, "Thank you for getting me out of that predicament, young master." Ethan stroked her light gray head without any hesitation. "Why are you being so polite with me? That idiot who dared to set his sights on you already knows he's asking for trouble. By the way, could you smile when you say thank you?" Catherine said calmly, "Young master, you told me 4 years ago when that guy was harassing me that I must always remain indifferent and never show any emotion." Ethan thought back and it seemed that it did happen. Catherine blushed after being scolded a few times, and then he threw the guy into the arena to be eaten by the tigers. "So you've just been taking it all along. I am the young master's personal maid." Finally, an official statement regarding the incident was released. The situation was true as Catherine had described, in consideration of the Ankara family's more than 100 years of service to the Lord's family. This punishment did not affect his family members, it merely confiscated all their property, expelled them from the house of Joel, and reduced them to ordinary free citizens. Of course, whether others would take advantage of his misfortune was not Oldman's concern. A significant portion of his fortune was used to compensate Ethan for emotional distress, further enriching his personal savings. He wasn't interested in money, anyway. Everything in the Joel family would be inherited by his older brother. At that time, as the trusted and beloved younger brother, he couldn't say he was poor in the small world of the Joel family. It was just that having more money than he could spend was a problem. Once his elder brother returns from fighting goblins in the southern part of the empire, he will be able to become the second in command of the Ye family without much difficulty. That evening, Ethan took Catherine out of the Joel family manor and strolled around their property. Here, try this. Ethan slipped a jade bracelet onto Catherine's wrist. Young master, this is far too precious. Ethan ignored her words and simply stared at her jade-like hand with the bracelet on it. Yes, it's really good, we got it. Ethan didn't even ask how much it cost, he just took it and left. Anyway, the shop owner will go to the Joel family to collect it from the butler. Everyone knows that the second young master of the Joel family has this kind of personality, so no one dares to claim it for himself. It's just deducted from Ethan's monthly allowance. Since we're already here, why not buy a few outfits while we're at it? Young master. Catherine reluctantly showed off her good figure to Ethan. This is the 6th set already. As one of my people, how can you go out without a few decent outfits? This, and that, I'll take them all. The shop owner packed Ethan's things with a smile and thoughtfully offered to take him to the manor, so the young master wouldn't have to trouble himself. Just for the sake of the so-called sense of ceremony, the two of them still ended up carrying quite a lot of things home. Afterwards, the two waited in the room for a long time, but nothing happened. Ethan, sitting in his chair, asked, Catherine, how are you feeling today? She remained calm and composed, saying, happy. Ethan stared at the empty air, making sure no 3 option boxes popped up. Then he lay back in his chair and sighed, so it wasn't some backwater after all. He was quite certain that Catherine had feelings for him, but nothing had happened. Catherine couldn't help but smile at his somewhat exaggerated manner, a smile that Ethan caught as he turned around. You just laughed, didn't you? No, young master. You definitely laughed. Seemingly unable to resist Ethan's persistence, her perpetually icy face finally broke into a smile. Ethan, his face still somewhat immature, couldn't help but think that after so long in this world, he didn't even have a cheat code, truly a disgrace to transmigrators. Now that things have come to this, all he can do is become a spoiled brat who lives a life of idleness after his older brother inherits the family fortune. This seemed pretty good, and Ethan regained hope for the future. Since that's the case, then I don't need to strive anymore. Anyway, my older brother, who's supposedly a genius who comes along once in a century, is more than capable of taking everyone down. I can just enjoy myself. The gap between reality and ideals is always significant. Since you were able to take down that knight, it shows you have considerable talent. I've found you a teacher, you should study diligently under his tutelage from now on. Ethan blinked his bright eyes. Just lucky, there's no need to find me a special teacher. Besides, weren't all my skills taught to me personally? In short, Ethan's words conveyed only 2 words, he wouldn't do it. Having finally been born into a wealthy family, why should I still have to work myself to the bone? You have the nerve to say that? You only learned a little bit of those things before and never improved. If you had even half of your older brother's ambition, you wouldn't still be a knight. Oldman glared and puffed out his cheeks, as if Ethan were truly incredibly lazy, making no mention of the fact that he was the one who was too lazy to teach Ethan. So, what kind of teacher did you find for me this time? Swordsmanship teacher, I see you have a talent in this area. I won't do it. No matter how hard I try, I'll never surpass my older brother, so why should I bother? After saying that, Ethan ran away. Unnecessary things would only waste time. Oldman's words brought him back to reality. You have to go this time, whether you like it or not. I begged for this teacher, the Imperial Sword Saint, Goring. Ethan poked his head out from outside the door. Goring, the Imperial Sword Saint. Since you've gone to so much trouble to invite this teacher, then I'll go take a look. Goring, a 5th-tier swordsman, is the highest achiever of the Empire's swordsman class, and one of the few non-knight powerhouses who can command respect. This is a true veteran, who even participated in the last war against the demons and fought directly against the previous demon king. Although it was a narrow defeat, his survival proves his strength. Tier 3 can be called elite, while Tier 5 is worthy of being called a hero. Could such a legendary figure be persuaded by a mere earl? Ethan felt this didn't seem normal at all. Maybe it was a big boss. He was thinking when his adoptive father spoke again. There's one more thing. Your older brother will be back soon. You 2 brothers can have a good get-together then, but don't make him angry, understand? So, it's because Sword Saint Goring has taken a liking to my elder brother. Ethan's words hit the nail on the head, making the old count lose face. He glanced at Ethan, lifting his eyelids slightly. This was something your older brother begged for, so cherish it. Inside the room, Ethan rested his head on Catherine's lap, contemplating what to do next. My older brother is coming back. His elder brother was considerably older than him. By his calculations, he was almost 25 and was currently serving as a pioneering nobleman in the southern grasslands of the Empire, expanding the territory for the Empire and his family. Eli, the eldest son of the Joel family, is, in Ethan's eyes, the perfect protagonist archetype. He has a gentle and refined personality, is approachable, and possesses exceptional talent that is rare even in a century. He reached the 3rd rank at the age of 18 and is now about to break through to the 4th rank. He returned this time to marry his childhood sweetheart, who was also a saint from the papacy. The renowned Saint Ethan had also met her. She was indeed a holy and gentle lady, and also a mage of the light element. They are truly a match made in heaven. I just wonder what kind of wonderful gifts this future sister-in-law will give me. Holy water and potions from the Vatican are all top quality items. However, when I was a child, I often made my older brother angry, and in the end, it was always my kind-hearted sister-in-law who would educate me. Eli probably wouldn't hold on to things from the past. He didn't do anything special, except tell those intelligence guys about his secret rendezvous with his sister-in-law and sell it for 2 gold coins. Then this made the news. As a result, the shy sister-in-law ran back to the Vatican headquarters. The eldest brother was confined for 2 weeks, and he himself. My father hung me up and whipped me with a belt, making me spin like a top. What did he want those 2 gold coins for? The answer is to buy Catherine some cosmetics for ladies, since he didn't have much pocket money at that time. In order to test my knowledge about the corner and give wood, I had no choice but to ask my older brother to do it. He was certain he had maxed out Catherine's favorability, but nothing happened. Catherine maintained the same icy expression as before. He couldn't resist reaching out and squeezing her, but her expression remained unchanged. It looked like a silicone doll in front of me. Ethan sat up and said seriously, "Let me play with your breasts." Catherine's breath hitched, and a look of panic finally appeared in her eyes. She began to hesitate. Finally, she closed her eyes, steeled herself, grabbed Ethan's hand, and reached for her chest. The young master is really good to her, and these are things she should do. A familiar sensation surfaced on my face. Ethan touched her face. "I was just kidding," Catherine said with a forlorn tone, "young master." However, she quickly regained her composure. In a few more years it will be fine. Young master is indeed a bit too young now. What Catherine didn't expect was that once Ethan actually grew up, he lost interest in that area. By the time she regained her senses, there was no longer a place for her there. Ethan himself may have forgotten what happened before. Since then, he has been immersed in the training that Goring had put him through, and he has been neglecting everything except practicing his sword all day long. He was certain that he couldn't possibly have any special advantages in love, like having many children and good fortune. That was simply impossible. You'd be better off using this time to practice your swordsmanship. After all, it's really useful. As for what happened afterward, Ethan had no time to care about the maid who had feelings for him. They can barely protect themselves. Catherine gradually categorized this idea as unrealistic. Perhaps, it was just wishful thinking on her part. Emotions, like expressions, gradually freeze over. As time went by, she became clear about her own role. She was nothing more than a servant who served the young master. Those things were just Ethan being young and mischievous back then. One morning, Catherine suddenly felt something strange about her body. A strange warm current was flowing through her. At first, she just thought it was some kind of unusual physiological phenomenon, until one day she casually mentioned it to Alice. Suddenly, she became a mage. Whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, the fact that she awakened her magic at such a young age doesn't qualify her as a genius. She can only be described as a late bloomer. After all, true geniuses, like Ethan's sister-in-law, showed signs of awakening magic at the age of 3, became a mage at 6, and reached the first rank at 10. Their speed was terrifying. But Catherine eventually had the means to learn magic. For any territory, mages are extremely valuable and important talents. Therefore, it is only right to improve Catherine's treatment. From now on, you should focus on your studies with Miss Alice. As for those trivial matters, leave them to others. After all, you are destined to be a future mage, Ethan said with an expectant smile. Catherine's expression changed, but not with joy. Instead, it was a negative gloom that Ethan had never seen before. Her lips parted slightly, uttering words Ethan had never heard before. "No. Good." For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Neither of them made a move. Ethan tried hard to read something from her face, but Catherine kept her head down, making it impossible for him to decipher her. "Whatever your concerns or troubles, you can tell me, and I'll handle everything." Ethan reached out and grabbed her shoulder. "I don't want to leave Master Ethan." That was her true thought. But what came out of his mouth was a different sentence. Others won't be able to take good care of the young master, and it will only make things inconvenient for him. Her gaze was frighteningly cold, making Ethan feel a little guilty. It was as if he owed her something. "In that case, let's continue as before, but you'll have to make time for your own studies." "Yes, young master." She returned to normal. "Are you hiding something from me?" "No." "Really? Sister Catherine." Catherine was startled. She remembered the little boy who used to hold her hand and call her sister. Past events flashed before her eyes. It's just that the young master has grown up and hasn't heard this title for many years, so this sudden use of it is a bit unexpected. Well, whatever, Ethan's already been snatched away by another woman. I'll go now. Ethan watched her departing figure, his face turning melancholy. This woman, who is 12 years older than him, apparently caused some trouble back then. What were you thinking back then? Why did you have to flirt with me like that, or rather, for several years? He naturally remembered everything from the past. I'm such a jerk. The days that followed were as if nothing had happened. Catherine's words and actions remained unchanged. Ethan, however, felt that this might be the calm before the storm. Calmness is the most suffocating thing. The turning point came one autumn day when Ethan celebrated his 21st birthday. Last year, he was still busy traveling and naturally didn't have time to hold any celebratory banquet. But things are different now. Regardless of his status as a viscount or the opinions of others, this birthday banquet is a must. Sometimes, a sense of ritual is an important part of ordinary life. Logically speaking, as a nobleman, even if one is truly impoverished, one should still try one's best to present a respectable image and invite relatives and friends to share in the celebration, especially on occasions like birthdays. Ethan preferred things to be simple, so this grand event was held only within the territory, and no one was invited. Aside from the benefits that should be given to the territory, the only event that could be called a banquet was a small family dinner. As the name suggests, this was a dinner that even Russo and his companions were not allowed to attend. A medium-sized wooden table was set with a meal that was only slightly more plentiful than usual, and could hardly be described as refined. 4 people gathered around the table to celebrate for Ethan. Today, Ethan took a rare vacation for himself. Under the pretext of celebrating his birthday, he handed over all the work to Marcus and encouraged him to do his best. Then, he began to prepare for everything. A birthday should ideally be celebrated with the whole family, enjoying this precious and pleasant moment together. Unfortunately, he will not be able to witness such heartwarming moments for the time being. It's not that he can't see them at all, since his only living relatives are his biological father and biological brother. The former watched him being kicked out of his home, while the latter wished he were dead so that his brother could succeed him. Although he understands that someone needs to support him after something like that, and that some kind of exchange is necessary, he doesn't accept it. If you're so capable, come to Sunwoo Gate and face off against 800 men head-on. What kind of skill is it to rely solely on your mother? On my birthday, I shouldn't think about those unpleasant things, it's more important to enjoy the present moment. Ethan went into the kitchen himself and prepared a satisfying dinner for himself. Wolf looked curiously at the steaming food in front of her. This was not the cuisine of the territory. Is this the young master's cooking? Ethan lay sprawled across the dining table, completely unseemly. It wasn't about manners, it was just his way of thinking. He felt a little tired. He finally didn't have to put on a mature act and deal with all sorts of businessmen and subordinates, even though his body was only 20 years old. Although I'm 21 years old now, everyone here is family, our family. They won't hate themselves for this, they might even indulge and condone it. After a while, he finally calmed down and began to officially celebrate his birthday. Before the celebration, I want to thank my sister Catherine. For so many years, I've come to consider you family, you're my only family in the world. Catherine immediately tensed up. She had never seen such a scene in all her years, nor had she ever even imagined it. For a moment, she was at a loss for what to do. She stood up and said, "Young master, this is all I should do." Wolf took her arm. "Then from now on, Sister Catherine, you can call me little sister, and you can't disown me, okay? Okay, then. Since everyone has said so, Catherine has no reason to refuse." Alice looked at Ethan. "Now it's time to make a wish. Have you thought about what your wish is?" Wish, what a profound and mysterious word. The weak yearn for destiny, while the strong disdain it. Staring at a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes in front of him, Ethan clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and began to ponder deeply. "I hope that neither I nor those I cherish will get hurt." Ethan opened his eyes, and couldn't help but laugh at himself for how incredibly corny his wish was. "Let's eat. I'll show you my cooking skills." He hadn't cooked for many years, and his skills were rusty. He also worried that his cooking wouldn't suit their tastes. Fortunately, the novel flavors still captivated their taste buds, earning them rave reviews. After a pleasant meal, Ethan stood up, stretched, and said, "Let me rest today. I'm going to bed now." The elf and the wolf girl exchanged a glance, confirming that the other wasn't playing any tricks, and decided to give Ethan a break so he could rest. After cleaning up the mess, Catherine sat down to think about what had happened that day. She murmured softly, "Does the young master still remember?" Logically, I should remember it. Although I was young at the time, I was well past the age of being able to remember things. Catherine stopped in front of the bronze mirror and reached out to touch her cheek. "Although nothing has changed compared to before, I am getting older after all, so it's normal that the young master doesn't like me. Time waits for no one, even though I've now become a monk." Monk. She suddenly remembered those rumors that some powerful sorcerers could maintain their youth and ageless appearance. This is commonly known as extending lifespan. Perhaps if I cultivate myself diligently, I might be able to reach that level. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, knowing that someone as mediocre as her was destined to lack that talent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long for him to awaken his magic. Before the day ended, she went to check on Ethan's room as usual. When Ethan was little, he often kicked off his blankets, and she had to keep an eye on him. Just as she expected, the young master forgot to turn off the light before going to bed again, or perhaps he was reading. After glancing at the pale yellow light it emitted, she hurried over to cut some fruit and brew a strong cup of tea. This is a tacit understanding that has been cultivated over many years. After gently placing the plate on the table, she turned to leave the room. "Sit down and keep me company for a while, sister." His unexpectedly gentle tone made Catherine obediently sit down next to him. "There's no need to be so reserved. You're like family to me," Ethan said, turning around. Catherine said calmly, 21 years, young master." "Yes, it's been 21 years. This long period of time is enough for a person to grow from a little girl into an elegant young woman, and then into a sophisticated head maid with enduring charm. Ethan touched her cheek and met her deep blue eyes. You still retain the beauty you had back then. There are some things I've overlooked. I didn't pay much attention to you before. Catherine sighed. Young master, this isn't you. Just call me Ethan. She tilted her head to one side, and Ethan moved even closer. Don't do that. It wouldn't be good if Madam saw this. I've already started calling you older sister, so it's okay to be a little more affectionate. Catherine's head was tilted to the side. She couldn't escape. She struggled to her feet. If there's nothing else, I have to go now. Ethan took her hand and pulled her onto the large bed. Now you have a new order. Sleep with me. Her legs, clad in white socks, dangled off the bed and swayed for a moment before settling back down. That night, Wolf and Alice didn't get to see Ethan sneak in the dark. Catherine always got up very early. As the head of the servants, she had no days off. But now she can't get up even if she remembers. Ethan is holding her and sleeping soundly. But her struggles upon waking woke Ethan, who, with his eyes half open, said, "Stay with me a little longer." Unable to fall asleep, Catherine could only stare at her stepson. Fortunately, I didn't take off my clothes last night, which saved me time changing. Although nothing really happened. Ethan just put into practice a joke he made years ago, and even complimented her on her feel at the end. Thinking about this, her face began to burn. She still had a sense of shame. What if others found out about this? I don't care about myself. At worst, I'll be branded as morally corrupt. But if the young master has a conflict with the ladies because of this, that would be troublesome. Why are you staring at me? Young master, Ethan didn't give her a chance to explain, and instead gave her a passionate kiss that was years overdue. Dizzy and disoriented, Catherine lost her usual composure. Her clothes were disheveled, and her cheeks were flushed. For the first time, she kept the other servants waiting. There was no usual lecturing. He simply told her to do what you're supposed to do and then go to rest. She stayed in the room for a while before her pounding heart gradually calmed down. Filled with hope for the future, she decided to begin meditating. Once she advances to the second tier, she will have the opportunity to use magic to maintain her appearance, or even become younger. Phew. For some reason, she entered meditation much faster than usual today, almost unusually so. In theory, the speed at which a mage can enter meditation can largely reflect their talent. This represents the purity of a cultivator's mind. As long as one casts aside all worldly distractions, one can reach the theoretically achievable limit. Before this, Catherine could meditate for about 5 minutes, similar to Alice, which was considered a level of genius. Now Catherine needs 10 seconds, and that might not be her limit, because she's still thinking about Ethan. Or perhaps it's because he was thinking of Ethan that he was able to move so quickly. The advancement process for mages is more complicated than that for knights. The knight only needs to charge into battle, while the mage in the rear has many more things to consider. Although most of the time, as researchers, they don't care much about the progress of their cultivation, they absolutely must break through the bottlenecks in their mental and magical power. Magic power may increase indefinitely, but mental strength is absolutely dependent on talent. Alice became a ranger because she lacked the talent for mental strength. Using the magic power level of a magic apprentice and the mental strength of an ordinary person as a unit, a first-tier mage is roughly equivalent to 20 points of magic power and 5 points of mental strength. As a second-tier ranger, Alice has 50 points of magic power and 3 points of mental power. This is the maximum amount of magic power she can possess with her mental power. Knights, on the other hand, often possess higher mental strength due to their extraordinary willpower, but they are definitely not as strong as mages of the same rank. However, mental strength is also very important for a knight, since the momentum it influences is an extremely important attribute for a qualified knight. Even the amount of battle chi stored will be slightly affected as a result. However, for low-ranking knights, mental power is indeed of little use unless they have the opportunity to reach the third rank, which is known as the elite rank. Otherwise, it is far less useful than a bit of battle chi. Catherine's talent exceeded everyone's expectations. After meditating for just 10 days with this feeling in mind, she asked Alice in a daze whether she had broken through. Upon hearing this news, the elf was stunned for a moment. After confirming that Catherine was already considered a semi-first-tier mage, she immediately pulled Catherine to find Ethan. Clam. Ethan was somewhat incredulous that the maid in front of him, who was now blushing, could advance to the next level so quickly. With such talent, you can't hold Catherine back. Hurry up and find a way to get some spellbooks over. Alice talked incessantly, like a teacher trying to sell tutoring classes to parents, saying that 30 is a crucial period and should not be missed. However, spellbooks are the heirlooms of every proper mage, and even their last disciples may not be able to obtain a complete version of these treasures. Such things are rare at the border, and even within the Joel family, they are difficult to obtain. Furthermore, compatibility must be considered. Even if Catherine possesses attribute-free magic, incompatibility could significantly slow down cultivation. Ultimately, instead of getting a spellbook, it would be better to find a good sorcerer to teach her. But this is just replacing one difficult problem with another, even more difficult one. I know some monks, but they would never be interested in a place like the border, and I can't really say I trust them. A powerful, reliable, and trustworthy mage. Ethan searched his mind for a while and finally came up with a candidate. the holy maiden of the papacy, who was also his sister-in-law. Unfortunately, it has disappeared without a trace. He's clearly a third-tier light mage. Why isn't the Holy See looking for him? 5 years ago, Eli, the eldest son of the Joel family, colluded with the demons in the Somia grasslands in the southern part of the empire, leading his territory and 3 nearby baronies and 1 viscounty to surrender to the demonic lands. His wife, Saint Skur, is also missing. In profound grief, Countess Joel died of depression and anxiety. Bullshit, it's all FG bullshit? Putting aside the fact that the demon race has remained inactive for over 100 years, putting aside the fact that the Holy See would never abandon the Holy Maiden, and finally putting aside the fact that it was his own elder brother who colluded with the demon race. Okay, there's one last one I can't let go of. In short, it was all made up. Ethan didn't believe a single word of it. He wouldn't admit it until he saw his older brother's body with his own eyes. It's really strange. The demon land doesn't border the Somia grassland, and it's even separated by half of the Bateson Empire. How could a few demons suddenly appear and kidnap his elder brother? Despite the presence of witnesses and physical evidence, Ethan refused to believe it. Seeing Ethan lost in thought, Alice left first. In any case, she had fulfilled her duty and had nothing more to teach Catherine. After hesitating for a long time, Catherine finally spoke timidly. If this is difficult for you, young master, then I don't have to learn it. Ethan patted the chair next to him. Come sit down. Catherine obediently moved closer to him. Ethan put his arm around her shoulder. When will you ever have something that everyone else has but you don't? I'll take care of it. Catherine rested her head against his chest. I don't want to trouble you, young master. Let's not talk about that. Speaking of which, now that you've broken through, would you like any reward? Catherine rubbed her legs together. No need. Ethan smiled and kissed her cheek, letting her run out, only calling out to her retreating figure, come to my room tonight. It's just the young master's task, Catherine consoled herself. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, she crawled into Ethan's bed. Fortunately, Ethan didn't make things difficult for her, because he really just wanted to find a soft, fragrant pillow to sleep on. The wolf girl who wanted to have his child and the equally determined elf couldn't adequately fulfill this request. What's wrong with a young girl tearing at her own clothes in the middle of the night? He just wanted to get some sleep, never imagining that he would find himself unable to resist the temptations of married life. If they can't use their hands, they'll resort to words. Catherine is better in this respect. She doesn't resist his kisses or hugs, nor does she escalate her actions. After all, she's a personal maid, so it's reasonable for them to sleep close together, right? Early in the morning, after Catherine had escaped, Ethan sent a letter to everyone in the Northwind region. The content is very simple. If any of you have any spellbooks that you've found on the roadside or that have been passed down from your ancestors, you can give them to Viscount Ethan or have a copy made, and there will be a great reward. The rarity of mages naturally sparked discussion and panic among them. The terrifying impressions of magic left on them while reading the books were still quite profound. Although it is most likely one or a few newly awakened spell apprentices, the boost to the territory is still significant. Whether as battlefield mages or researchers, they are all excellent enough and, in many ways, far more useful than a knight. After that, they felt relieved. Anyway, with the wolf riders there, they were no match for them anyway. The most crucial point is that they genuinely don't have this thing. Perhaps no sorcerer has emerged from our ancestors for many years, or perhaps a sorcerer did emerge but did not leave behind any spellbooks. These are not things that ordinary sorcerers are qualified to write, and some have even been lost in the course of many years of transmission. In short, their reply was simple. They would try their best to help the Viscount find it, but they couldn't be blamed for not succeeding, as it was indeed a bit of a stretch. Just as Ethan decided to search the Collin family's vault a couple more times, unexpected news arrived. It was sent by his silly son, Man Niu. This sycophantic fellow quickly used his powers to find a spellbook after hearing the news. After 2 horses died from exhaustion, the spellbook, titled The Book of Life, ended up in Ethan's hands. Looking at the dusty, worn book in his hands, seemingly steeped in the smell of black soil, Ethan asked, "Are you sure this is a spellbook?" The bull knelt down with a thud. "It's absolutely true, sir. This is an ancient book passed down through our tribe for many years. Even if it's not a spellbook, it must have other uses." Ethan struggled to separate the 2 pieces of paper that were stuck together and examined them carefully. Then he realized he couldn't understand the words. "Is this how you treat your ancestral heirlooms?" The bull coughed lightly. "Master, no, father, the writing on this thing has long been lost to us. Even the most knowledgeable priests couldn't understand it. Anyway, as far back as I can remember, this book has been used to prop up table legs. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten all about it." Ethan closed the book, somewhat speechless. He waved his hand. "Carry those 2 bags of flour back yourself." The bull obeyed and left, leaving Ethan standing there pondering. If this thing can be considered a magic book, then my grandmother's foot-binding cloth is a sacred relic. He thought about it, but ultimately didn't throw the book away. What if this tattered book really does have something extraordinary about it? He just tested it. The paper used in this book is of very good quality, and it hasn't damaged even after all these years. I'll show it to Alice later. She's the one in the territory who knows a lot about it. After draining the elf's magic 6 times with the cleansing spell, Alice left behind the words, "Finally, I can see clearly," before fainting. As Ethan embraced her, he finally got to see the true form of the ancient book. After holding the elf in his arms and covering her with his coat, Ethan tried to decipher the ancient script. After being cleaned, the book finally looked like a spellbook. The cover, made from the slightly yellowed fur of an unknown monster, and the pristine white paper, still retain an ancient, weathered, and resilient quality. Although he couldn't understand it, Ethan confirmed from the illustrations and some spells he could barely decipher that it was indeed a spellbook. The problem is, if you can't understand the text, it's very difficult to learn it. Although magic is universal in this world, and even humans can learn demonic magic, if you can't understand it, don't even talk about learning it. Giving up is a good choice. After all, it's a book of dubious origin, but it looks like it's from a very high-level publication. Ethan wasn't completely ignorant about magic. He had dreamed of this prestigious profession when he was young. However, it turned out that he had absolutely no talent for it and would only ever be able to wield a sword. Based on his experience, this book should be at least level 4 or higher. This is already considered a very high rank. The highest rank currently in existence is only the 5th rank. Although it is a world of difference, the 4th rank still retains its value. Like the titles possessed by those at the 4th rank, that is a realm that can be called the realm of a hero. Eli was once known to the world as the hero of the sword. If it's a monk, then he would probably be given the title of Master So-and-so. Alice slowly woke up, stirred in Ethan's arms, and wearily opened her eyes. Ethan pinched the cute elf's cheek, causing her to lower her head even further. Well-informed elf lady, have you ever seen this kind of writing before? Alice squinted, carefully trying to decipher the strange yet familiar characters. Ancient Elvish. Alice murmured. Hiss. When did the orcs become associated with the elves? Ethan was completely baffled. The elf forest and the Valley of Eye, where the beastmen lived, were separated by half a continent. Even for tourism, it was impossible to go to such a notorious and desolate place. I can barely understand it, it just takes time. Regardless, being able to understand it is ultimately good news. Let me rest for a bit before we do that, Alice said lazily, hooking her arm around his neck. She sighed, then clung to Ethan. She closed her eyes and began to sleep. Ethan reluctantly picked her up and carried her to the bedside, and they ended up sleeping together because their arms couldn't separate. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, Ethan suddenly heard her mutter something. What's so good about that maid? Ethan pretended to be oblivious and held her, though he was already covered in a cold sweat. Fortunately, nothing happened. The following day, Alice, now energized, finally began translating the ancient spellbook. Just 2 hours later, she looked up and delivered a terrifying message. I suspect that the author of this book is a 6th-order individual. Ethan spat out all the tea he had just poured into his mouth. Are you sure? Alice shook her head. I'm not entirely sure, but it's certainly a possibility. Ethan swallowed hard. Do you know the author of this book? She still shook her head. I don't recognize him, but judging from the traces he left behind, he is indeed very likely a 6th-tier being. Ethan covered his face with his hands. How could he have encountered something that only existed in legends, a 6th-tier being? It all started with spellbooks, things that are considered priceless treasures. There is no being in this world who can be considered a 6th-tier being, except perhaps the Demon King of the Demon Realm. Ethan believed that even if the Demon King was at the 6th rank, his teacher wouldn't have been able to survive against him, so it couldn't be said to be at the 6th rank. What do you think? Ethan remained skeptical. Since the beginning of written records, all races have used different names for their strongest beings. However, based on their descriptions, even though their abilities differ, they all fall within the 5th tier. As for the 6th rank, scholars of all races unanimously agree that it belongs to the realm of gods. The supreme deity possesses power unmatched by any other race. Ethan believes that the power structure of this world is very unbalanced, and the imbalance lies in the gods. The strong will be overwhelmed by sheer numbers by the next stronger. This applies to ranks 1 through 5, and even includes serf soldiers and heavy infantry who are not considered extraordinary. This is a characteristic shared by all beings. A Tier 1 knight can take on 3 to 5 heavy infantrymen, depending on individual differences, and a Tier 2 knight can do the same against a Tier 1 knight. The gap becomes exceptionally large only at the 3rd tier, which is the elite tier. If I had to put it in perspective, it was roughly equivalent to one person taking on 10. At the same time, individual differences will also widen, and there have been instances of one person defeating 5 others within the same level. The same applies to 4th and 5th tiers, they will all be overwhelmed, the only difference being the quantity. According to records from the prehistoric era, the gods were invincible. No matter how many races, how many numbers, or how many professions there are at the 5th rank, they are no different from ants before the gods. Don't ask how I know, it's simply a generally accepted conclusion. Now, with a relic that appears to be a 6th-order entity right in front of him, it's no wonder Ethan is sweating profusely. He calls himself the Lord of Life. I've never heard of a deity with that title. However, one thing is certain, no 5th-tier being would dare to take such a title. Alice looked slightly worried. The unknown was terrifying. Since you're using ancient Elvish, could you possibly be one of your ancestors? Ethan asked. Alice shook her head. There were too many races that spoke Elvish in ancient times. No one knows how many people revered the Elvish language, and many books about it have been passed down. Alice changed the subject, but this book doesn't seem to have anything special about it. The spells recorded in it are all very basic and normal. I feel like I could learn them all. Yes, I can learn it. As Ethan gazed at the thick book, thoughts drifted to the supreme power of the gods. If the sixth order is so powerful, it seems illogical to leave behind only this one book. This book, it's not incomplete, is it? Alice quickly flipped to the last few pages, then said with a bewildered look, "How did you know? The part you can learn in this book only goes up to the peak of the 3rd level. I guess this is the wisdom of a time traveler," Ethan thought to himself. After all, we've seen this kind of tactic far too many times. After you finish translating, if you don't see any danger, then go ahead and learn it. Anyway, there aren't any evil gods in this world. Alice nodded in agreement. She didn't see any threat in it. After all, the spells in the book were far too orthodox. Many of the spells passed down in her clan can be traced back to this. Moreover, the meditation methods described above are different. I can try them later, and maybe I can cultivate faster. However, there is one more thing right now. Alice raised her head, revealing a slightly seductive smile. Hoo, Sister Wolf wants to talk to you. Can I not go? Alice blinked her emerald eyes. What do you think? Young master, what brings you to my place? Wolf sat in her chair, turning the pages of the book as she read. A year or so is enough time for Wolf to transform from a wild, wolf-like girl into a quiet, well-mannered young lady with aristocratic upbringing. However, it's still too cold compared to before. It wasn't like this just a few days ago. Although her tone was tinged with dissatisfaction, the somewhat messy arrangement of cosmetics and lipsticks on her desk suggested that she had made thorough preparations. Isn't it enough that I've come to see you? Wolf dodged Ethan's large hand and said coldly, "Didn't the young master find a new lover, right under my nose? Why has he come here now?" Recently, after noticing that something was wrong with Ethan, she observed him closely and finally realized that Catherine's scent on him was stronger than before. What should I do if my wife is angry? I need help urgently. Anyway, let's just go for a first. Young master. Wolf's body went limp, and she collapsed into his arms. The wolf girl who had just been aloof and cold transformed into a gentle cat girl. She has never been able to resist this kind of offensive. After a while, she struggled to lift her head, turned it to one side, and stopped speaking. Oh no, it's still angry. In the suffocating air, Ethan broke the deadlock by speaking. Let me explain. Wolf stood up, picked up the book she had been flipping through, and gently tossed it to Ethan. After finishing, Wolf quietly walked to the balcony and looked at the fiery red sunset on the horizon. Ethan stared at the book cover in his hands, lost in thought. My husband, who was my childhood sweetheart, met his new girlfriend. Ethan? What kind of weird book is this? The cultural development of this other world has exceeded Ethan's imagination. He's even able to write a story like this. So, did Wolf project herself into the situation? Although there are some parallels, for example, Wolf is the one who falls from the sky, while Catherine is the childhood sweetheart. This is a sacred question about the order of arrival. In short, the most urgent thing is to appease my wife. You have to believe me, Catherine and I really didn't do anything. Ethan grabbed Wolf and they instantly locked eyes. No, they were face to face. The wolf girl hesitated for a moment, her crimson eyes widening, before slowly saying, "Really? Absolutely true. But Alice says she saw you and Catherine hugging." Finally, Wolf added, "At night, and in bed, magic was used." This. Ethan scratched his head awkwardly. You know my relationship with Catherine, we're like siblings. She's watched me grow up, so it's okay for us to be a little closer, right? Wolf tilted her head, pondering whether it was a human habit for siblings to sleep cuddling together at night. The final conclusion is clearly not correct. But she decided to trust Ethan for the time being and give him a chance to explain. But there was still resentment in my heart. Young master, I've already lost half, I don't want to go from half to a third. She nuzzled Ethan's neck. I know what you're thinking, young master, but I'm afraid. Ethan cupped her face in his hands. It's okay. You have to believe that even without children, our feelings for each other will remain unchanged. Really, I assure you. Wolf hesitated for a moment, then stammered, well, in that case, I won't bother you about having children anymore. Wolf extended her little finger. But young master, you have to make a deal with me, 1/3, no less. Ethan also extended his little finger and hooked it with hers. Okay, I promise you. Wolf buried her face in his chest. Young master doesn't completely belong to me, but I already belong completely to you. Young master, you can't go back on your word. If, she paused for a moment, as if she had made up her mind. If any of those guys try to steal the young master from me again, I'll take them out. Wolf said something really scary. But if we don't go along with her now, something even more terrifying might happen. Ethan decided to let today pass by first. He reached behind Wolf and skillfully unbuttoned her sky blue dress. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Ethan's long, slender fingers traced her warm back, then moved across the ridge toward the mountain peak. As she was about to touch the not-so-tall mountain peak, she said in an almost inaudible voice, I'm really afraid of pain, but, you could be a little rougher. Wah. Ultimately, it turned out that a third was enough to feed the hungry wolf cubs. After a sweaty battle, Wolf lay helplessly in Ethan's arms, drawing circles on his chest with her fingers. Young master is even more powerful than before. That's probably because I've advanced to the 3rd tier. The 3rd tier characteristic of all classes is a significant improvement in physical fitness, energy reserves, and control. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change, and it is difficult for the second order to close the gap with the third order. When did this happen? Just now. Ethan grabbed her limp wrist. It's time for the second half. Young master. I can't. I have no strength left. Wolf began to plead for mercy, a rare occurrence for her. It's okay, I still have some. For the next 2 hours, Wolf did not land. The female remains suspended. The next day, a refreshed Ethan stood in the vast, deserted training ground, lost in thought. I was really happy to accidentally break through to the third tier yesterday, but problems also arose. After reaching the third tier, how should one cultivate? The teacher didn't teach that? What was it said back then? The thin, gray-bearded old man said, "You'll understand when you reach this level." Ethan said he didn't know anything, and that he shouldn't have been lazy and not asked Goring about it back then. Now that the dead cannot be brought back to life, I'm stuck in this situation. Theoretically speaking, the swordsman, as a lower-ranking class of the knight, follows the same training methods as the knight. The problem is that the training method that Goring taught Ethan is different from that of ordinary swordsmen. He had already mastered the sword intent that most swordsmen only begin to cultivate at the third level, even at the second level. What should those at the third tier do? Are they supposed to go and study the domain of the sword hero? Ethan's talent was slightly better than his older brother's, so even Eli's path was different from his, and he couldn't offer him any advice. Not to mention that Eli's fate is currently unknown. Ethan hated that pretentious old man to the core. He was clearly a complete novice, yet he kept all those cultivation secrets tightly hidden. Although everyone says that the sword saint Goring died of natural causes, Ethan knows that's not the case at all. During the last great war between the demons, Goring fought against the Demon King and was defeated. Everyone thought it was a very unfortunate battle. The Demon King was seriously injured and escaped, and they failed to kill him. But Goring revealed the truth during one of his drunken moments. No one is a match for the Demon King. Even I only withstood 3 moves. Ethan knew that Goring's signature sword technique consisted of 3 strikes. That encirclement was merely a one-sided mockery. Even so, Goring suffered an incurable internal injury. Over the decades, he transformed from a burly swordsman into a frail old man. From then on, his only goal was to find a successor for himself. Thinking about it that way, there was no reason for Goring not to teach him. The only possibility is that he hasn't figured out how he plans to cultivate after reaching the third tier. While Ethan was contemplating his next move, Marcus approached him after a long absence. "Master, the wheat is fully ripe and can be harvested today." Logically speaking, such a trivial matter as harvesting shouldn't trouble the busy lord. But this time it is indeed of great significance. This was Ethan's first harvest of territory a year after being exiled to this barren land, and also his first haul since taking control of Northwind City. This is estimated to be the first harvest in Ethan's territory that hasn't looked so dire. The previous harvests were barely enough to feed them. This was quite a bumper harvest. As Ethan, surrounded by the crowd, swung his first knife symbolizing the start of the harvest, this grand harvesting event officially began. Eating is the most important thing in the world. Watching the golden sea of fields gradually recede, Ethan also felt a little nervous. The harvested grain will greatly influence his subsequent decisions. Marcus turned to him. "Sir," he said, "last year's snow was plentiful, and the crops grew exceptionally well. I think this harvest will be more than enough to feed everyone. Just be careful of the orcs." He added that his wariness of the orcs had not lessened in the slightest, and neither had Ethan's. He wouldn't easily offer aid to the orcs when they were so hungry they started fighting amongst themselves. To train a dog, you always have to starve it for a few days first. How are the newly cultivated fields doing? This was what Ethan was most concerned about. The increase in production is simply because he has put his surplus resources into the wasteland that was previously neglected by the Collin family. New land is the foundation of expansion. Marcus shook his head. "Young master, even in the central region, newly reclaimed land needs at least 2 years to recover, let alone in the fertile borderlands. Even with your magnanimous nature, if you were to provide for the ordinary residents and slaves, there would be no need to worry about the territory's income. I've already calculated it. This time, we've hired many residents and slaves to work for you on a labor basis, and all we've given them besides meals is a little food. Although it can be called employment, according to your value theory, we still make a good profit." Ethan, expressionless, uttered a few words. "Surplus value. Yes, that's right, surplus value. Not only do they have work to do, but we can also harvest all the land faster, a win-win situation." Marcus was pondering what to plant after harvesting this row of wheat, something that would restore soil fertility without being unpalatable. The most important thing about this non-essential food source is satisfying the gentlemen and ladies. They think that delicious food is more important than anything else, and even if something goes wrong, they won't be blamed. As a crop grown during the transitional period, it is generally harvested the following spring, which means it needs to overwinter. "Sir, are you sure the orcs won't invade?" Marcus asked with concern. "If the fields outside the city are destroyed by the orcs, it will undoubtedly be a huge loss. Northwind City is all right, the orcs don't find it easy to invade. As for Logtown, the Lord hasn't been there for a long time, and its defenses are far less robust than those of Northwind City. Are my wolf riders just sitting around doing nothing?" Ethan rolled his eyes at him, annoyed. Although Marcus had some talent for governing his territory, he was not at all proficient in military affairs. The cavalry's dominance in this area exceeded his expectations. If Ethan wanted to, he could unleash over 100 wolf riders without even lifting a finger. Their basic ability to relay messages would be enough to make him invincible. Not to mention, there are 2 squadrons of sword dancers and heavy infantry ready to go. Thinking of this, Ethan turned and said, after the harvest is complete, have the farmhands resume training, increase patrols and vigilance, and double their winter pay. Half of the more than 2,000 soldiers under his command were garrison troops, a necessary measure to conserve resources and concentrate efforts on training elite troops. Now that the landlord's family finally has some surplus grain, Ethan naturally won't be stingy with these warriors who risk their lives for him. Perhaps influenced by the territory skill fight to the death, these new recruits, who had only recently joined the army, possessed a high level of loyalty, which put Ethan at ease. The only headache lies in the development of new lands. Expanding one's own territory is secondary. The problem is that other lords won't tread paths that no one else has walked before. If the newly opened lands are destroyed by the orcs, those minor nobles may not even be able to make up for the losses in a year. Reclaiming land is not just talk, the amount of manpower and resources required is considerable and hard to ignore. So they wouldn't commit until Ethan had tasted success in pioneering the land. Ethan was waiting for just that one opportunity. The Vi country was too small for him, he didn't want it. The entire northerly wind region combined makes for a decent starting point. What he ever wanted was not a minor viscountship, or to be content with a small corner of the world. Ethan once harbored the idea of living a leisurely, wealthy life with his wife and children. Unfortunately, the situation is completely different now. He's never been one to go unpunished. If you're going to make something of yourself, you have to do something big. This is also why he strongly supported the development of various noble families, but too many people didn't appreciate it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Ethan thought they were overestimating him. What else could a newly appointed viscount do besides cultivate good relations with them? To seize their family property? You're kidding. Besides his family fortune, Ethan is taking everyone with him. Even if only nominally, Ethan needs the power of an entire region to strengthen himself. Only then will he have a chance to contend with an earl's family. Even though the Joel family had fallen into ruin, Ethan never underestimated it. His father and the family's managers were no mediocre men. And behind the scenes, Duke Koshka will not allow himself to interfere with the newly acquired forces. Even though he had prepared a contingency plan in case the Duke of Kosais could conjure up a daughter to win him over, that was still an emergency measure. If possible, I still want to kill that old BD. But with this calculation, the number and strength of the enemies he faces are increasing. Ethan gave a wry smile. Perhaps, just as his older brother and teacher had said, he kept saying he wanted to relax, but actually, he was the one with the most troubles. Ultimately, no one can escape conflict in this lifetime. The most likely reason is that I always cause them trouble. The entire Northwind region is indeed much stronger than the Ya families. Now, all that's left is to wait for news from his adopted son. Hopefully, that guy will listen to me. The food shortage had a much greater impact on the orcs than Ethan had anticipated. Although they lost a large number of people and laborers due to the disastrous failure at the beginning of the year, they also reduced their food expenditure significantly. Logically speaking, their food supply should be barely enough. Ethan's estimate was also quite accurate. As long as they properly distributed their limited food supplies and consumed them in a planned manner, they could naturally survive until next year without suffering any losses. The problem lies in the allocation. There is no such thing as absolute fairness and justice in the world, especially given the generally low moral standards of the orcs. Rather than hoping that those in power will share the joys and sorrows of their people, it's better to hope that a few windfalls will fall from the sky. Meat-eaters only vent their anger on ordinary members of their tribe because they don't eat well, but they never think about how their tribe members should live. Even under the harsh laws of nature, such leaders are few and far between. Tribes that do not consider the well-being of their people have long since disappeared into the annals of history. But it is often just a butterfly that stirs up a storm. If even one tribe can't hold back and starts a conflict, then the best course of action is to shift the focus away from the conflict. The best approach is to direct the attack at other tribes. Short of food, just raid other tribes. And so, the war began. After receiving the news, Bull chose to remain indifferent and Ethan never ordered him to stop the chaos within the orcs. As long as they remain willing to obey the commands of the Bull tribe, they still have value. However, he still turned to look at Cain, who was sitting upright and meticulous. This serious knight and his companion had been adhering to Ethan's orders. Monitor the Minotaur tribe and provide military deterrence if necessary. Knight Cain, a Knoll tribe and a Hyena tribe are embroiled in a conflict over food. According to intelligence, they are about to go to war in the next few days, at which time. Cain stared at him coldly. Are the Bull tribe well fed? The bull lowered its head. Thanks to our great father's blessings, our tribe has been spared from hunger. Since that's the case, then let's not worry about it. When it's time to take action, the master will give the order. After saying that, he turned and left. The lone wolf bared its sharp white teeth at the bull, then followed its companion. The bull frowned deeply. He wanted to say that letting the beastmen fight amongst themselves would only leave him without enough power to help his father, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Foreign races are ultimately just foreign races. Perhaps remaining weak is what father wants to see. Bull thought, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He had no designs on the North Wind's territory. As long as he could feed his people and ensure their survival, he would do anything. But his neighbor next door was making a lot of noise, which made him very uneasy. The Irrawaddy Valley is indeed rich in land resources, but human greed knows no bounds. Not to mention that for nomadic beastmen, only a larger territory could satisfy their ever-growing food needs. The largest tribe closest to the wild bull tribe is called the wild crocodile tribe. As their name suggests, they are a group of savage crocodile people, only more human-like than the minotaurs of the Minotaur tribe. Apart from their tails and crocodile heads, their limbs are almost identical to those of humans. Among the beastmen, the closer they are to humans, the more advanced their bloodline is considered to be. Even if no one dares to admit it, that's the way things are. Even at its peak, the wild bull tribe could only manage to share the spoils with the wild crocodile tribe, neither giving way to the other. The recent quieting of the wild bull tribe's activities and behavior has given the crocodile tribe an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. If it weren't for a wolf rider unit that suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was watching them from the border, the crocodile clan would have sent people to probe them long ago. However, Bull knew very well in his heart that he would have to face all of this himself in the end. Ethan wouldn't fight another large tribe for him. In the Bull's view, the most likely scenario is that after he and the crocodile are both severely injured, Ethan will come and subdue the victor. Who wins or loses isn't that important, at least not to Ethan. Wolf riders are happy to eliminate unruly insects as a way to hone their own and their mounts' combat skills. But if it were an attack on a large tribe, let alone whether Ethan would agree, they themselves probably wouldn't even consider it. Bull shook his head. He had to face this. You can't count on others, the only people you can rely on are your own people. Although his cultivation went smoothly, he had just broken through to the second level recently and also celebrated his 9th birthday. But that's far from enough. Both sides are well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. The size of a large tribe is ultimately limited, and it's best to avoid direct conflict before having sufficient military power. The bull had no desire to test the fighting prowess of 2,000 crocodile men. However, the possibility of him not taking action is extremely slim, unless he really sells hooks to Ethan and gets Ethan to protect him, otherwise that day will come sooner or later. The bull rose and felt the evening breeze. His lineage was always precocious, each cub had decent fighting ability by the age of 5 on average. Now, with ample food supplies, the tribe's population was growing rapidly. It will just take several more years. Sir, the grain statistics are in. Please take a look. Ethan took the small stack of papers, which contained extremely detailed statistics on the yield of every inch of land in all regions. Ethan flipped through the papers and casually asked, so detailed, do you have enough staff on your end? These days, being literate and good at math is a real talent. My lord, I've drawn quite a few servants from Cyrus's side to participate, otherwise, it would have taken at least 3 days. Attendance. Ethan frowned. How's the school I asked you to arrange? Marcus replied, the building is finished, but the teachers haven't been found yet. To be honest, it's already taken enough effort to teach the veterans to read and write. There's no need for the Lord to provide free education for the children of serfs and free men. He muttered to himself, not to mention their being given food. I expected the veterans wouldn't be able to learn, after all, many of them were serfs, their mindsets are fixed from their lives. But you must do a good job with the school, make sure all the children of the appropriate age participate. Yes. Marcus was a bit of a headache, this was another large expense. While there aren't many suitable children, there aren't many teachers willing to teach them. Even a high salary wouldn't be enough, as most of these intellectuals already had a respectable and easy job. Not to mention that the budget for this aspect is not particularly large, and each child can only take away 3 loaves of bread per day. According to the old man, if they don't see the benefits for their short-sighted parents, they won't let their children go to school. Marcus stopped, and suddenly a good idea came to him. If all else fails, we can have the army's servants serve as teachers. I'll discuss it with Russo later. Russo initially refused Marcus's request, but considering that it was something the master strongly supported, he had to be cautious. Thanks to Ethan's enlightened system, which distributed martial arts training methods almost without restriction, they obtained a large number of knightly talents after occupying Northwind City. Ethan has always been selective in his treatment of talented individuals. Whether you were originally a free citizen or a serf, everyone will be uniformly assigned a small house in Northwind City, and if you want, you can even be assigned a wife. The only requirement is to complete all the tutorials. More than half a year has passed, and with the help of their skills, the servants have already determined their victories. The law of survival of the fittest has always been applied in the army. The better ones have already begun to break through to become knights, while the less fortunate ones have switched to becoming wolf riders. He was a little less capable, but still qualified, and became a heavy infantryman and a swordsman. The rest were unqualified, although they had some combat ability, they ultimately did not deserve the resources Ethan provided. These dozen or so people were also filled with trepidation, fearing that all the preferential treatment they had received would be taken back. Now they had a place to go, to work as teachers in 2 newly built schools. Undoubtedly, this was hardly a respectable or suitable job for a martial artist. But they were deeply grateful, they already felt they had failed their master's nurturing, and if they didn't put in some effort, they would suffer a terrible fate. Moreover, teachers have a more stable job than soldiers. Even if the salary isn't very high, it's more than enough to support a family. Having undergone full training as attendants, they are undoubtedly more well-rounded than ordinary teachers, and can even teach students martial arts. Yet, the kind that can be used to kill. Ethan tacitly agreed that Marcus's clever ideas should be used to their fullest potential. Autumn is the most prosperous season in Northwind City. The last group of merchants arrived here simply because the residents usually had extra money in the autumn to buy supplies for the winter. Each lord also needs caravans to replenish necessary resources and, incidentally, collect sufficient taxes. The caravans naturally didn't lose money either. Furs and timber from the border were the favorites of the nobles in the central region, and their prices could be increased fivefold with a single resale. However, the situation is different this year. Everyone knows that the border is always fraught with danger and war, but experienced merchants often know that it is relatively safe except for winter and early spring. Therefore, when war broke out in Northwind City, although there was no large-scale bloodshed, astute merchants still fled with all the assets they could carry. Once these businessmen abscond, other competitors will naturally take their place. These people may not have had a keen sense of smell, so they stayed in the city, or perhaps they were too small to bother with. In any case, they made a huge profit from it. The price was paying tribute to the new lord. When the first group of people arrives and clashes with the second group, the only beneficiaries will be ordinary residents and Ethan. Northwind City has become more prosperous, but only temporarily. Because Ethan secretly favored those who rose to power later in life, they had no established foundation and were easy to control. Once the former senses this shift in market sentiment, they will likely seek alternative livelihoods within a year, or cease using Baifeng City as their primary sales location. Ethan didn't want to see anyone in the city with more seniority than himself, as it would be a disadvantage for his business. Besides this, he also had to organize several caravans himself, but he simply didn't have enough manpower. If there was no other way, he had to recruit the newcomers. Ultimately, it all comes down to money, even though the food supplies at the border are sufficient to serve as a general equivalent. But some things can only be obtained by paying money. He still has some connections in the central region, and those people are all money grubbers. We still need to bring back some slaves, preferably craftsmen. The premium offered by the Bauhinia Chamber of Commerce was still too high, and he wasn't very satisfied with it either. The quantity wasn't particularly large either. The territory has a basic foundation and can start advancing in technology. Andre's craftsmanship is quite good, and his apprentice is also teaching well, but Ethan still complains that it's too slow. One of the Collin family's important legacies is a medium-sized iron mine not far from Northwind City. Ethan conducted an on-site investigation and found that the mining technology was too outdated and the equipment was practically non-existent. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad, but the Collin family even slaughtered all the miners here at the last moment, showing they didn't want Ethan to have a good life at all. It's better for both sides to lose than for one side to win. Mining is a technical job that can't be done by just grabbing a couple of slaves. If something goes wrong, it's one thing if a few slaves die, but it's a big problem if the mine collapses. The joy of the harvest on Ethan's face gradually faded. To be honest, this harvest was quite good. With the help of advanced techniques, this year's grain harvest is more than double that of last year. However, a large portion of the grain needs to be stored, and the consumption of other raw materials is also very high, making it difficult for Ethan to even obtain foreign exchange. I'll need to buy at least a few skilled craftsmen and 7 or 8 experienced miners. I have no money. The tax revenue of Northwind City is only enough to pay wages. There is almost nothing left. No wonder all those lords have side businesses. They'll go bankrupt sooner or later if they keep going like this. Just as Ethan was considering whether to take some orc heads to make some money, Catherine, as usual, came in with a plate and served him a cup of strong tea. Ethan broke the unspoken understanding. Let's sit down and talk. She seemed a little awkward, but eventually obeyed and sat down. How's your cultivation lately? Is it going smoothly? If you feel anything is amiss with the progress of your book of life cultivation, let me know. This thing does carry some risk. It went well, thankfully. Catherine remained calm and composed. However, there was a hint of expectation in her tone, a desire to be praised. According to her estimate, she will reach the second tier in 2 more months, at which time the young master will surely be happy. However, Ethan's focus was clearly not on that. He moved closer to Catherine's face, checking carefully. You look younger, Sister Catherine. Catherine touched her cheek, asking incredulously, really? This is undoubtedly good news, meaning that one's cultivation efforts have not been in vain. The young master will like his own even more. Ethan reached out and put his arm around her waist, their faces touching. Just like before. At this point, Catherine backed down first. Young master. Madam will find out. They haven't been feeling well lately, they won't mind. Besides, as long as we keep our voices down, they won't notice. Catherine, still dressed in her maid outfit, was pushed onto the sofa by Ethan. At the same time, he casually drew the curtains. Although Catherine always remembered that she had watched Ethan grow up, she never considered that she, too, had been watched by Ethan to grow up. In a sense, she belongs to the idol-raising category. From an innocent little girl to a beautiful young woman, and finally to a mature and experienced personal maid. Only Ethan knows the sweetness of this journey. Catherine watched Ethan expressionlessly from beneath him. In her experience, this was most likely another of the young master's sudden whims. So, it will probably all fizzle out in the end. That's how it's always been, teasing yourself like this. So what made this once cheerful maid stop smiling? Ethan was completely baffled. Even he found it difficult to see any emotional fluctuations in Catherine now. It can't be because I used to tease her a lot, maxed out her affection level, and then neglected her for the next few years, right? Thinking about it this way, Ethan also felt that he was deeply guilty. Young master, I have many things to attend to, Catherine said. Her tone was calm, as if she was certain that Ethan wouldn't do anything to her. Ethan stroked her light gray short hair. It felt wonderfully smooth. That's not a good attitude. Can you please not be so rigid? Come on, give the master a smile. The emotionless maid gave a forced smile, the curve of her lips practically non-existent. Young master, Mrs. Wolf will be angry if she finds out. She wanted to argue further. What if I said they've already agreed? Ethan lifted her chin. Catherine's usually indifferent gaze finally flickered, becoming unfocused. Ethan sat up and helped her up. Or are you going to refuse? Catherine fell silent. She stood up and walked to the mirror in the study, touching her cheeks with both hands. Although she looks much younger, she still feels old inside. The average lifespan on this land has never been high, she said in a low voice, her face grim. It's too late, young master. Although cultivation could extend her lifespan, she still couldn't overcome this hurdle. I had high hopes, but nothing I imagined happened. Ultimately, there's a difference in our social standing. Ethan wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and whispered in her ear, you mean, it could have been done a few years earlier. Instead of answering the question directly, she continued, young master, you've always been so good to me, from the very beginning. Back then, because I was separated from my mother to take care of you, I was often bullied and ostracized behind my back, and this continued even after 2 or 3 years. If I weren't worried about implicating my family, I probably would have quit long ago. Catherine's tone remained as calm as ever, but Ethan could detect a hint of emotion and grievance in it. Until your birthday, which I remember clearly, I was 4 years old. You had barely learned to speak when you began punishing those who bullied me with a commanding tone. You were incredibly precocious. I was only 16 back then, and I never imagined that a little kid would comfort me and say I wouldn't be bullied anymore. She took a step back and fell into Ethan's arms. You truly succeeded. Whoever tried to tease or harass me, you punished them accordingly, even if the methods were somewhat bloody. But I genuinely felt protected. She pulled a beautifully packaged lipstick with a polished, smooth outer shell from her waist pocket. Catherine reluctantly opened it, leaned against Ethan, and began applying it in front of the mirror. I still remember when you gave me this as a 20th birthday present. For this, the master hung you up and whipped you like a spinning top. She carefully put the gift away. Of all the other items in the set, only this is left. I don't know how much longer I can keep it. Or perhaps it shouldn't be kept. I'm clearly old now, so why should I still cling to my former beauty? Ethan finally couldn't help but interject. Do I really have to say it? You look just as good looking as before. Perhaps it touched a nerve, for her tone finally carried sadness and a hint of anger. I was happier than anyone else on the day my young master came of age. The little guy I'd spent so much time with had finally grown up and was finally able to shoulder adult responsibilities. But I should have realized it sooner. Young master's attitude towards me changed 2 years ago, and the turmoil in the family also prevented you from focusing on me. Finally, she said softly, I waited 5 years, until you were exiled by the master's order, until you were forced to marry a beastman. Why am I being presumptuous? After saying that, she tried to leave. Ethan grabbed her hand. If you were waiting for me to say something, I could say it any time. But why? Young master, you said it before, do you remember? You said I had no femininity whatsoever. It was clearly the young master who told me to keep a cold demeanor. Catherine lowered her head, refuting Ethan's words for the first time in many years. Oh no, the boomerang hit me? Why did I have to pretend to be so cool back then? Ethan cupped her face in his hands. I don't care about any of that. I'm just asking you, are you willing? If you just say no, I'll let you go immediately and I won't bother you again. Catherine hesitated for a moment, then finally hooked her arms around Ethan's neck. A few years ago, you got drunk, and as I was supporting you, you mumbled something in a daze. Don't you remember? When was I drunk? Catherine froze. You really don't remember? I don't remember. I always thought that, given your intelligence, you deliberately told me that night. Ethan thought for a moment, wondering when he had last gotten drunk a few years ago. It seems like he secretly had a drink with his older brother. At that time, my elder brother had already been branded a wanted criminal for colluding with the demons, a scum of humanity. After I suddenly came back and saw him that day, I think I had a few drinks, and we played a game called Truth or Dare. Seeing his reaction, Catherine knew he genuinely didn't know what happened back then, so she mustered her courage and repeated the secret she had kept in her heart for many years. You said, Catherine, I like you? Then the next day, you said I wasn't feminine enough. To cover up his drunken antics, Ethan repeated what he'd said years ago, then added, after today, you'll be all womanly. Catherine finally received the kiss she deserved after so many years. No matter how long it took for her heart palpitations to subside or how long the disappointment lingered, she had finally gotten everything she deserved. The study light stayed on from day to night, and wasn't turned off until noon the following day. The servants discovered that their supervisor was absent for the first time in many years. Catherine possesses a fascinating blend of maturity and youthful naivete. The perfect combination of her long-awaited mature body and her still-developing skills adds to her unique personal charm. However, the mage's fragile body clearly couldn't withstand a night of fighting, and coupled with the cold autumn temperature, Ethan carried her to bed late at night, and they slept in each other's arms. Exhausted, she hugged Ethan and complained, "Now I understand why Mrs. Wolf agreed. She probably couldn't handle the young master either." To cover his embarrassment, Ethan kissed her forehead. He couldn't very well say that Wolf had fainted that night, could he? Moreover, she held back today. After all, Catherine is just a newly promoted fragile mage, and her physical strength is not much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Ethan said very seriously, "Starting tomorrow, you don't need to do those chores anymore. You can delegate them to others. Your most important task now is to practice your magic and meditate, understand?" Catherine nodded and then shook her head. "I can handle everything else, but the young master insists that I serve him personally. I don't trust anyone else." She finally began to act like the lady of the house, something she had been thinking about for a long time. Ethan pinched her nose. "Then you have to be good and change your clothes first. I had a mage robe custom made for you. What color do you like?" Catherine's gaze fell on the black stockings discarded some distance away. "Black is fine." She thought Ethan would like it. Before long, a tired Catherine fell peacefully asleep in Ethan's arms, leaving Ethan lost in thought. Why did I start drinking back then? Rewind to more than 4 years ago, when Ethan was 16 years old. The Joel family was going through a turbulent time, and the entire family, from top to bottom, was living in fear and hardship. The sudden and enormous change left even Ethan somewhat bewildered, but he quickly calmed down. Even if the sky were to fall, his father would be there to hold it up. Surely nothing could happen to him. It's just that my older brother went missing, and my family was implicated and punished. I can always find a way. If all else fails, I can always take over the Joel family's assets myself. As for himself, he only needed to enjoy the leisurely life as a noble young master. My brother is a lucky guy. If a protagonist like him doesn't experience some hardship, can he even be called a protagonist? As long as I take good care of the family, I can relax again once the Dragon King returns. That's what Ethan thought, or rather, that he was the kind of person who wouldn't fight unless absolutely necessary. Just as he was contemplating whether to go to the Colosseum to watch cricket fighting tomorrow, or stay home and flirt with Catherine, a letter, along with a throwing knife, was embedded in the windowsill beside him. This was Eli's usual style, and Ethan was naturally delighted to see the symbol. My all-powerful older brother is finally back, and what follows is a series of scenes of him showing off and getting slapped in the face. After all, it's been like this since he was a child, and Ethan is used to it. Upon opening the letter, familiar handwriting came into view. "See you at the usual place tonight. You'll definitely be there." The usually serious older brother rarely spoke to his younger brother in such a tone, and Ethan's expression couldn't help but become serious. He closed the window, then grabbed Catherine's shoulder and said, "I have to go out tonight, so you don't need to come with me. Keep an eye on the room. If anyone asks, just say I'm sleeping." "Young master, what happened?" "Yes, it's something very important." Catherine obediently followed Ethan's instructions and stood guard for him. Ethan simply pushed open the cabinet in the room, revealing a hole in the wooden floorboards. Don't ask why there's a tunnel here. It's because Ethan's been causing trouble for years and has been grounded by his older brother and the old man. However, the elder brother knew this, but he never said it, and Ethan never cared about his punishments. Eli also never had the heart to discipline his younger brother. Greenwind City's nights are always bustling and lively, and in addition to the usual bright lights and vibrant nightlife, it also retains relatively private and secluded spots. Ethan, as usual, went into a private room on the second floor of a small tavern and, as always, declined the tavern owner's offer to send several hostesses. Not long after, a tall man, completely shrouded in a black cloak, walked in. Ethan immediately went to greet him, "Big brother." Eli was a little uncomfortable with the huge hug, but he quickly recovered and ruffled Ethan's hair, saying, "How many times have I told you to be more mature?" But the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his joy. "Where's your sister-in-law? Didn't she come back with you?" Eli's face darkened, and he separated from Ethan, sitting opposite him. "Your sister-in-law has some things to take care of right now, so she didn't come back with me this time. My return was urgent. I have to leave after seeing you." So it turns out it wasn't the story of the Dragon King returning. For now, lie low and endure? Ethan leaned back on the sofa and asked in a deep voice, "So what exactly happened? How did you end up colluding with the demons?" Eli turned his head. "It's just a frame-up. Those bastards found a scapegoat after their scheme was exposed." He slammed his fist on the table. "That guy, I thought he was a good brother, but it turns out he's just a hypocritical BD. Which one?" It's not that Ethan couldn't think of that, it's just that his brother's hero-like nature makes him friends everywhere. "In short, I won't be coming back for now. I'm only back to see you this time. You must take good care of the family. The Joel family will depend on you from now on." Ethan feigned nonchalance and said, "Anyway, Dad's got his back. He'll handle anything." Eli glared at him. "That won't do. You need to take responsibility. When are you getting married?" The crisp sound of a wine glass falling rang out, followed by coughing. Big brother, I'm only 16. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to be so young? What's wrong with being 16? Many people get married at 15, right after they turn 18. You should also produce an heir for the family. Ethan stared at him expressionlessly. Why is there no descendant in the family yet? It's so hard to guess. However, not wanting to upset his elder brother further, he explained, brother, you know me. I don't have anyone I like right now, and the family's current situation doesn't support a marriage alliance. Eli rolled his eyes, annoyed. What? I seem to remember you having a personal maid who's always been interested in you. Yeah, forget about that. Here, try this wine I brought specially. The Truth liquor, brewed primarily from the one-eyed monster of the Somia steppe, has a refreshing and intoxicating flavor. An added benefit is that people speak the truth when drunk, and they forget what happened while they were drinking. Unfortunately, Ethan was unaware of this, and despite not liking to drink, he drank quite a bit with his older brother and ended up being tricked into revealing information while in a daze. The exact reason remains unknown, but given Eli's concern for his brother's marriage, he remained silent for a long time after hearing the story. What do you mean she doesn't particularly like other noble ladies, but rather prefers elves, and those so-called beast-eared girls? Aren't they just beastmen? What do you mean, even demons are acceptable? Eli silently dismissed the idea of pressuring him to get married. This guy, forget it. It's completely beyond saving. However, Catherine, who later came to help Ethan home, was unaware of this. As she was undressing Ethan, he pulled her close and whispered something in her ear. Catherine, I like you? Without waiting for Catherine's reaction, he kissed her on the cheek and fell asleep in her arms. My name is Marin, and as you can see, I am a tall and strong young man. I've been having some troubles lately. My boss, Knight Joe, has given me a new job, to become a teacher at a new school. To be honest, I have no desire to become a teacher. The reason is simple, I've already adapted to life in the military. Here, all I need to do is train hard, maybe. But they found me after a training session. Marin, there's something I need to tell you. Yes, sir. Joe looked at the young man in front of him and hesitated to speak for a moment. After all, he had seen Marin's hard work and courage, but fate was not on his side, and after more than half a year, his progress in cultivating battle chi was still very slow. For some reason, the knights in the territory cultivated at twice the speed they did at the Ya family, so even half a year was enough to see a person's aptitude. And it's quite obvious that Marin's qualifications, to put it bluntly, are not as good as his own. As for Marin's martial arts skills, they don't even reach the level of a sword dancer. His fighting spirit isn't strong enough to strengthen his body and support the heavy armor. Talent, what a cruel word. But since this is an opinion that the master has agreed to, it should be carried out properly. Joe considered his words for a moment, then spoke under Marin's tense gaze. You've done very well these past few days, worthy of the title of soldier. Marin's face lit up with joy, but he was immediately interrupted. But now I have a new mission for you, go to Logtown and train the new recruits. Joe only spoke halfway through, waiting to see Marin's reaction. Marin was stunned, he knew what was going to happen to him. Although Joe's words were tactful, he could still understand the meaning behind them. At most, he would be demoted to the rank of veteran to lead new recruits. Putting aside the treatment, he simply couldn't accept the idea of leaving Northwind City. Before he could argue, Joe offered him another option. I guessed you wouldn't want to go, so I found you another place. You'll still be in Northwind City, but you'll have to leave here. Joe pointed to the ground. If you accept, you can go in the next couple of days. Your salary this month will still be calculated as a knight's squire, and you can retain the perks you received, such as that house in the east of the city. Marin regained his hope and asked eagerly, where to? Your academic background is quite good. I think the newly built school in the east of the city would be a good fit for you. Aside from the slightly lower salary, the workload would be much lighter. After saying that, Joe waved his hand and left, saying, think about it yourself. Teacher. Marin looked at his calloused hands. Had all his hard work these past few days been for nothing? He clenched his fists, then relaxed them. Ultimately, one must accept one's fate. He was not unaware of the gap between himself and others. He was also grateful for the opportunity to leave the army, because if he hadn't left, he might have ended up in Logtown someday. Although he didn't object, his fiancée was waiting for him at home. I need to discuss this with Shaw as well, he thought, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Nevertheless, he dutifully completed the daily training required of a servant. Although he was not particularly good at most subjects, he had a bright mind and always ranked at the top in academics, even though everyone thought it was useless. He was supposed to stay with his comrades that night, but he asked for leave to go back home. Joe granted him a 3-day leave without saying a word. This silent acquiescence somehow made him feel depressed and irritable, so he returned to his dormitory without saying a word to pack his luggage. Faced with his comrades' doubts and incomprehension, he remained silent, a behavior that made everyone realize what had happened to Marin. Marin stood at the door with his luggage, turning around to look at his comrades who shared meals and lodging with him. His comrades got out of bed, braved the cold, patted his shoulder, and hugged him. We'll come see you when we're on vacation. Marin wiped his nose, picked up the bag, and walked out. The training camp for Knights Squires is not in Northwind City, but in the outskirts of the city. The late autumn night was cold, and he exhaled white breath the moment he stepped outside. Joe was waiting for him at the gate with a horse in his hand. This was his closest comrade in arms. Normally, war horses shouldn't carry loads, but I'll make an exception today. Head back early, don't keep your families waiting. Joe remained indifferent, walked up to him, and said, I'll take him from your house again tomorrow. Thank you, instructor. Think it over carefully. Marin rode very slowly. The horse was well suited to his pace, even though today's speed was the lowest it had ever been. He probably won't ride it again. It has its own name, it's called Grey Reed. I just don't know if its future companions will still be willing to call it that. The knight squires were treated very well, each of them was allocated a house, which undoubtedly saved a family a large sum of savings, so many people were grateful for it. Marin was no exception, but when he stood at his own door, his hand froze in midair as he tried to knock. He didn't know how to explain it to his girlfriend. A gust of wind blew, making his face turn red. He eventually knocked on the door. He had forgotten his keys when he returned to the military camp last time. Shaw questioned him cautiously for a moment, then opened the door and embraced him excitedly. You rascal! You didn't even write a letter before coming back. I was so worried, I thought you'd run into some bad guys. As Shaw spoke, he took the luggage from Marin's hands and ushered him into the house. Seeing his frozen face, Shaw quickly ran to cook him a bowl of ginger soup. Marin sat silently on the sofa in his living room. He finally had time to take a good look at his home. He was either too busy or living in the military camp before, and even the renovation was handled by his fiancée, for which he received a lot of scolding from his father-in-law. Thinking of his father-in-law, Marin couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. That guy had always looked down on him. It had taken a lot of pleading and pressure from Shaw before he finally agreed to their engagement. Although he later became a knight squire and his expression improved somewhat, he still often complained that he didn't have time to spend with Shaw. Marin came from a humble background. Although his parents were both free men and did not end up as slaves, that was all. Shaw's family was a scholarly family that had served the nobility for generations, and their family background was very distinguished. The two overcame countless difficulties to get together, and things are finally starting to look better. The brown-haired girl leaned against him, knitting something she loved to do. But once a hobby becomes a job, no one continues to enjoy it. The burning stove and oil lamp illuminated the small home, and the undried moisture in the firewood crackled and popped under the high temperature. Shaw felt warmth from her lover for the first time in a long time, but also sensed that something was wrong. She had finished knitting the clothes she was working on, but Marin didn't utter a single word, nor did she change her posture. Knowing his personality, he would always be so eager to carry her back to the room before even eating. Shaw went to the kitchen and brought out a large bowl of ginger soup. Seeing that Marin was still unmoved, she waved her hand in front of him. What happened? You seem so lost in thought. Shaw's eyes darted to the luggage Marin had brought back. He never brought this much stuff back from his previous vacations, let alone blankets. Marin finally spoke, his voice trembling. I've lost my status as a servant. He had lost all his strength and could no longer utter a single word. A soup spoon full of broth was shoved into his mouth. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. In any case, your health is the most important thing. Marin buried her head in Shaw's arms. I'm so sorry. He is 25 years old this year. His first half of life can be described as a failure. He makes a living by doing hard labor every day. If he hadn't been fortunate enough to be valued and become a knight squire, there is no doubt that he would never have a chance to get ahead. He had originally planned that after saving up his salary for another year or two, he would be able to give Shaw a proper wedding. But now, he can't blame anyone else, it's his own fault for being useless. It took him a long time to recover. He raised his head and said, the instructor gave me two choices. One was to go to Logtown to train new recruits, which I naturally didn't want to be separated from you. The second was to become a teacher at the newly built school. Upon hearing this, Shaw immediately understood what was going on. Her ancestors took pride in educating the children of noble families. The school had previously approached her father, who was retired at home, but he was firmly rejected. I cannot lower myself to teach those lowly people. Please leave. Even free people, let alone slaves, were considered inferior in his eyes. These people were based on their own bloodline, above them were nobles, and below them were commoners. If Marin, who already felt inferior in front of his father-in-law, were to take up such a business, he would undoubtedly be even more disliked. I don't care about that. As long as you have a job, we can live together for the rest of our lives. As for my father, just ignore him. Marin sighed, head bowed. I've already wasted enough of your time. What if word gets out and it becomes a laughingstock? In the North, engagement is essentially the same as marriage, only lacking a wedding ceremony, mostly due to poverty, which is an accepted fact. But without a doubt, Marin wanted to give his lover, who had been with him for many years, a respectable wedding. He had calculated that to gain the approval of Shaw's relatives and elders, he would need at least 1 gold coin. His salary as a knight squire was 5 silver coins, plus various subsidies to live on, so he was able to save almost all of it. Wages are often a major expense in a territory, so he agreed with the lord's idea of cutting expenses, feeling that he was indeed unworthy of the position. Even the Joel family, after deducting all salaries and monthly allowances, only earns 400 gold coins a year in taxes. Not to mention the newly formed Ethan family. He wanted to find a job to share the burden, but he refused, so she had to take on odd jobs to supplement the family income. She earned only 60 or 70 copper coins a month, which was less than what the laborers earned. This reflected her status. On the bright side, if you became a teacher, it wouldn't be so hard and tiring, and you'd have more time to spend with me. You're right, it's good to be able to spend more time with you. Marin's brows finally relaxed. Sha leaned on his shoulder. I've inquired. The school teachers' salaries aren't low, a full 3 silver coins, and the working hours aren't long, from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. The allowance is definitely not as high as what you'd receive as a servant, but it's more than enough to support the two of us. And as a former attendant, you might get to take more classes and receive extra subsidies. And Marin hugged her. I've endured countless hardships since I was a child, but I'm worried about affecting you. I used to be able to give you 3 silver coins a month as pocket money, but now I'm afraid you'll have to suffer with me in the future. As a lady from a prominent family, Sha naturally had servants to attend to her from a young age, and the food and things she used were the best among ordinary people. When Marin was given 3 silver coins at first, she thought it might not be enough for her. Fortunately, she was incredibly sensible and never asked him for a single extra penny. Even her clothes were brought from her parents' home. Sha looked up, her brown eyes fixed on the clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, it was past midnight. Do you remember? Today is your birthday. Sha hooked her arms around his neck and kissed him intimately. Marin was somewhat lost in thought. He had been too tense these past few days, having already heard some rumors, and had even forgotten his own birthday. The two separated, and Sha got off him and ran into the room looking for something. Be good, close your eyes. Marin obediently closed his eyes. Almost every year, Sha would give him some small gifts, such as hand-knitted sweaters or scarves, which made him feel very warm. According to her, these gifts all contain her heartfelt sentiments, and she should treat them as if they were always with her. All right, you can open your eyes now. Marin opened his eyes and was stunned by what he saw. Sha struggled to lift a knight's long sword. It's a mystery where a girl like her got the strength to lift it. Seeing Marin standing there in a daze, Sha couldn't help but shout, "What are you standing there for? I can't lift it anymore." Marin took the sword with both hands, and after casually drawing it halfway, he knew it was a good sword, at least excellent. Sha lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. This sword was just finished at the beginning of this month. Originally, it was intended as a gift for you when you became a knight. Marin's mouth opened and closed slightly before he said, "Even with the discount I get as a member of the army, this sword will cost at least 50 silver coins." He silently gazed at his lover across from him. This was no small sum of money, it was a family heirloom. Sha looked at him and said softly, "I want my name engraved on it." This sword cost 60 silver coins. Even a teacher has the right to carry a sword. Marin sheathed his sword and set it aside. "I really like it, thank you." After saying that, he picked up his wife and kissed her forehead. "It's late, we should go to sleep." Outside, a fierce wind howled, and in this cold and desolate night, the two huddled together in their little nest, unwilling to part. With his wife's comfort, the two began to talk about their future, and Marin accepted the reality of their situation. Gradually, the two began to dream about the future together. A less demanding job would allow them more time to spend together, instead of going a whole month without seeing each other as before. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sha pressed her face against his chest and said, "Once you have a stable job, I want a child. I don't need a wedding, I don't need that kind of thing to show off to others. All I need is you." Surprisingly, Marin rejected the offer. This man, usually gentle with his lover, showed his resolve. "You've suffered enough with me, I won't let you suffer any more." Marin had been holding his breath, determined to prove to his father-in-law that he would provide Sha with a good life. This goal was once very close to him. Once he became a knight, his status would naturally be different. Although we have failed now, our starting point is far from being as low as it was back then. No matter what, being a teacher is a cultured profession. Teachers are respected figures in society. Not to mention compared to the hard work back then. Sha went along with him and whispered in his ear, "I'll do what you say." Marin smiled as he touched Sha's face, meeting her gaze into her brown eyes. "You just said you wanted it, right?" The shy young wife didn't speak, but simply buried her face even deeper. She and Marin are quite compatible in some ways, which is an important part of their harmonious life. Marin sincerely thanked Joe for giving him 3 days off. He hadn't had this much time to spend with Sha in a long time, so much so that he was hearing about many of her troubles for the first time. 3 days later, Joe saw Marin at the training ground, looking refreshed and full of energy. "Instructors, thank you so much for your guidance and help all this time. From now on, I will be a teacher at Northwind City No. 1 Primary School. Thank you again." The usually stern instructor, rarely showing such a stern face, became unusually friendly. He put his arm around Marin's shoulder. "Even though you're not here, our friendship remains. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to us." Looking at the young man's face, Joe couldn't help but admire Ethan's excellent idea. As military personnel, they rarely have time to spend with their families, let alone personally educate their children. Hiring a teacher is a considerable expense. If someone is willing to gather the children together for education, the results should be quite good with mutual supervision. Not to mention, this teacher is one of our own, someone we can completely trust. Everyone knows who Marin is. With his knowledge, teaching basic knowledge or even martial arts would be no problem at all. He joked, "Don't underestimate you just because you're a teacher now. In a few years, even a decade or two, your students will be all over Northwind City, including many of our children. Just because you can't compete with us doesn't mean you can criticize our kids. Marin nodded. In that case, I'll take up my post today. Joe watched him leave. Even in the military, it's easier to get things done if you have friends everywhere. Moreover, it's hard to say whether the old man had any other deeper meaning in sending soldiers to school. Education is the most subtle and effective way to influence a person, not to mention children aged 6 to 12. The inscription Northwind City No. 1 Primary School was personally written by Master Ethan, which shows how much he values it. As for the principal, he was an old scholar, a Kuno scholar, whom he had hired who was enthusiastic about doing good deeds. At first, Kuno wasn't really keen on doing such a busy job, but he agreed after Ethan's strong persuasion and the lure of a negligible but high salary. He was somewhat intimidated by Marin. After all, in his mind soldiers were all barbarians, how could they be teachers? If I, an old man like myself, were to get into a conflict, wouldn't I end up in pieces? It wasn't until he actually met him that he realized he had been wrong. Although the person in front of me looked like a well-trained soldier, his manner of speaking suggested that he was at least a gentle person who was easy to talk to. You mean, you don't have children yet? Kuno pushed up his glasses, somewhat incredulous. At 26 years old, his child is at least old enough to be engaged, if not old enough to run errands. Yes, my fiancé and I haven't had a wedding yet. Marin's hands were gripping the gaps in the stool. Kuno gave him a slightly strange look, then skipped over the topic. Then you should be more patient with the children and spend more time getting to know them. I've been here for a month and I've already grown to like those little guys. We currently have over 100 students at our school, and the older kids are a bit difficult to manage. I'd like to entrust them to you. Are you okay with that? Seeing Kuno's helpless look, Marin knew that this matter would be difficult to negotiate, so he simply agreed. Then he met the students he was supposed to face, and the colleagues who were dealing with them. Upon seeing the two arrive, the female teacher, who was trying to quiet the noisy classroom, rushed over. Principal Kuno, these guys are so rude. They whistled at the female students, spat on them, and even spoke rudely to me. Kuno comforted her. Don't be afraid, Maggie. I've found you a new colleague. He'll handle it. Marin extended his hand and shook hers. Former Squire, Marin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Maggie glanced at him worriedly, then said, please be gentle, they're just children. After saying that, she hurriedly left. She really is a kind lady, Marin thought to himself, as he stepped into the classroom alone. The school enrolls students aged 6 to 12, and naturally, the student body is a mixed bag. Some people simply don't want to study properly. Similarly, even if a new male teacher came, they wouldn't take him seriously. After a brief moment of silence, they went on to do what they were supposed to do. Please be quiet. These words were drowned out by the clamor of the ocean. Marin remained unmoved. He's a polite person, he'll try to be courteous first, then resort to force. I told you to be quiet, are you deaf? Marin slammed his palm down, the sound and the force of his blows intimidating them. Meanwhile, the poor table, barely in service, was retired and scattered across the floor. The students below, regardless of gender, were immediately terrified and sat obediently on their stools, not moving an inch. Marin's gaze swept over them, and wherever he looked, all the students lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. There weren't many of these little ones. Marin estimated there were only about 25 or 26, which was understandable. After all, children over 10 years old are already capable of doing some simple physical labor. That means he earned more than he did in school. Yes, a significant number of parents consider sending their children to school as a job, and 3 loaves of bread a day is a very good reward. When the children grow up, they will make the choice for them to switch to a higher-paying job. The group of children, whose age and build could barely be described as teenagers, looked at their handsome teacher. They couldn't understand how this adult, who seemed no different from any other person, could smash a table with a single slap. Marin was already quite handsome, which was something he was most grateful to his parents for, who gave him a good-looking face and allowed him to meet the people he cherished most in his life. Even though he had been almost assimilated in the rugged environment of the military camp, he was still considered handsome. This often earned him teasing and envy from his comrades. This was the first time Marin had been stared at by so many eyes, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. He coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment, then said in a deep voice, "My name is Marin, and from now on, I will be your teacher." Upon hearing this, the students erupted in groans. Nobody wanted someone who could traumatize them to be their teacher. Quiet. In an instant, the classroom fell silent. Marin was very satisfied with their performance. These little guys still retained their instinct to obey the strong on the border. To avoid feeling awkward alone, he gave his classmates their first order: "Everyone, take turns introducing yourselves." Everyone has been gripped by this inescapable fear, watching classmates being called up one by one in line, awkwardly muttering to themselves, while you can only dig your toes into the floor. After everyone had endured this torture, Marin finally figured out what he was going to do next. The principal's task for him was to take charge of all their teaching duties, which were generally divided into 3 categories: literature, arithmetic, and physical education, which he considered to be his weakest subject. Of the 8 hours of teaching each day, half was literature, a requirement personally imposed by the Lord. This time allocation will not change until students have basic literacy skills. This is a long task. Even with the added advantage of being a scholar, Ethan estimates it will take at least 1 to 2 years for the students to complete their studies. After all, he had neither suitable teaching materials nor qualified teachers. Fortunately, the Empire's manufacturing industry is developing quite well. Papyrus, a cheap type of paper, is readily available everywhere, and even Northwind City can produce some on its own, although the output is not high. Marin's students soon discovered that this stern-faced teacher was not actually fierce. On the contrary, he was very patient and tried hard to teach them the correct pronunciation. Soon it was time to rest. 3 pieces of bread were the standard ration for each person, and fresh vegetables were also provided daily. Marin was able to eat with his colleagues. This school is indeed very large, comparable to an entire knight's manor. But it's also very small, so small that besides Marin, there are only 2 cafeteria ladies, 2 female teachers, and an old man principal. Thank you very much, Sir Marin. Those brats have finally behaved themselves a bit. Maggie served him a bowl of thick, golden millet porridge, glancing curiously at the handsome Marin. Marin sat up straight and said solemnly, I am no longer a knight, nor have I been a squire. I am now merely a teacher. All right, Maggie, don't add to the troubles of this honest young colleague. Kuno turned to Marin and said, Sorry, Marin, Maggie has always been a mischievous girl. The food at our school is definitely not as good as what you eat in the army. I was worried you wouldn't like it, so I specially brought some beef over. Eat more. He took a small bowl of sliced beef from the kitchen stove. I truly mean it, but I've already left the army and am no longer a soldier. The group got along very well. Just as Kuno could tell, he was a down-to-earth and honest man with the proper spirit of a knight. Based on his own experience, there are often more squires with chivalrous spirit than knights themselves. Although it was Marin's first day at work, he adapted very well. He might even tell a corny joke, with so many teenagers surrounding me, if I don't intimidate them, I'm afraid they'll attack me. The knight squire was afraid of school bullying. But Mr. Marin, there's one more thing I need to ask you. We haven't given the children any physical education classes before you came. Marin agreed to the task, then let's have them all attend classes in the afternoon. Giving the kids some practice shouldn't be a problem. After finishing the free lunch, Marin went back to teaching. His math class went smoothly, but his physical education class was a real headache. Although he readily agreed, he had never used anything like this before. You can't exactly train kids using military methods. My lord means to improve physical health. Then I'll have to take them boxing. The people of the north have always been martial. You can encounter a few novice martial artists who know a few moves just by spitting on the street. In terms of the living environment, this can be considered a form of convergent evolution. Marin decided to teach them boxing techniques. These techniques had no name, they were simply an ancient martial art. Although called a martial art, they were simple and easy to understand, making them essential for beginners. When he announced the decision, the children showed an unexpected level of enthusiasm. They cheered and surrounded Marin, the rapidly growing little ones almost drowning him. At this moment, he found it difficult to maintain a serious expression, let alone scold them. Perhaps children really enjoy this kind of thing, he thought. In half an afternoon, he could sense his authority among the children. Well, authority, a word that's hard to use in the context of school. Although there were bound to be some hiccups in the teaching process, and arguments between the children were an unavoidable part of the day, we still managed to get through it all. His fiancée waiting for him at the school gate after get-off work brought his joy to its peak. Shaw personally tied the scarf he had forgotten to bring when he left home that morning, and the two linked arms to discuss what to eat that day. Maggie, who was watching from behind, witnessed this scene, and the glimmer of hope that had just arisen in her heart that day was instantly shattered. As if sensing something, Shaw glanced back and met her gaze precisely for a fleeting moment amidst the bustling crowd before looking away in an instant. She tightened her grip on Marin's hand. After they cooked a meal together and enjoyed it, they snuggled together as usual. Marin told her about his school life, his caring colleagues, the disobedient students, and the fruit trees planted at school, which might not be ready to harvest for several years. Shaw listened silently to his story, occasionally echoing him or offering her own thoughts and suggestions. Finally, she asked, Do you like this school? Do you like it? Marin felt it was too early to say. After all, it takes time to adapt to a new environment. So he replied, At least I don't dislike it. The firewood in the fireplace was burning as usual. The weather was getting colder, and this time the firewood was quite good, without making any strange crackling noises. Sir, a letter from the bull tribe. Marcus placed the rough animal hide with writing on it on the table and stepped back. Ethan glanced at the letter, but had no desire to even pick it up and look at it. He simply admired the speed at which the bull learned to read and write and his perseverance in writing to him. His thoughts had just been interrupted. Ethan picked up the letter and read its contents in one glance. It seems the crocodile clan has already invaded the heart of the wild bull tribe's territory, and the wild bull tribe is about to face a life-or-death moment. Ethan nodded, finally concluding that it would be better to go see Alice tonight, and if he wasn't full, he could always go to Catherine's for an extra meal. As for the orcs, that's none of my business. This is the 7th letter, and Ethan guesses that the two sides haven't actually started fighting yet. All the bull wanted was an attitude that could convince himself and his people. Let's keep the anticipation alive for a while longer. But it needs to be resolved quickly. Ethan looked out the window. It was already late November, and light snow had begun to fall. This would also be a disadvantage in war. Everything in the territory is going smoothly, except for the caravan business, which is making little progress. It's too late. In less than a month, the border will be covered in snow and impassable. While I was staring blankly at the scenery outside the window, it got completely dark. In Northwind City, even the Viscount's family has very few entertainment options, not to mention that Ethan is not keen on associating with other nobles. Ethan wasn't particularly fond of gambling or playing cards. He only occasionally entertained himself with a few of the ladies when he had free time. Ethan doesn't smoke, and he only drinks in moderation. Lying in the chair, he began to ponder the meaning of life, a state commonly known as the wise man's mind. After getting bored, you eventually have to find something to amuse yourself. He blew out the oil lamp, signifying the end of his workday. Now it was time to bother the others. So, wife. Ethan grabbed Alice and frantically absorbed the unique natural fragrance of elves from her. Darling, you don't need to be so enthusiastic. Alice's face visibly flushed. Although her body enjoyed this slightly passionate interaction, she still couldn't get used to it. Isn't it a bit too early today? She muttered to herself. Look out the window, it's already dark. Isn't that how it is in the north? It gets dark especially quickly on cloudy days in winter. Alice thought to herself, but didn't say it aloud. But I still have a job. Alice's main task was to study the spells of the Book of Nature. After all, as a senior with a higher rank than Catherine, her learning speed and ability were much stronger than Catherine's. I'll also help my sister Catherine avoid some pitfalls. However, given her limited magical reserves, she would be exhausted after using even a single high-level spell. Learning these things isn't particularly useful. After all, she would probably only have the opportunity to increase her magic power limit when she advances to the 3rd rank. At that time, her maximum magic power will likely be between the 1st and 2nd tiers of a standard mage. Work can be done tomorrow, the important thing is to rest now. Alice wanted to say something more, but she lost her strength because Ethan's licking of her ear tips had made them unusually sensitive. No matter the circumstances, Ethan always managed to succeed using this method. At first, I could tolerate it, but as the number of times increased, it became more and more. Ethan's current role is that of a noodle shop chef, and he's starting to need large, white dough. Although it can't be stretched into noodles, it undoubtedly has an excellent feel. To avoid his subsequent attacks, Alice had no choice but to meet his nimble tongue with her lips. The study door opened. Mrs. Alice, I still have some questions about the growth spell. Catherine told herself that from now on she must knock on the door and then quickly back away, making sure to close the door behind her. The two, who had just been trying to appear normal, exchanged a glance. The elf, her face flushed, picked up the book that had fallen to the ground, turned her back, and said in a low voice, "Don't bother me." It's clear that Ethan's actions completely shattered her image in Catherine's eyes. After Ethan left, he knocked on the door. Damn door, why is it so well soundproofed? Although you'd probably be unhappy about poor sound insulation, you still have to shift the blame. This was a failed hunt, but a good hunter always has enough patience. Ethan simply moved a chair and sat down in front of the study door. He didn't believe Alice was the kind of person who would sleep in the study, and besides, she wasn't exactly a diligent person. After telling Catherine that he refused all the services she offered, including serving tea and water, no one bothered him there anymore. Ethan closed his eyes to rest and ponder his next move. Actually, compared to Wolf, Alice is somewhat lacking, not in terms of her preferences or anything, but in terms of how much she's liked. He still hasn't maxed out Alice's favorability. However, this wasn't Alice's fault. Ultimately, it was his inability to do this. Although a man shouldn't admit his inability, he was too ashamed to blame Alice for it. She's already very content that she's willing to marry him despite the hardship. He was just eyeing the ultimate skill that Alice could give him, a skill even stronger than scholar, unwavering until death. Ethan felt that his efforts were unlikely to earn him such genuine affection. A wife as gentle, beautiful, and virtuous as this was hard to find even with a lantern. After all, true love is something you can spend your whole life with. Late at night, the gradually decreasing temperature made him suddenly realize that his clothes were a bit too thin. Although it wasn't a big deal for his physique, being cold was still unpleasant. Should he go back and get some more clothes? He dismissed the idea. What if Alice happened to seize the opportunity to come out? Wouldn't that make him seem like he had no sincerity at all? He couldn't see outside the window from his perspective, but he could imagine that the fine snow outside was gradually increasing, and it might have already reached the level of light snow. Based on his experience last year, that should be the case. The shape of a snowflake can vary greatly due to its uneven growth. There are all sorts of shapes and sizes. It will probably snow up to a moderate level by late tonight. The servants who get up early tomorrow will suffer. Shoveling snow isn't hard work, but it's the start of a new day. The wind started blowing again in the dead of night. Perhaps some careless servant had forgotten to close the window, causing the strange noises to be heard throughout half the room. To be honest, Ethan quite likes the rhythmic sounds. They help him feel sleepy and fall asleep faster. The sound disappeared shortly afterward. It's so late and Catherine is still awake. Alice opened the door and saw Ethan sitting in the doorway, lost in thought. Standing in the darkness, she didn't disturb Ethan directly, but stood there waiting for him to notice her. The candlelight in the corridor was still burning, and its warm glow shone on him, finally making Alice notice that his thin shirt was stiff from the cold. The fairy tiptoed closer to him, followed by a gentle embrace. I was just saying that in anger, don't take it to heart. Ethan then snapped out of his daze. Alice. I wasn't thinking anything, it's just that you haven't finished get off work yet, so of course I had to wait. Alice didn't quite believe this explanation, but she still gently nuzzled his cheek to show affection. I just tested some new spells, and now I'm completely exhausted. Could you carry me back?